자리에 참석해 주신 여러분들에게 주최사인 스파크랩의 임원들의 환영의 인사가 있겠습니다. 스타트업 엑셀러레이터 스파크랩스의 공동 설립자이자 제너럴 파트너인 김호민님, 버나드 문님, 이한준님을 소개합니다. 큰 박수로 맞아주시기 바랍니다.
Hi, I'm Bernard Moon. I'm co-founder of Spark Labs. And the reason why we wanted to do the next conference is because for Spark Labs and our accelerator program, our companies and entrepreneurs benefit from access to our network of advisors and mentors. But what we wanted to do is share that network with the greater ecosystem in Korea and in Asia. So we created Next to bring the best innovators, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders from around the world so that you could all benefit, so that they would share their knowledge, insight, and wisdom to everyone in Korea and in Asia.
네, 이렇게 여러분들이 바쁜 와중에도 와주셔서 정말 감사드리고요. 버나드가 얘기한 것처럼 이 스파크랩의 취지는 우리 창업하는 분들, 스타트업 하시는 분들이 성공하기까지 굉장히 험한 길을 가셔야 되는데 그렇게 거기에 도움을 드리기 위해서 저희들을 시작했지 않습니까? 근데 그 스타트업 중에서 가장 중요한 점 하나가 혁신을 해야 되는데 혁신이 하늘에서 떨어지는 게 아니고 혁신을 하기 위해서는 창조, 창의적인 바탕이 있어야 되는데 그럼 그게 어디서 나오냐? 이렇게 같은 곳에서 여러 사람들이 여러 분야의 사람들이 모여서 아이디어를 공유하고 또 열정을 공유하고 그러다 보면 또 생각지도 않은 데서 또 우연하게도 또 아이디어가 새로 나올 수가 있겠죠. 그래서 그런 에코시스템을 한번 만들어 보자. 물론 이 컨퍼런스 하나로서 그런 건 되는 건 아니지만은 이렇게 컨퍼런스를 함으로써 그런 에코시스템이 형성이 되는데 도움이 되지 않을까 하는 취지에서 넥스트 컨퍼런스를 개최하게 되었습니다. 다시 한번 여기 오신 여러분들께 감사드리고요. 오늘 여러 정말 좋은 스피커들, 정말 전 세계적으로 이슈를 갖다가 리드하는 여러분들을 모셨습니다. 그분들과 여기 나와서 말씀을 하실 때 잘 들으시고 또 이 한국 저도 이제 미국에서 오래 생활을 하다 보니까 약간 한국 문화에 익숙치는 않은데요. 근데 이렇게 와 보면은 굉장히 이렇게 굳어져 있고 이렇게 질문도 많이 안 하시고 그러는데 굉장히 아무런 부담 갖지 마시고 뭐 질문도 많이 하시고 또 이렇게 밖에 컨퍼런스 홀웨이에서 스피커가 있거나 그러면은 그냥 자연적으로 가셔서 자기 소개도 하고 서로 또 뭐 여러 얘기도 하시고요. 그리고 또 저희들 이 넥스트 컨퍼런스를 하기 위해서 도와주신 분들이 또 많습니다. 여기 우리 파트너 분들과 또 우리 스폰서십 분들한테 정말 대단히 감사하다는 말씀을 다시 한번 드리고 싶습니다. 특히 뭐 호스트웨이 다이먼드 스폰서십 고맙고요. 그다음에 메릴 린치, 그다음에 SK 플래닛, 윌슨 손시니, 원 에이시아, 그리고 프로스트 앤 설리번 정말 대단히 감사하다는 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 여기 뭐 다시 한번 감사하다는 말씀을 드리고 저는 마치겠습니다.
네, 저는 이제 사람들이 얘기 많이 했으니까요. 저는 여러분들이 여기 계신 분들이 다 회사도 계시고 학생들 계시고 이렇게 있는데 다 성공했으면 좋겠어요. 성공하셔가지고 나중에 나눌 수 있는 어떤 그런 문화가 만들었으면 꼭 기대하겠습니다. 그래서 이렇게 바쁘신데 이렇게 많은 사람들도 감사드리고요. 하여튼간 오늘 그냥 좀 즐겼으면 좋겠어요. 즐기고 또 많은 좋은 사람들 만나고 또 좋은 아이디어들을 많이 자기가 품고 또 성공의 기반이 되는 어떤 밑거름이 됐으면 좋겠습니다. 예, 감사드립니다.
네, 앞으로도 우리나라 스타트업 기업을 위해서 또 혁신을 꿈꾸는 많은 드리머들을 위해서 이렇게 좋은 영감 얻어갈 수 있는 자리 많이 만들어주시길 바랍니다. 다시 한번 오늘을 위해 애써주신 스파크랩 관계자분들에게 격려의 박수 부탁드립니다. 그럼 오늘 컨퍼런스 첫 번째 세션 레이 우지와의 노변 담화 시작하겠습니다. 레이 우지와 스펜서 리스입니다.
We've got a mic. Does that work? Yes. I'm Spencer Reese from Wired Magazine. We have the same hair color. We just decided to confuse you guys. Ray Ozzie really doesn't need an introduction, so I'll go ahead and try anyway with a really quick one, which is that, what I love about Ray is he simultaneously has had an amazing career at the biggest, most important technology companies in the world, meaning IBM and Microsoft, while at the same time having started and then gone back to, and now gone back to again, the world of startups and entrepreneurship. And so I think Ray has a really, he's seen both sides now, as the song goes. And he's somebody I think that is particularly appropriate for that reason, especially in a place like Korea, where those issues are very much live in front of everybody. So with no further ado, I just wanted to say, first, Ray, you kind of made a career going back to Lotus Notes, Groove Networks, which you sold to Microsoft, helping people interact with each other. It seems like, what was the germ of that? Why did you identify that as the thing you wanted to do for your life?
So before I answer that, I just wanted to thank the people from Spark Labs and many of the people who have had us out here. I really enjoy coming to Korea. Each time I come, I learn more. I've had the opportunity to speak with many of the people from startups and understand the challenges and opportunities of the startup ecosystem. So anyway, thank you for having me. My passion, much of my career, has been in an area that in academics they refer to as computer-supported cooperative work, and that's the use of technology to help augment human interaction for productive purposes. I won't spend too much time on this, but I was very fortunate when I was at college at University of Illinois to be exposed in 1974, 75 to a system called Plato, which was an early system for computer-based education. But as a side effect of building the system, they built many tools that today we take for granted, but in the mid-70s, were quite unique. We who were on Plato had a little chance, a peek of what the internet would become with online interactive chat, online discussions, email, online interactive gaming. At the time, we regarded it as massive, multiplayer gaming, even though it was hundreds of people, not, hundreds of thousands. But it gave us a peek at how technology could be used to augment interaction. I had some very specific, very impactful experiences on Plato that made it very effective to do project management and work with others without ever meeting them face to face. And when I went off to industry in the late 70s, there was no such thing. People were using mini computers and mainframes, and we're not using the computer as a communication device. So I and several of the people who I worked with in college decided this was going to be what we did. We were going to try to help use computers and technology to help people interact. This product, Lotus Notes, was based on certain concepts of a program called Plato Notes many years earlier, except applied to a business context. And we learned a lot. There were many things that succeeded about it and certain things that didn't.
Unique was doing a startup in that space at that time. And this is the time when IBM, for instance, dominated everything, right?
That's right. Yeah.
How did you do, what gave you the courage to do a startup?
Well, my father was a small business person, and I used to go to the office with him, and I really enjoyed the environment of a small company. The first time I went to work for a business, it was a larger company. And so I tended to idolize the notion of what it would be like to have something that was under your control and to have people who treated each other well and more like a family as you were accomplishing a mission together. And, but I didn't have a pattern of how to do it in high tech, and I struggled. I tried to get financing for my first company, and I failed. I went to venture capital seminars and tried to learn. I wrote business plans, sent them to the local Boston venture capitalists. I heard nothing back. I got one letter back from a venture capitalist at the time, Greylock, who was very polite and basically just said, "We don't know what you're talking about. We don't know if it's ahead of its time or if it's nonsense, but we're not interested in investing." I was fortunate that because of relationships, because I got a job and an introduction to someone who himself was a founder, over time, after doing some work for him, which was Mitch Kapor at Lotus, we did a deal later on where, because he could trust me then, he helped me get financing for what I wanted to do, which was this Lotus Notes project.
Wow. So that, I mean, one of the themes we wanted to talk about a little bit here today was the shift, the pendulum shift from centralized systems to distributed systems,
Yes.
now seemingly back to what everybody calls the cloud, but which in the old days looks kind of like, wow, that's back to mainframe almost. How do you see that? Are we or another way of putting that is the post-PC world? Are we? Do you accept that as a matter of course?
It is interesting that over the course of my career, things have shifted a lot. We started, when I first came into the business, it was a mainframe business, which was centralized, and there were a lot of similarities between today's cloud computing world and mainframes. There was an operating system called MVS, which was virtual machines, that were centralized, and then things started getting smaller with mini computers. But the personal computer was very unique because the whole concept of it was a hobbyist machine. You could do anything with it. The hardware specs were open. The software specs were open. You could even though it was a very small computer, you could do with it what you want, and that spawned tremendous amount of innovation. The problem with the PC world, the good was that there was a lot of innovation. The problem was it was very difficult from a distribution perspective. You had to develop things very carefully, then establish a relationship with the distributor, print these things on floppy disks, shrink wrap them, get them out to customers. You really couldn't update it more than every few years because
this is pre-internet.
This is all pre-internet, right. But that was really the core of the PC era. Began pre-internet. There was a lot of freedom to do what you want, but you couldn't really get things to many customers very easily, and the market was very small. With the internet, it began the pendulum swing back toward centralization, and in essence, the browser of today is very similar to the intelligent terminal of old. The logic is really centralized, and sends down a little bit of code to run on the client, but most of what's happening is centralized. There are a lot of advantages to centralized systems. You can distribute things to clients very, very quickly. You can keep those clients up to date. You can have centralized marketplaces. Everyone can rendezvous with identity very, very easily. Architecturally, it's a much simpler thing, and because we have increasingly good bandwidth, it's easier for us to all use centralized systems. There are some downsides to centralization. One of them is that it's fragile. If the centralized system goes down, lots of users go down. The flip side of centralizing your storage is that commercial interests and others might have access to that information when you really want to treat it personally. The question you asked is it a pendulum? Does it go back and forth? And are we going to go back to personal? I really think it's going to be very difficult and very niche to go truly back to personal, because to go personal really means disconnecting in many ways from the internet, or having things that go directly from one client to another. It is possible, and there will be people who do it for private, secure communications reasons, and so on. But I really do think that over the long haul, we are more or less unilaterally in a post-personal era and more into a networked era.
It's kind of ironic that when you have this, this thing in your hand, which is famously, more powerful than one of those mini computers you were playing around with in the 70s, you have this amazing power, and yet it's effectively useless without the central. I mean, you can play little games on it or something, but if you don't have a connection, it's just a brick.
That's right. That's right.
And it's quite a. I mean, but I guess we still, even now, there are people talking about, for instance, doing video processing on the server rather than here. I mean, they're actually still trying to, even as this thing gets more and more powerful as a machine, it gets kind of dumber in a way. Is that a way to look?
More, I think that where computation happens and where storage happens will shift based on different applications and based on time. So, for example, in parts of the world where there is less reliable connectivity, the applications that do more even on the phone will be more pervasive and more than in parts of the world where there's always on reliable connectivity. But the thing that I think we are unidirectionally heading into is the fact that there are many entities who are control points. Your phone today in many parts of the world is bound to a telco. Some parts of the world you have independence, between device and SIM, and your prepay versus postpay contracts. But your first point of dependency in many cases is a carrier. Then you have points of dependencies on all the major services. If you're a chat user in Korea, you might be dependent upon KakaoTalk, as a central infrastructure. In China, it might be WeChat. In somewhere else, it might be iMessage or WhatsApp. Over time, voice is no longer going to be a telco function. It'll be an app, and then we each in various regions or globally, we will pick a voice provider. Social networking, some people choose Twitter or Weibo or Facebook. Each of those represents a centralized provider, and I don't think we're going to have peer-to-peer social networks and things like that as well.
Are you concerned? I mean, if you have this kind of world of a sort of multipolar world, where you have centralized systems, which might in some cases be around a telco or a carrier, in another case it might be around a social network like Facebook.
Yes.
In another case, it might be a nation state like China. Are you worried that, one of the great principles of the internet has always been end-to-end. Are you worried about balkanization that those systems will effectively stop talking to each other?
I am less worried about balkanization. I think that the internet and technology has proven that, given enough years, the players will change. From one, what seems popular, incredibly popular, how could it ever tip to something else? If you go forward 5 years or 10 years, it will be something else. And I think, I really do believe that, the players that we all regard as dominant right now will change over time. That balkanization does not bother me at all. What worries me is that there is a serious gap and an increasing gap between the capabilities of what the private enterprises and the governments can do with the storage that we put up, in the cloud, and what our perception is as to what they can do with that information. So, I think people generally are very carefree in terms of storing things in the cloud, and commercial enterprises will use it for advertising or for other things, depending on what it suits their business, and governments will do what they need to do, many governments, in looking at patterns of how people interact. I think that's one of the dangers of centralization versus decentralization, where it gives large authorities much more control. And I think the thing that worries me is that individuals should be asking more questions about what is going on with their data and with their communications.
I think you're kind of alluding a little bit to the story that has been in the news in the last week or so about the National Security Agency in the United States, and there was a leak, I guess you'd say, by one of their officials, and now we're all learning about all these things. How do you, when you look at that, the system that we have right now, where they're saying, in effect, every phone call in the United States has at least been logged, if not listened to. I mean, is that something, let's make Ray Ozzie CTO of the United States for 5 minutes. How would you do things differently from the way they appear to be being done now?
I don't think I want to answer that question.
Okay.
And I don't think if there was a CTO, there is a CTO of the United States, but I don't even think that that's the place where decisions should be made. Every country worldwide has its own relationship between its own history, its own deeply rooted history as to how that country got to be the way it is, and it has a different shape of how citizens and what citizens' relationship with government is, and the shape of government. In my opinion, I am very much for transparency of what rights should be, what the deal is between citizens and the government in any given country. In the US, there's a lot of news because journalists and people were surprised in some way, shape, or form. I just don't think there should be so much surprise. In many parts of the world, there's just an assumption that the government is watching the telecommunications traffic, and in that society, those societies, it's much more open, and there's an open dialogue.
That is a kind of transparency, isn't it? If everyone just assumes.
But that's the kind of transparency. Whether what you do is separate from being transparent about what you do. And I'm not saying that governments shouldn't be able to do things covertly when they need to do something in order to investigate something and so on. I'm saying that if people view their basic liberties as how they communicate and privacy, privacy is a very, very important thing, and there's a lot of history in the nature of privacy laws in Europe. In the U.S., there's a view of the Fourth Amendment rights and things like that. They're constitutional rights that people are brought up with when they're trained in early education. I just think the thing that is worrisome is when there is surprise. There shouldn't be that level of surprise. There should be open debate about the type of system that you're living in.
Flipping it all around, another classic criticism of centralized systems is the brittleness, is the single point of failure. That
That's
if Google goes down, half of the people in the United States will be unable to communicate with each other. How do you think we're handling that well now?
I think we're actually handling that amazingly well. I never would have predicted 10 years ago, even if we knew that the pendulum was swinging towards centralization. I'm extremely impressed with the likes of Google, of Microsoft's Azure product, of Amazon Web Services, in terms of having infrastructures that are capable of being broadly parallel and having programming models, open source programming models, that you can write code that runs in these environments, such that if it goes out in one place, it still is operating in other places and can still be serving customers. I think that there's a lot of resilience in systems compared to the old days. I'm not sure how many of you have traditionally used corporate email systems like Lotus Notes or Microsoft Exchange. In those days, we built systems that, with the assumption that the IT people could take the system down over the weekend and upgrade them and bring it up on, by Monday. That's how we built systems, and it was very hard to scale systems that way, and we didn't even try to keep them up 24/7. 24/7 was reserved for financial systems and ATMs. Now I think the level of consumer services that we all have, that we just assume will be up 24/7, I think it's pretty good, relatively speaking.
Okay, we're at the Next conference here. One of the
Sure.
things everybody likes to talk about as Next is what I guess Internet of Things, some people call it. I saw Paul Jacobs now calling it from Qualcomm the Internet of Everything. The idea that the chair will have every single piece of anything.
Right.
What are the implications of that for this whole, is that going to change everything, or is it going to be just another evolutionary step?
Well, first of all, it's a great question to ask as compared to the previous question, because if everything has a sensor in it, which I believe it will, I believe that heating and air conditioning systems, the elevators, the escalators that we took coming into this building, we're rapidly moving to an environment where the manufacturers of those systems have sensors in them, and they know that there are problems with that escalator well before the people who own the building, who have the escalator, know it, and they can send people out because they get the big data from those sensors, and they can monitor them well in advance. I think everything, whether it's lighting, whether it's our health, sensors are going to be absolutely pervasive, but those rely on cloud infrastructure that is extremely reliable. That the communications infrastructure that's very reliable, because that data is flowing and lives may depend on the fact that that data is flowing in. Right now, we build certain smart devices like heart monitors and things like that in a way that can work standalone, and they don't need to be in a network connection, for your heart to keep pumping. But in many cases, there will be devices that many of us start to incorporate into our bodies that need to talk to the internet once a day in order to keep operating, much as people take medications once a day to keep their bodies functioning. We will become more and more reliant upon these systems and become extensions of it.
One of the things we were talking about in the room just before, there's this paradox that as we get more and more power in the devices, as they are more capable and able to sense things more, people increasingly are living in this moment, as opposed to being more aware of the larger world around them.
That's right.
Even as the thing has the ability to record your entire life. I mean, there are people now who are quantified self people going around recording everything they do, everything they say. It's a perfectly feasible thing to do.
Right.
How do you see that playing out? I mean, do people going to just sort of disappear into their phones, or?
I think we're in a transitional time. Personally, I think I'll say I hope we're in a transitional time where we're learning how to cope with the fact that that we have this other world that we look at through the portal of the phone. You know, many of us, especially us with gray hair, lived a good part of our lives, you know, without that. I grew into a world where there was a telephone.
It had
you
a
know,
wire.
and it had a wire, but there was that kind of connection. Kids who are growing up into the world now, you know, there was no world without social networks, you know, before and things like that. So
We just didn't know they were social networks.
right. I'm hoping that people are having problems right now because we're in a transitional phase, and that better social norms will take hold. Yesterday, I was walking just here outside the COEX building, and I almost got hit by somebody on a scooter who was texting on their phone and didn't stop at the crosswalk because they were preoccupied. I'm hoping that over time, some of these things, that it will become more part of how we manage our lives and not so special and people being so absorbed, but we'll see.
What do you think? I mean, looking at the world of UI, UX, user experience, user interface, where do you, I mean, sometimes I look at them and I go, wow, this is amazing. And other times I think, wow, this is still the same old,
Yeah.
we still can't talk to it. I mean, really.
Well, I think that will change dramatically. People laugh right now at Google Glass because it's so clunky, you know, visually. But that's like the early PCs or the mainframe. You know, it will disappear into our jewelry, our clothing, our you know, our glasses. You know, there will be a time when, and not too far down the road, where you won't know if these glasses that I'm wearing are active glasses or not, because these are actually very thick frames. You could put a lot of, you know, energy, battery life into that, you know, that frame, and it can tether to a device. So I think it should become more of the norm that instead of having a woman having to shuffle around in her bag to pull out the phone and to do something, or for a guy to reach into their jacket, I think there will be more signals that are you know, made available in a way that lets us stay more connected with the moment, and I look forward to that. But that does bring a lot of negative things too, like you know, the question of, am I being recorded? You know, you know, if I'm interacting with you, should I watch what I say, because, you know, are you recording it? Are you recording the audio, or are you recording it visually? But even if you're not recording it, is the person next to you recording it, and so on? I think that concerns me a lot, and I think that there should be early discussion by legislators in different countries to establish the law, so that we can go into this era with norms that people are comfortable with.
Let's just switch. We also have I mean, this is the next event, and startups and innovation are a big part of the reason we're all here.
Right.
One of the common criticisms that you hear, certainly in Silicon Valley these days, is that most of the startups that people see lack a big vision. You know, that people are building trivial little things instead of building the next Facebook or the next Google. They're doing pet food delivery or whatever.
Right.
I mean, do you agree with that criticism?
I agree with the observation. I don't know if I would criticize it. So there are two sides, and I'll bet these two sides are represented in this room. There's an investor side and there's an entrepreneur side. From an investor side, one must go in with your eyes open and decide, am I smart enough to be investing in a startup because I understand what they're doing, and they're going to be a winner, or am I investing in a sector more like an index fund? You could invest in many, many, many small of these projects and as an index fund and say, I know one of them is going to hit, I'm not going to think about which one. And I think those people will likely be more successful than the people who are trying to pick winners, because it's very difficult with those small things. But from an entrepreneur perspective, I think it's actually tremendous, because people in different parts of, in different ages and different parts of society had different ways of doing apprenticeship, learning their craft, learning their trade. Entrepreneurs who are in startups are not just big believers in the product that they're doing and you know, maybe going to change the world or not. They're learning their trade, and they're learning what it's like to be an entrepreneur, to be a leader, and to recruit and get other people to believe in them, to build architecture, to build technology, to build user experience. And each one of those, you know, I just don't believe in the word failure. When these startups do something and they fail and they do not accomplish great business results, it's still a very, very positive thing, because they will have developed their career to the next level. And whether they want to do another startup or go off and work in a larger company on something with potentially a greater impact because of the number of people that an existing market product touches, they will be more valuable to the people who hire them because they have gone through that experience. So I'm just very positive about these things. You know, is it a noisy environment in the App Store where you see 1,000 flashlight apps? Yeah, that's you know, it's a little noisy, but I'll bet you a lot of those people learned something that they will apply to the next thing that they do, and so on. I just wouldn't invest in flashlight apps.
So in other words, the fact that it's easy, as some people would say, to do a startup these days is a feature, not a bug.
I think it's a feature. It's training a lot of people in many aspects of engineering and entrepreneurialism who might not have had a way of doing that. In my era, when I was coming out of school, you really didn't have that kind of a choice. You had to basically go to a small, mid-size, or large company and work for someone else and learn your trade in the context of that large company. And many people left within 1 or 2 years because then they wanted to go do something. This is just yet another option for young people to learn their trade. And in times like today, I think it's good to teach people skills of agility that you learn as an entrepreneur, because in the job market today, you will probably have 4 or 5 careers over your lifetime, and getting this notion of agility and shaping your own path, I think, will help people a lot, regardless of where you are in the world.
So what does that mean for the big companies of the world? I mean, the micros. I mean, you know, or you look at Google. A day rarely goes by where you don't see an announcement of X person has left Google to do a startup, or Y person has left Facebook to go to. I mean, is that real? Is that going to hurt them someday?
No,
or
I don't.
They can just keep on.
I don't think so. I think there are lots of really strong reasons that both big companies and small companies are great, and different people will choose different career paths. Within a large company, you can have a much broader impact, a very broad impact, because of an existing customer base that you can serve. You can listen to those customers, retain those customers, build what they want, leverage broad distribution. And if that's what you want, if you want to make a really big impact, you know, very quickly, being part of a team in a large company is a great way of doing it. However, large companies, by their nature, are not going to be agile. They're not going to move very, very quickly. They may be doing what the customers want, but they're going to have to do it at a slower pace, and it's very difficult for a large incumbent to do radically different things. However, if you want to learn agility and try really bold, daring new things, startups are tremendous, but then it becomes difficult to scale. So each one has its positives and its opportunities.
Unfortunately, we are scaled out of time here. So thank you all very much for listening. And Ray's going to be around today.
Yeah,
So
I'll be around for a while.
catch him at the coffee break.
Thank you. Thank you again.
네, 빌 게이츠가 세계에서 가장 훌륭한 프로그래머 탑5 안에 든다고 평했던 레이 오지와의 대화였습니다. 역시 거장의 한마디 한마디에서 좋은 영감이 느껴지시죠? 두 번째 세션은 새로운 검색 서비스의 미래를 알아보는 서치스 넥스트 도메인입니다. 이번 세션은요, 팻 키셀, 토머 카간, 캐서린 슈가 함께합니다. Hey.
Sorry. So how much does the audience, I want to ask, how much do you know about Quixie and Spindle? Very little, okay.
That's a good place to start.
Yeah. So basically, I was wondering if Pat and then Tomar, if you could basically give like a quick overview of what your companies do.
All right, so I'm Pat. First and foremost, thank you so much for having me here, Spark Labs and everyone here. It's an honor. I've had a great time in Seoul so far, so thank you. So I was previously at Microsoft, and I was focused there on their social search initiative. So at Microsoft, we were focused on helping people discover web links that were shared through Twitter and Facebook. And our insight was the actual posts themselves, the Twitter tweets and the Facebook posts, that those were interesting and worth surfacing on their own. And so when we started the company, there really was no good way to determine the relevance of a piece of social content. And so we've spent the past 2.5 years building a new search technology that tries to determine how interesting, timely, relevant an actual tweet or Facebook post is to a person at a certain time and place. So we built an iOS application that leverages that technology, and it tries to answer the question, what's happening nearby right now? And so the premise is every day you walk past countless businesses and organizations that are producing really interesting content on Twitter and Facebook, and yet you're missing out on all of that. And so by opening up the app, it goes out, it finds all of the businesses around you, it finds their official accounts on Twitter and Facebook, and then it analyzes, it uses our search technology to analyze their posts in real time and try to find the most interesting updates. So it could be from a restaurant, it could be from a store. We try to map that to your interests. So it's a new way to discover what's happening. So.
Great. So I guess with Quixie, really it all started with the fact that, we believe that the same web that everyone here has been using the last 15 years has basically changed. Not just changed, we believe it's basically dead. Right? You no longer go to sites that are just HTML static sites linked together. And somewhere in the last 10 years or so, something kind of miraculous happened. The internet got strong, got powerful. It's doing what it never was meant to do. And in fact, we're running things like, HTML, when we're running things like JavaScript on top of it, Ajax on top of it, to make up for the fact that it wasn't as powerful originally, right? And we run a lot of things on the server side, right? We run a lot of computation, a lot of technology. And we call these things apps. So today we live in the world of apps, right? We say that the technology in our phone, these little bite-sized computation pieces, are known as apps. And we say that our websites are more powerful than ever. We log in, they can compute, they can do analysis, and we call them web apps. Quixie was really founded in the idea that because the web is no longer a series of simple HTML pages with links, but actually a complex universe of computation, there needs to be someone who re-architects it, that makes sense of the new web, and by doing so actually helps users discover not just content, but functionality, right? You know, if I have an app that I can click a button and know a taxi is coming to me, and nowhere does it say that this button is for how long it will take the taxi to arrive, how can I discover that button, right? How do I discover functionality? You know, at Quixie, we call that the functional web, the web of all the world's functionalities that have been created around us. And what we do is build functional search, the ability to actually go and discover those functionalities. Today, we've been around for over 3 years. We've raised about $24 million. We're headquartered in Mountain View, California. And what we do is we power search for many of the world's companies, device manufacturers, carriers, third-party discovery engines, other app discovery engines, and work really diligently to make sure that users have a better discovery experience.
Yeah, so basically, when I was preparing this panel, I was trying to think of the similarities between Quixie and Spindle, because obviously both of your products are very different, because Spindle, for example, you're a location-based discovery service for consumers, and Quixie, you do a lot of back-end for different clients in terms of app search. But I mean, ultimately, it's like what you two were talking about, the data you approach is very dynamic, it's almost like a living thing, whereupon when people think about web search, I mean, it's like Tomer was saying, web data, very like static. So basically, I want to ask, like, one of the questions was basically, even though the two of you are, the searches you do, your products are very different. One of the things is like you're delivering very personalized search results for people. But I was wondering, as the amount of data that's out there increases, how do you continue to make the search process not only more intuitive, but also deliver the best results for the particular person who's doing that search?
Great question. So we've really focused on context. And so if you think about web search, someone's sitting at their desk, someone's at work, they're at home. It's really hard to understand what their particular information need is. You know, they look for a restaurant, are they looking for directions, are they looking for reviews, are they looking for the website? And so it's very hard to infer what someone's looking for. And so our technology really tries to leverage mobile devices and to understand someone's particular need at any given moment. And so if you're out, walking around town in the morning versus in the evening, we try to make assumptions based on those things, and then apply those assumptions to data in real time. And in terms of personalization, we've started there. Our thought is that many applications overemphasize personalization too early. Especially in the local discovery space. You might say you like Indian food, and then they show you 30 Indian restaurants. So our notion is, the first challenge is really, temporal interestingness. What might someone, want to find at any particular moment? And then going on from there, if we can really answer those questions, we can start to map someone's own personal interests to that. So I think, for us, it's a real-time data source. We're trying to map, real-time interest based on context, location, what someone might be looking for. So it's definitely a challenge. It's definitely a different approach to web search, but that's sort of our shtick. So,
Tomer, I remember we were talking. Basically, you said one of the things that you want to get around was a lot of app searches. They kind of prioritize, for example, how many times an app has been downloaded, and you kind of want to move away from that. So can you tell me a bit about?
Sure, but actually just to kind of play on what you just said, let's talk about a basic search, like you mentioned Indian food, right? Someone trying to find an Indian restaurant nearby. So you would expect that you would find, apps that help you find Indian restaurants. But what if, let's say in your vicinity, a block away, there's currently a coupon for an Indian restaurant? Would you end up finding the app that shows you that, hey, you're looking for an Indian restaurant, by the way, there's a coupon for an Indian restaurant nearby? Right? I mean, how do you end up showing a user that, I know you're looking for restaurants, but how about this coupon app? Because right now, this time, this place, this search, that makes sense, right? And to do that, to your point, is going to require more information than just, hey, what's a popular app, right? It requires a lot of data about what an app can do, about the user, about the location. When we look at data for apps, we don't just look at, how many downloads, we don't just look at how many reviews, because those are easily gamed, by the way. We look at how many articles in the web are about it, over what period of time. We look at sort of what conversation, the sentiment, the length of the reviews, the number of words, the similarity between different reviews. We look at things such as how many different platforms does it exist on, and how successful has it been on different platforms. How frequently has information been changed, et cetera. And we actually have hundreds, if not thousands, of different variables that we kind of machine learn to understand what makes sense. And I think it's an ongoing challenge. You really want to think about the user. At the end of the day, I want a discovery mechanism where I can say, how much money's in my bank account? And because I use Mint, I end up clicking on Mint, which is the first result, and I get a page that shows me how much money's in my bank account. And that's kind of the world we want to all live in.
Yeah, I mean, I think from talking to the two of you, one of the kind of things that I saw was that both of you got into, you both do search in different sectors, but the reason you got into those sectors is because you thought the existing search engines or the search solutions for that, there was something broken about them or something that you just felt was not working. So I was wondering, Pat, can you tell me, in terms of a location-based discovery, what did you want to fix going into it?
Yeah, so we started the company back in December of 2010, and at that time, really the focus was on, place search and place recommendations. And so place search is really the Google experience where you type the name of a place, and really you're just trying to, you're trying to find it. It's really more of an entity lookup type search. Either you want to get directions, you want to find the website, things like that. And so, to Tomer's point, that's a very static result. It's not very interesting. It's not timely. You perform the search today, you perform it in a week, you're going to get the exact same result. And then place recommendations, really that's, again, pretty static. If you think about Yelp, a restaurant might get a 1 new review a month. So especially for a local, you walk out, eventually you know all the places in your area. The Yelp review is really not going to do anything for you. You've already been there. It's just not that interesting. And so for us, the two, I guess, core problems we wanted to solve was, one, let's try to identify and enhance the voice of the business. So we thought that was missing in existing search solutions or local discovery solutions. And then two, let's try to make it real time. And so, we really tried to focus on, instead of the question, what's nearby, much more what's happening nearby right now. And so, especially for a local, we think it's a much more interesting product because you may walk by a restaurant every day, you think the restaurant's terrible, it is terrible, but maybe they're having a great band that night and you're willing to go. So in that case, that real-time dynamic information is much more compelling than either the website or the reviews or things like that. So, I think, as more and more services are producing more real-time data, that's kind of the world is moving that direction. But 2.5 years ago, it certainly wasn't. So,
Tomer, you were basically one of the things that you mentioned was that reviews are actually pretty easily manipulated. There are also a lot of other, things that people could basically do to game the system to have their app show up first, regardless of whether or not that app was the best. Could you tell me a bit more about that and other problems that you think existed with app search?
Sure. By the way, it's really simple. Anybody here who wants to try this out, it's pretty cool. You go to any of the top apps, like the top 10 apps in any of the markets, and you try to run a crawl on the web to see their rate of popularity, their download rate, compared to how many discussions or articles have been about them. So a naturally occurring, naturally popular app starts with a few downloads, and then a lot of discussion and news articles, and all of a sudden, this explosion of downloads. An app that games the system magically has 1 million downloads before a single article has ever been written about it, or a single person's ever talked about it online, which kind of looks weird, right? You would think if there's 1 million downloads, somebody would have put a tweet about it. Someone would have mentioned on their Facebook. But all of a sudden you see in one day, 1 million downloads, and only then people are like, look, it's a popular app, it has 1 million downloads. So we've run this, for example, across different stores, and many of the stores have you see this. You see a lot of naturally occurring apps, and all of a sudden, a gamed app. And that's just one of many, many different things that we do, and it's become very clear that there are easy ways to kind of game the system. For example, entire companies are built around the fact that if you, for example, give it a good review, they give you gold in a game, right? Their current systems now, they're going to come out that say the longer the review you give it and the better sentiment analysis it runs on it, the more points it gives you in the game, right? And these are actual systems people can run on the Google platform today. So it's really heavily gamed, especially since most app discovery relies on only 3 variables, which is the rating, the number of reviews, and the time difference and when it happened.
Yeah, I was both of you. In terms of the way that your search works, it relies a lot on what people are actually saying about a place or an app, using social media. So I wanted to basically ask you if you could talk about basically, which accounts or which status. I mean, how do you weight them? Which ones do you know to give priority to?
Yeah. So, over the last 2.5 years, we've actually come to realize that the authority of an account is not a great signal for local interest. And the way our system works is we're constantly trying to apply additional information to our index that we can use in our relevance. And so we're doing a lot of analysis on the accounts that we find. And so the first challenge that we've had to solve is how do we actually identify all of the Twitter accounts and Facebook pages and join them and deduplicate them and come up with an accurate points of interest database. And that's been a surprisingly difficult problem. But going beyond that, we started with things like business category. So obviously certain business categories are interesting at different times of day. Nightclubs are interesting at night, restaurants in the evening. If someone is an attorney, for example, they're probably going to be interested in what attorneys are sharing nearby. And so the actual business category has been really interesting. But going beyond that, we found things like looking at the frequency with which business posts, which business posts. We can find lots of places that post the same message continuously. In the United States, we've got an event called Taco Tuesday, where every Tuesday night they serve cheap tacos. And so it's easy, to identify those posts from one account every Tuesday. And so that's obviously not interesting to someone nearby. And then going beyond that, what we've done is we've figured out what we call account scope. And so if you think about a Starbucks, you wouldn't want to walk around town and always see an update from Starbucks. So we've been able to identify that that is a national or even an international account versus something for the one unique local restaurant. And so we're able to use that as an additional signal. If Starbucks says, anywhere in the city today we're having something that's interesting, then that might surface. So for us, we're just constantly trying to process the data, glean more insight, and we found that it's really often not the accounts that you'd expect that drive the best content. It could be the restaurant where the chef is behind the counter and he's just taking a photo and he has 5 followers and he's saying, hey, this is what I'm serving tonight. And if you can connect that with people who are nearby and interested, it's this really timely, interesting piece of content, but he's just doing it for his own passion. And so we've really tried to downplay number of followers, amount of content that people have, and really focus on the quality of the content itself. So it's been interesting, to learn about that over the last 2.5 years.
So kind of, in the same kind of vein, actually, it's very interesting to use Twitter as an example. One of the first experiments we ran years ago was we try to see what do apps actually do versus what do they say and claim that they do. So we actually, we ran kind of a search on the web of what are all the discussions that people are having about Twitter as a service versus what does Twitter say that they actually do. And it turns out one of the most common phrases that comes out is brand management. And you see this almost everywhere except Twitter, right? So Twitter is was describing themselves as, helping people follow what's going on in your life, in your day. It's a very personal experience. But actually, if you read what's going online, they're saying, yeah, Twitter is a great way for your brand to get managed, for people to know about your business, for people to, for PR, right? And we found this complete, misalignment. And it actually, helped for us kind of lead the way to understand that just because you say your app does something, that doesn't mean that's how people plan on using it, right? And I think that's going to be true on the world of software, and it's going to be true in the world of businesses. So.
Actually, that kind of goes into my next question, which is about digital marketing, because basically, you're talking about venues. A lot of them are small businesses, kind of mom and pop shops. And developers obviously is a completely different space, but the developers, they're kind of like small business owners too. You spend all this time developing an app and you kind of unleash it into a world where people might or might not find it.
Actually, about 20% of developers are companies that make over $20 million a year, including Fortune 500s that put out a lot of apps, and large games like EA, which puts out tremendous amount of games.
Yeah.
But
so is that also, is that like well, what about the other 80%?
So there's a spread, right? And
yeah.
I think there's a misunderstanding of apps.
Yeah.
In general, everyone thinks that every app is trying to get every user on earth to use them all the time.
Yeah.
And that's just not true, right? So for example, hospitals are now working on putting out apps that help the doctors stay in touch with their current clients, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that they want to have every person on earth using that app and using it all the time. I'll give you an example. There are apps that help you buy homes now. Well, they're not expecting you to buy a home every single day, but they want you, when you do buy that home, to have the best experience, right? So we constantly are measuring apps on the fact that they're on your front screen. You're accessing it every day. You want to be constantly consuming it. But that's not the reality of the app ecosystem, right? And you have different players. Sure, you have small businesses, you have consumer apps, you have startups, but you also have Fortune 500s, and you have industry. And today, those apps are being developed by just about everybody. Apps are just the digital representation of our real world.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, because it's a really good point about digital marketing, is that you're not just trying to get customers, you're trying to get the right customers. That's one of the questions I wanted to ask you in terms of digital marketing. I know, Pat, when we were talking earlier, you said a lot of the venue owners are just completely fatigued. A lot of things haven't worked out for them, like Groupon, for instance. Can you tell me about?
Yeah, my experience talking to small businesses in the United States is that they're definitely fatigued from always hearing about the latest and greatest way that they're going to reach customers. Groupon came in, 50% discount, 25% of the remainder goes to Groupon. So, some businesses did well, some did not. And so I think we've really tried to focus on requiring nothing from the small business. So we do all of the work of going out, identifying their accounts, finding their content, surfacing it to people nearby. In a dream world for us, we would love to have that chef who posts that photo, connect it with someone walking down the street who's really got an interest, have them walk in and, how'd you hear about us? Oh, I use this app, Spindle. And so we would really like to try to show value, to the small businesses, drive customers for them before we, try to make money from them. And I think, in general, with small businesses, it's really important to think about, are you actually offering them value? I think, especially these days with the media attention on it, and especially, after Groupon, Living Social, things like that, there's a really quick cycle. If you're perceived as taking advantage of small businesses and not really offering them something great, I think people find out pretty quickly. So it's important to approach that pretty carefully.
Sorry, and Tomer, for example, the apps that don't have a Fortune 500 company backing them, or the ones that are targeting a specific niche or sector, how could potentially, I was wondering in terms of how were they trying to get users before, and how could Quixie potentially change that?
Sure. So we've seen everything. We've seen everything from in New York, where grocery stores that actually have built apps for the grocery store have a sign, download my app, and here's a QR code. You see that all the way to things like App Gratis, that's been very popular recently. Tapjoy, which was basically got you downloads but didn't get you engagement, right? So I think small businesses fall for these traps, left and right in both places. It's tough. I'll be honest. It's really tough. If you're a small app developer trying to get an app out there, you're competing in a world of a lot of difficulty. One of the things that we recommend is understand your audience. Don't try to get every user ever. With Quixie today, we are putting together a lot of solutions that not only help users find apps, but we're actually about to release a lot of solutions that help apps find users and identify what are the correct users for them, right? That actually would use the app regularly. And using the app is a goal. So for example, if your goal is just to build an app that's a game versus your goal is that you're that grocery store and you want people to use the app so that they come back and buy more at your grocery store, then you're using the app as a channel, right? Using the app as a marketing piece. In fact, the entire app's purpose is marketing. So you have to kind of understand what the point is and how to use it. And I think we have to start thinking differently. I think we have to start thinking about why are we building apps? What is the purpose of the app? Who are we trying to get to? And what channels can we use to do that? I think Spindle is a great example where, if I'm a restaurant, I'm not going to just try to make sure that I have the best app. I'm going to make sure I have the best, digital experience, which means I'm going to reach out to a company like Spindle. I'm going to reach out to every company out there that might feature my restaurant, my name, and maybe even get people afterwards to link directly to my app as a regular customer, but use those channels to do so.
Just to piggyback on what he's saying, so we are, I don't want to say indie, we've raised $2.5 million, but we are a small company that's trying to acquire installs and users. And one of our early focuses, of course, maybe it's just my own vanity, was press. And I think we put a huge emphasis on, we're going to get the big article written, we're going to get all the coverage. And what we found is that we were really targeting the wrong people. And so we would get these installs, and really what it was just in the industry, trying out the app, never coming back. And so we had a lot of success with Facebook ads, the mobile app install ads, and spending really, really small budgets trying to target different people. And of course, you find if your app helps people discover what's happening nearby, if you can target a single woman in her 20s who frequently eats out in restaurants, that's obviously a much better customer than someone who reads an article. So I mean, I think this problem of trying to acquire customers, of course the press is great, TechCrunch is great, but sometimes it's better to take a slower approach and really sort of test and figure out who your audience is. And so it's great if you guys are able to help people figure that out. But
And so we have about 6 minutes left, so I just wanted to ask you, what are the key developments do you think will happen in search in the next few years? What are the things that you are most excited about, either within your sector or just in the larger search and discovery space?
Yeah, so I'm obviously excited about mobile, and in particular, context on mobile. And if you think about, like I said earlier, web search and how you've got to come in and construct the query yourself, that's really limited. There's only so many operators that people are going to learn. You can only put so much UI to allow filters on results and things like that. So I'm really focused on you pull out your phone. What can you learn about someone? When I walk around Seoul here for the past few days, I visited the temple, which I think is that way, and it's fun. I like to stand there and ask myself, what do I want to know about this place right now? And if I were with you, what would you want to know? If we came back tomorrow, how would that change? How can I infer that? And so I think it's really exciting because mobile devices and the signals that they provide, location, current time, if the person's authenticated on the device, past behavior, they really sort of open up an unlimited opportunity to understand where someone is, what they're looking for, and to surface results that they haven't even really thought to look for. And then even going beyond that, I think there's a really tremendous opportunity to be anticipatory in your results. So Google came out with some stats recently saying that obviously mobile queries are exploding, but the vast majority of them still occur when people are at home or at work. And only 17% of queries on mobile devices happen when people are on the go. And so there's this enormous opportunity to invent new queries, give people really timely and interesting results, but people aren't really doing it. And so what's exciting about mobile devices with background location is it's easy now to track where someone goes, to have a service on the back end that's constantly following where they are, what's happening, what are their interests, and trying to send them push notifications. So we introduced a feature called Spindle Alerts, and you can track a query. You could say wine tasting and just walk around town, and no matter where you go, if you walk by a place that has a wine tasting, we'll send you a push notification. So what we've found is that gives us amazing retention. We have, I think, after 3 months, people who've done that are almost at 50% week over week retention. And secondly, it explains to people what the product does. And so we've talked to people who get these alerts, and now they get it. They go, oh, I rely on this app to tell me when things are happening nearby. Well, of course, right? That's what's in our marketing. No one read our marketing. So, I think mobile, going forward, there's just all these opportunities to, come up with these new queries, to ping people at the right time, to interrupt them at the right time. And I just think, there's just an endless amount that we can come up with there. So,
Tomer, what about you? What are you excited about?
So actually, two things. I'm only going to give one Quixie example, one non-Quixie example. So on the Quixie side, I actually think the interesting about the stat you said is two pieces. 17% of queries that Google sees happens when people are on the go. One might argue it's because most people, 83% of the time, are either at home or work. But the other point is actually more and more queries are happening vertically, right? People are opening up apps and searching there. What I'm excited about is that I don't want to open up apps. Right? I don't want to have to open up a Spindle to get Spindle. I want to be able to search from a single command line and get access to every app. Right? I know that's what we're working on. It'll be very exciting. Just a very simple example. Everyone has a computer there. If you guys search for just sine 5x minus 1, a simple math equation, Google gives you their Google answer, and then the rest of the results are blogs, articles. They didn't even try. Right? If I'm on my phone, I should be able to put any equation, any math equation, and it should launch my calculator. I have a calculator. I should be able to access it, right? I should be able to say that I want to go and find a restaurant, and I should see every single app, ones I have, ones I don't, and what their answer is to what are those restaurants, so I can actually browse the different app solutions. I think that's where we're going, right? Where we don't actually live by a single app, but we live by the conglomeration of all the apps. Now that's where we're going. in terms of where I think sort of the industry is going overall and where the technology of search is going, I think it's going to have to evolve, because we're going to be living in a world very soon where we're not just talking about a few million apps. We're talking about tens or hundreds of millions of apps. As an example, I live in this new apartment in Mountain View where I access my home not with a key, but with my phone. Right? My phone actually finds an app that's my door handle and sends over a confirmation, and then my door opens. And I can send other people, like, within this hour to this hour, you have access to my house. Or it can tell me who's gone in and out of my house, right? The second that my door handle is an app is very interesting, right? The second that my car tells me how much gas is left in it, right? Or that my oven is telling me how that chicken is doing, right? The second that we're living in a world where software is just pervasive through hardware, discovery becomes key and paramount. If we're living in a world where even our own home has 80, 100, 200, 1,000 different small pieces of software running, and each piece of software is putting together tons of data, and each piece of tons of data is interacting with other data, how do we discover what is the best way to utilize our own home, our own workplace, our own car? I think that's where in the next few years entrepreneurs are going to have to really think hard about how do we transition our society into sort of a true digital age.
Okay, and have a minute left. Any parting thoughts?
I do think one thing, and this is something I actually love about Korea, some of the best software pieces I've seen here have been from companies kind of like SK with T-Maps and the T-Store, and really solutions that have been Korea first. Kakao and others have really led the way to show that what we believe today is sort of this is what we expect from Apple or Google isn't always going to stay the same. And I really do believe that the next generation of technologies aren't just going to come from Silicon Valley. I mean, I think it's really going to come from Korea, from Southeast Asia, from Europe, from the Middle East. And I think we're going to see these solutions being created because it's not a one thing fits all, right? I don't think Facebook fits everybody. I think Kakao Talk fits better for most people. I think Message Me Now fits better for Silicon Valley. So I think that's really something that being in Korea is really encouraging, is to see all the innovation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. No. Actually, I wanted to ask you, Pat, because I know a lot of the people in the audience are developers, and Korea's startup industry is still very young. Is there any advice or any kind of thoughts you want to tell people?
Just keep pushing. I mean, I was talking to someone the other day saying, that they had gone to the United States and tried to get traction for their app and had a hard time, and I have a hard time too. So, seriously, I would just say keep pushing. And on a parting note, since Spindle doesn't work in Korea, everyone should download Mango Plate. It's by Bernard Kim. I met him last night. You've got to download that and use that. So.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us. Thank you.
네, 재미있게 들으셨나요? 오늘 아침부터 컨퍼런스 참석하느라 정신이 좀 없으셨죠? 지금부터는 잠시 커피 브레이크 타임을 갖겠습니다. 로비 라운지에 간단하게 음료와 빵을 제공하고 있습니다. 잠시 쉬는 시간 동안 긴장감 내려놓으시기 바랍니다. 시작 시간이 잠시 늦은 관계로 현재 시간 10시 55분 지나고 있는데요. 30분 후에 다시 컨퍼런스 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 또 한 가지 공지사항 안내해드리겠는데요. 통역 리시버를 잘 보관해 주시기 바랍니다. 특히 주머니에 넣으시고 귀가하시는 분들이 종종 있는데요. 통역 리시버 관리팀의 통제에 잘 협조해 주시길 부탁드립니다. 그럼 잠시 커피 브레이크 타임 갖고 11시 25분에 뵙겠습니다.
Hi, thanks everyone. I'm Zach Seward of Quartz at QZ.com, a business news website from Atlantic Media. And I'll let these two guys introduce themselves rather than my trying myself and butchering it. We've got Jeremy and Raj. Jeremy, why don't you go first? Tell us really briefly, give us the 60-second version of what 2U does, and then, of course, what your role there is.
Of course. Thanks, Zach. And hi, everyone. My name is Jeremy Johnson, in from New York. Thank you all for having me. 2U builds infrastructure to support the best online education in the world. And so we've helped a number of U.S. universities, schools like Georgetown, USC, UNC Chapel Hill, Washington University in St. Louis, Notre Dame, build online degree programs and credit granting programs that have the same or better student outcomes, so the same level of rigor, but also the same admission standards, the same degree at the end that you would experience and receive on campus, but they're globally accessible. So you could be here in this class, or here in this auditorium, taking a class from some of America's top schools and pursuing a degree there in a way that, at the high end at least, of American education has never really happened before. And part of why I'm so excited to be here, quite frankly, is that South Korea is one of the most well-educated and, in many ways, rapidly conscious of education of any country in the world. And I'd love to learn more about that. So thank you for having me. And again, co-founder and chief strategy officer of 2U.
Thanks a lot. Raj?
Hi, my name is Raj Sundaresan. I work with a German software company called SAP. I manage one of their line of business applications across the Asia Pacific and Japan. It's basically our people solutions, which comprise traditional on-premise software, a BPO offering, and a cloud solution, which some of you may have heard of, SuccessFactors. Within there, obviously, there is a talent suite, which integral to that for us is the learning module, together with a collaboration suite around there, which we're seeing as a major trending piece in the marketplace as the way we learn evolves and changes. And I'm absolutely delighted to be here today.
Thanks a lot, guys. So when we talk about online education, I think a lot of terms get thrown around to mean a lot of different things. So I wanted to throw out the one term that's most voguish in online education and see what it means to you, feelings on it, and go from there. So that's this term MOOC, M-O-O-C, or Massive Open Online Courses, a term used to mean, frankly, any type of online education that scales, it seems. Is 2U in the business of providing MOOCs?
So Inside Higher Ed, which is one of the two main sort of educational trade brands in the US, recently called us the anti-MOOC. And the reason for that is MOOCs, by their nature, are really designed for distribution. They're distribution-driven education. And their goal is to maximize sort of access to content knowledge effectively, but in a more interactive way than has historically been available. What we're trying to do is almost the fundamental opposite of that. It's much more about the outcomes that a student will receive as a result of it. And the blessing but also curse of MOOCs is that they've gotten everyone, as you mentioned, Zach, discussing online education. It's become, to say in vogue over the past 2 years would be a massive understatement. But at the same time, 5 years ago when we started, we were crazy. No one was talking about online education. No one thought that grade schools should have anything to do with online education or really anything that was technology-enabled education. And so on one hand, there isn't a school in the US right now, and I don't know as much about sort of the top international schools. We're actually announcing our first 2 international partners in a couple months, but very excited about that. But there isn't a school in the US that doesn't believe now that they should have a digital strategy of some sort, that doesn't have a faculty committee focusing on how that school will leverage technology. And the unfortunate part is that all of them are bundling in, or many of them are bundling it all into, we just need to do something, because there's been such a frenzy over the past 2 years. But the good news is that real discussions are happening. And I think that what schools are looking at right now, and the number of our partners in Semester Online, our undergraduate initiative, are looking at, is sort of a two-pronged approach. And that is, they care about the MOOC sort of phenomenon from the standpoint of branding for the school and really fulfilling the mission of increasing access to some form of education. But they also care about and are choosing to work with Semester Online or to build programs with us because they also care about being able to improve the quality of their own on-campus education and to be able to increase their ability to make an impact on the world. And it turns out that if you care about impact, if you care about outcomes in education, you need more than content knowledge.
We'll say a little bit more about that. What sort of outcomes are you attempting to measure?
So it depends actually very significantly between grad school and undergrad and between different types of grad programs. But for instance, let's say that you're interested in getting an MBA from a top American university. The outcomes for something like that are typically going to be things like how much does your salary increase as a result before and after that program? What is the impact on your lifetime expected earnings? What are the opportunities that you will have as a result of that educational experience? The likelihood of you taking an accounting course through a MOOC and having that fundamentally alter the trajectory of your career, quite low. The likelihood of taking completing an MBA from a top 20 American university, for instance, our partner is UNC Chapel Hill, and we've built out the first top 20 online MBA program. Student satisfaction off the charts, job placement off the charts. Those type of outcomes are actually why most people, if they have the opportunity to, and not all people do, and we should seek to increase access to it, but to the extent that you have the opportunity to pursue those type of outcomes, those type of sort of life changes, you would generally want to.
Well, let's stay on this topic of outcomes then, because I think that's a really interesting area and one where some would argue online education differs from traditional education in its relentless focus on measuring outcomes. So I have to assume that enters into play in what you do, Raj, since your clients have to be particularly demanding that they're getting their money's worth.
No, absolutely. But before I go into that, hands up, how many of you have had an experience with some form of online learning? Excellent. Just so you know, I'm no authority on it, but my first experience with online learning was actually with YouTube.
What did you learn?
How to restart my BlackBerry. And I think that in itself is an interesting use case because we traditionally think of learning or education in such a formal, structured environment, but how we learn and how we're ingesting learning has changed so dramatically over the years, and the internet has done such a fabulous job in helping us take that down. I mean, I remember any problem I have today. Right, I don't go to Google anymore. I just go to YouTube because I don't like to read. I like to watch. So off you go. And when we explored what YouTube did for the mass consumer, we tried to apply some of that into what we do with our customers. And what we're seeing now is learning for the sake of learning without solving the business problem is a waste of time. That's the first thing. The second thing that we're finding now is the learning prerogative is even bigger, more so than ever, because in a lot of countries, we're dealing with a shrinking population. If you take Korea, for example, and again, no disrespect to anybody, in the 50s, I believe your family units were larger. It wasn't wrong to have 5, 6, 7 children. Now with the different policies that have been put into place, the average Korean is having less than 2 children. And that's going to place a huge pressure in terms of how organizations get people into their businesses, train them, skill them, experience to get those business outcomes. So I'll give you an example in terms of how one resort is looking at learning in a different paradigm. There is an integrated resort in Singapore that has approximately 2,500 rooms in a hotel. It has approximately 155 room configurations. It runs at 98% occupancy all the year. And above this level of complexity sits something called the magnificent experience that it would like its end customer to have. Now, if you take a step back and you try and figure out how do they actually do it, well, they employ 10,000 people. Out of those 10,000 people, approximately 8,000 of them are the guys and girls who do the work. Out of the 8,000, they have an attrition rate of approximately 30%. So they've got to figure out how to find 2,500 people on average, bring them in, onboard them, get them productive in time to manage this wonderful, magnificent experience. Now, the challenge that they have is that those 2,500 people come from India, China, Philippines, and Malaysia, from different cities, different provinces. Now, for them, the business outcomes is a fundamentally different piece to an individual looking to figure out how to restart his iPad or his BlackBerry. So for us, when we sit down and work with a customer, the business outcome is incredibly important, and to understand that is to understand the business problem.
Well, what is the course that the employees of this resort go through? So I assume it's an online course.
It's interesting. How many of you joined a new company and had a wonderful onboarding experience? Probably none of you, because that onboarding experience is not owned by one person. I remember when I joined my second company, I turned up at the front door, and who was there? Someone from HR. They walked me around, showed me around, took me to IT, left me there with my laptop, and that was it. They said, good luck. So, when we're trying to do this, technology plays a really, really important part. But it's not just technology for the sake of technology, it's technology in the context of the business problem. So now, that same resort, if you're a new employee, the day before you arrive, you get an email on your smart device saying, welcome, and I'm your buddy. And it pre-assigns you to groups. And within those groups, say you're in housekeeping, is content, video content, married with collaboration pieces around it. So most of you, I would assume, have a Facebook account, right? Yes?
Does anyone not have a Facebook account?
So, the incredible thing about Facebook is, people like to take photographs, and what they're waiting for is instant gratification, right? So they want this or this. And what we found was if we married content in a collaborative environment where you could ask a question, get an answer to the group, two things happen. You got more engagement, more people actually readily there to share. But the next part, which was really, really interesting, was next time you had a new recruit, you didn't have to worry about answering the question again because it was already there. So you're leveraging video, you're leveraging collaboration in an environment to help accelerate the time to productivity.
That's really interesting. I mean, there's an obvious advantage to online courses that you just touched on. Their ability to collect the collective knowledge of students who have taken the courses in the past. So you see that even with startups. I mean, in engineering world, you have sites like Stack Overflow where engineers are sort of crowdsourcing and collecting their knowledge together through a question and answer format. It sounds like in the context of an individual resort, even you can have a collective knowledge that gets amassed. Does that concept come into play at all with any of the courses that you're providing?
Yeah, absolutely. Over the past few years, there actually has been some pretty compelling research that's come out that has shown that actually the most effective learning leverages a couple different things together. There are obvious benefits for that type of collaborative, sort of synchronous or even asynchronous online experience that allows students to connect with each other, but through those type of interactions. At the same time, if you really want to maximize it, you have to take those type of rich interactive experiences and combine them, in most instances, with a real human being. So if you're pursuing higher education, for instance, the optimum experience is to take that type of rich media interactive experience online and then combine that with a real live small group class with a faculty member who knows you, knows your strengths and weaknesses as a student, as a learner, and can help guide you through it. And so technology and those type of experiences can actually enhance the individual sort of one-on-one tutoring or experience of just having a professor, but at the same time, just having those experiences can't replicate having a real human being. So it turns out that both of them together actually create a better experience. And one of the challenges, going back to the beginning of MOOCs, is that if your goal is pure distribution, you have to minimize cost. And the reality is people are expensive. Faculty are expensive. And so the only way you can have that type of optimum outcome is if you have a price point that allows you to have incredibly skilled people managing and supporting those outcomes.
Well, that points to a really interesting issue, the question of scale. So tell me if you think this assessment is wrong. But I think some would argue that the reason there is such an investor interest in, call it MOOCs, call it online education, or whatever, is because it takes an industry education that didn't typically have the ability to scale and gives it scale. So what we need to talk about is the limits of scale. It sounds like you're saying, well, that only goes so far, but at the same time, whether it's an investor or a university, the interest lies in being able to take what used to be a class of 1,000 students and push that to, well, I don't know, we're talking 10,000? Is there a limit, or is Harvard University going to be educating millions of people in the future?
So the question is, what do you mean by educating?
Sure.
And to the extent that you assume that the public libraries around the world are educating people, and for some people that's actually a fantastic form of learning. YouTube, another fantastic form of learning. Yeah, Harvard probably will, through edX, be educating millions of people over the next few years. I think that people misunderstand what the potential total scale is there. They talk about how quickly the MOOCs have gotten to a few million users, but a very small percentage of those users, 7.6% on average, actually finish a course. And so it's a little bit misunderstood in terms of what those numbers really are and how big the phenomenon really is. The reality is iTunes U, which has been around for a lot longer than the MOOC phenomenon, is essentially the same thing and dwarfs the total number of sort of interactions and completions of individual courses, but we just don't talk about it as much.
Has anyone here taken a course over iTunes U? A few hands, sure.
Yeah. And so, I think we're going to see Harvard in that sense educating more people, but educating in the sense of distributing content knowledge and making that more broadly accessible, which is a great thing for the world. In terms of actual scale, our program with USC, or Masters in Teaching, went from 75 students all in Southern California to 1,500 students in 48 US states, 48 out of 50, and 33 countries around the world. So that is an increase of 20x, but it's not hundreds of thousands of students. And so they had to hire a lot of faculty to help manage that process as well. So its scale, in the sense that it is significantly larger, it's now the largest nonprofit school of education in the country. Our Masters in Nursing with Georgetown is now the largest nonprofit Masters in Nursing in the country. It is scale relative to traditional academia, absolutely, but it is not scale and mass, and in hundreds of thousands or millions. And that's challenging when people are required.
Raj, a similar question for you. Just a business with 10,000 employees is quite large. That's scale in one sense, but I imagine, of course, SAP has clients that are even larger, and the same question, I assume, comes into play. Can they scale the experience of training their employees?
We acquired a cloud organization about a year ago, and
how much did you guys pay for that again?
Too much. But the smallest organization that we looked after was 12 employees. And I had the privilege of spending some time with the director of talent management of the largest company where we help with the continuous education or learning of their employees. And they had 2.4 million employees. So the reality today is scale is there. But I think we need to reframe the question. It's not whether we can build scale. It's a question of whether we can really get into our heads how people are actually learning today, how they choose to learn. And I'll give you an example. I don't consider myself too old, but when I went to school, my English mother basically said, you're going to learn how to write. So I spent a lot of time practicing my handwriting. Then when I got to university, I learned how to type. Right? Then when I got to my job, I learned to, do this. And now, my 2-year-old daughters are teaching me how to do this. So, when you think about it, it is really not about scale. It's really trying to reframe the question of how will the generation choose to learn? Because we can build, there was a famous movie in the US about baseball players with Kevin Costner. If you build it, they will come. Well, actually, you can build it, but it could be a ghost town. So the question for us, when we sit down with business, is to really try and understand how are people wishing to learn? And if we can crack that code, we can then leverage all the work that these gentlemen are doing to really make a difference, a positive impact in the business place today, in the world today.
So the answer to this might differ between the two of you, as their clients are different, but let's follow that thread for a moment. What sort of devices and tools are you developing these courses for? Are they these devices, these devices?
Yeah, I mean, for us, you cannot turn around and say it's just for this. The world has changed so dramatically that it's now. I want it now. I want it on any device, anytime, anywhere, anyhow. And you can't sort of stick with, say, an Apple device or an Android device. The key is it's ubiquitous. Get it out. Let's not force someone to make a choice because you have an issue. So for us, everything we do today, everything that we do today is built from a mobile perspective, and that stretches back into your traditional environment. I believe in 5 years' time, the laptop is dead. I personally believe that.
I mean, well, you mentioned in the example of the resort, the whole process starts on email on a phone. Are you talking mobile web or mobile native development?
Look, it's just going to be on a mobile device. The intricacies behind that, I'm not sure. But I believe the days when we have these ladies in front with laptops are going to disappear very, very quickly. Sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. Because I think that's how we're going to choose to interact with technology and content. Full stop. I mean, just think about it. If you left home today and you left your wallet or your mobile phone at home, which ones of you would go home to get your wallet? Which ones of you would go home to get your mobile device? Simple.
Can't leave home without it.
Absolutely.
And of course, soon there'll be one and the same. So to you, same question.
I actually was glad you asked. It's a really interesting one because it also goes back to something that is fundamentally misunderstood. The reality is that Raj and I are trying to solve very different problems. And if you look back over, take the past 500 years, education really, for a long time, hadn't evolved very much at all. Literally 500 years ago, people were sitting in small classrooms and interacting with fairly knowledgeable human beings who were attempting to impart wisdom. And go back 20 years, and you've now spanned 480 years, and things looked very, very similar. And the sort of infusion of technology into education often gets all bundled together because we've always thought of education as one thing. And the reality is that leveraging technology, you can attempt to solve different types of educational problems in different ways. You couldn't train 2.4 million people if you had to have faculty members for all 10 people. You can do that only because of the benefits of asynchronous technology that lets you connect with a large number of students. And so one of the things that I hope happens over the next couple of years after we go through this mad, rush of or frenzy around online education is that we come to accept that education isn't just one approach. There isn't just one form of online education. The reality is education is what we need as human beings to grow as people and be prepared to interact with the world. To be more successful, happy individuals, we need to educate ourselves, and not just through school, but throughout our lives. And over the next 2 years, I think we're going to start actually talking about what are the best ways to do that, and what are the outcomes, ultimately, that matter, that will allow us to be as happy and productive as we can be.
But that's because we have choice now. I mean, if you go back in time, some of us didn't have, much choice when it came to education. You studied what you chose, what you were told to do, or what you got into, and full stop. I mean, now you have a choice. I mean, I have 3 degrees, right? But I don't really use any of the 3 degrees, which is quite amusing. I have a law degree, I have a psych degree, and I have an MBA, right? But I sell software for a living. Right? Because I had a choice. My father didn't think I had a choice, but I had a choice. And I think that's what's going to change. Because now, to what you're trying to create, you're giving students in America and hopefully the world the choice to access an experience that they wouldn't ordinarily have had, to be able to really, really level set what they're doing.
Well, Raj, so we were discussing earlier about those degrees and discovered that you are the only person on stage who has a degree of higher education. Jeremy and I are both college dropouts, and I think it raises...
I wonder who got it right. I don't know.
Yes, well, we all found our way up on stage somehow. But what I think it raises is an interesting question of credentials. And I wanted to pose that to you, Jeremy, because it comes into play when you go back to the point you were making earlier about the difference between knowledge and learning. So the internet obviously enables democratization of knowledge. So it's easy now to look up a course on YouTube or iTunes U or other services, usually for free, and get a wealth of information. If all you're seeking is to be more educated, you can do that yourself and often at no cost right now from anywhere in the world. You challenge that if you think that's not true. But if you're seeking a credential, a professional degree because it's necessary for the job you want, that's another thing entirely. But I have to think that the two sort of threaten your business a bit, that you need to be able to say that at the end of an online MBA with UNC Chapel Hill, what you come away with is a master's in business administration, and that employers are going to want to see that MBA to pay you more money. But isn't it possible over time that the more that business education is online and free, that employers perhaps start to say that, well, we don't really care about the MBA itself, and then that's then a threat to your business?
Well, so the question is actually a fairly simple one. Had you taken 3 years of Harvard courses from your home as opposed to actually attending Harvard, and same with me for Princeton, would that have impacted your life trajectory in a different way? Was it ultimately very useful to have that experience? And so it comes down to a question of outcomes, ultimately. As you mentioned, we're both shockingly close to finishing from 2 of America's top undergraduate institutions. Speaking for myself, but something tells me you would probably agree, I had a fantastic experience that fundamentally changed my life. the experience of the school and that campus were ultimately what was important for me to impact my life and to change the likely outcomes. And so the degree ultimately, if you're interested in starting a company and therefore never being hired, like if you don't want Raj to hire you, it is a lot less relevant whether you have that certification. If you want Raj to hire you as a developer, it also may be less relevant because there are probably other ways to test for that. If what you're interested in doing is being a leader within the organization, managing large teams, helping to close deals and scale business, well, it turns out those skills are tougher to learn based on the content knowledge alone. And academia and our educational experience actually has just as much to do with character and personal development, the evolution of the mind, and how you really develop as a human being. And those are the things that employers are looking for in terms of what did you accomplish during your undergraduate or, in many cases, graduate experience. And so I would look at, that's somewhat of an anomaly in terms of the institutions that we attended and where we chose to go otherwise, but ultimately there are different things that matter. In some cases, again, it is that certification. And my guess is even though you're not practicing law, that degree in many ways has been useful for you. And it could be from a signaling standpoint because it signals that you know how to think analytically and can understand contracts. There are ways that it has probably been useful even if you've never had billable hours. And same with us, there are infinite ways that our collegiate experiences have been incredibly useful to us because what matters is actually a mix of things. Part of it is the content knowledge, part of it is the connections, part of it is the signaling effect of having gotten into that school that matter a lot.
So I would agree with all of that with respect to my experience, and as you said, a lot of it had to do with being on campus and the interpersonal interactions I had with fellow students, and then left them. Do you? I mean, but that raises an obvious question for online courses, which is, in what way are you providing an experience that matches or is similar at least to an on-campus education? Essentially, what's the difference between getting an MBA in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and getting it from your home in Seoul?
And so, excellent question. And it turns out what really matters is being able to develop long-term, lasting connections based on shared experiences. And so, look at demographics. If you were to poll teenage girls in the US, and my guess in South Korea it would be similar, and ask them which relationships are more important to you, your online relationships or your offline relationships, they would say their online relationships are at least as important and at least as relevant to their day-to-day life as their offline ones. The reality is that, one, technology has gotten to a point, and two, society has gotten to a point where you can build online relationships and interactions if you care about making those real and relevant that are deeply meaningful. We had 2 students in our social work program meet on the platform and actually get married. We've had baby showers hosted directly through the platform because students can use it for whatever they want in terms of those types of interactions. There are groups we have a group in New York, MBA at UNC in NYC, that gets together on a weekly basis and has a happy hour together offline, but they organize that through the platform. And so the offline experiences are very useful, and in each of the programs, for instance with the MBA program, you have global immersions where you'll get together as a group in Istanbul, or you'll go to Silicon Valley and you'll be connected with some of the top venture capitalists and entrepreneurs in that part of the world. Those offline experiences are incredibly meaningful and powerful, but you also can build really compelling online relationships, and that's what ultimately matters in terms of life outcomes. It's having those shared experiences and relationships, and you can actually do that online if you care to.
You're really just both building closed social networks.
I think it's not closed. I think it's I wouldn't call it a closed network, but I think it is a selective network.
What's the difference in your mind?
You know, it changes so rapidly. I just wrote a positioning paper off the back of some discussions with some customers, right? And a lot of our customers are challenged because there's just not enough talent in the marketplace to go out. And I said, you know, maybe it's time for us to reframe the question and not look at the cage that has the gorilla, right? But the other way around. And they said to me, he said, what do you mean? I said, how many of you look at it as the individual in a broader context of multiple facets of the individual? And I call it identity, right? The persona of me is not just my professional me. It's my social me, my personal me. And when you bring those all together, there are different elements and different networks. But that's a selected network within a multifaceted approach of me. And when you put that all together, you have the real value of me. And most organizations haven't quite cracked that. And when we put a notion out to someone saying, in the future, given the scarce amount of resource people that we have, is it conceivable that you are going to leverage my network geographically, globally, to solve a business problem, and the team members within that may not be employed by my company. They might have a contractor here, someone else there, and what you're trying to do is to leverage different elements of that network. So I wouldn't say they're closed networks, but I think they're selected networks by me. And if I meet someone who adds value to the value of me, they get invited to my network. It's not that I've closed myself off to them. I just don't know who they are. So that's my perspective.
Sure. I mean, I guess I think of closed in the sense of if you, I mean, you, for instance, Jeremy, you're certainly charging for entrance into this social network, so to speak. Does the characterization make any sense to you? Does it?
As much as I love disagreeing for the sake of it, in this case, I would have to agree. It is very much a closed network, and part of that actually is a regulatory thing. In terms of data and student privacy, which is obviously a hot button issue, right now, very topical. You can't release student information. You can't share that outside of that academic context. And so you can't let people into that environment and that social network, essentially, as you mentioned, which it inherently is. You can't let them in if they're not part of it, if they're not other students or faculty members. And so it is closed. And in order to gain access, you either have to be a faculty member at that school, because it's not a 2U program, it's a Georgetown program, it's a WashU and St. Louis program, or you have to gain admission through their same admissions process that you'd go through for an on-campus slot. These the exact same standards, which, by the way, turns out to be pretty important when you're thinking about education outcomes as well. You want to be surrounded by other driven, thoughtful, competent students. And so it very much is a closed social network that allows you to enhance your educational experience, but also remove the geographic barriers that prevent great students from connecting to a great education.
So we're here in Korea, nation that arguably is most focused both culturally and as a business proposition on education. And as I said earlier, Jeremy, I think we probably have more to learn by being here than we have to say about this. But one effect of the privatization of education, where you have students seeking a lot more of their skills learning outside of the public school classroom, is that the public school system is suffering. When we translate that back to what you do, Jeremy, and I think this might apply in certain ways to your business as well, Raj, and we don't have to focus just on your two companies, I might speak to this more generally. Education has traditionally been either a function of the government, or in the United States at least, a function of nonprofit organizations. And so when you add a for-profit layer, that has to change a lot of the incentives. And I'm wondering, because you're coming from the for-profit world on this, I can imagine your perspective. But is this something you grapple with? Do the universities, which are nonprofit organizations that you work with, does the proposition change when they add a for-profit layer or work with a for-profit company like your own?
My guess is that, and I'll let Raj speak for himself, but there are fewer complexities there because it's about the pure outcome of that piece of education. And so in working with other for-profit companies, there are less potential misalignment of incentives, which is, I think, exactly what you're getting to. And it's the same type of concern that happens in any type of really public-private partnership, in that you need to ensure that incentives are aligned and that everyone is moving towards the same goal. And so what's happened with many of the proprietary schools, and you've probably heard of University of Phoenix and schools like it, the reason that there's such a backlash against them is that they have a fundamental misalignment of incentives. When you look at the data, they spend the largest expense is marketing. And when you look at who is most likely to enroll, it's the least qualified people. And so you create this downward spiral where they're marketing to less and less qualified people because they're the ones most likely to help them hit their enrollment numbers. But as I mentioned a second ago, it turns out that the people in your class with you, the other students, are actually a very important component of your educational outcome, of the impact that's going to have on your life. And so the way that we get around that, the way that we maintain an alignment of incentives, is that we have no control for any of our programs over that which is inherently academic integrity and rigor. We have no control over the admissions process. We have no control over what students learn. It's entirely driven, the curriculum, by faculty at these schools. And their implicit and explicit goal is to maintain the exact same level of rigor as on campus. And so by creating that church and state divide, you're able to maintain sort of this alignment of incentives that otherwise would be a significant issue. And it turns out that there are things that nonprofit institutions are just much better at maintaining over time. Their brand, their reputation, their overall educational experience. Georgetown's been around for 300 years. They've got that part down. What they haven't done is technology development. They haven't done infrastructure and logistics to build out that type of experience online. That's what it turns out private companies are actually very good at doing. And so by marrying those two sides, but maintaining that very sort of strict divide between the two, you're able to create something that is ultimately better than either individual organization would be able to do on their own and works in a very symbiotic way. If you take that divide out, then there are a lot of potential issues that I think we've seen in proprietary schools around the world, and those issues end up lowering academic standards and outcomes for students in a way that's really problematic.
That's fair enough. Raj, do you have any thoughts on the issue?
Yeah, it's a very, very slippery slope down. Somewhere in all of this, someone's got to fund it. Somewhere in all of this. For-profit, not-for-profit, ultimately someone's going to fund it. And sometimes there is a willingness to pay above and beyond. I mean, we're fortunate in Singapore that I would say the primary school education is pretty standard across the board. Doesn't matter whether you go to a neighborhood school or you go to a branded school. The only difference between the two is probably tradition, but the education that you get is going to be pretty similar. So I think the challenge when you start talking about education in a different level is, look, how do we get some basic standards in place? Whether it's profit or non-profit, it's about that basic standards. In Singapore, the top 50 kids, when they're 12 years old, you do some government exams, and the top 50 kids have traditionally not come from a branded or a marquee school. They've come from a neighborhood school. And what we've learned from that is if you can get those standards in and you can get those structures in, you can churn out quality students, whatever the school is. So for me, it's hard to say profit, non-profit. I think it's really about the infrastructure that you put in there, and the results will show for themselves.
And of course, it's a bit of a question of what you mean by education at all, which turns out to be the theme of today's panel. So we have to wrap it up here. Jeremy, one last question for you. Do you ever think about going back and finishing that undergraduate degree? And if you did, would you consider doing it through an online course? Does Princeton even offer?
Absolutely, actually. I would love it if Princeton actually has the most restrictive transfer policies of any school in the U.S. And so currently, I could take courses from, Northwestern, Emory, UNC Chapel Hill, Boston College, really top American universities for credit and have an actual transcript from those schools to take back. The vast majority of schools in the US and around the world would accept that as credit. I only have a year left, plus a thesis. But unfortunately, Princeton does not. They're one of the few schools that would not accept most transfer credit. And so, if and when, and I hope the answer is pretty soon, that changes, then yeah, I would absolutely love the chance to be able to do it. I don't have the ability, 2U as a company started 5 years ago, and we've grown to 600 people in a 5-year period. It's one of the fastest growing education companies in the US right now. I don't have the ability to leave for 9 months and go back to school for that period of time. But I could do it if I were able to create a schedule that worked, essentially, with the rest of my life. So I do hope to be able to. I don't know at what point, but my grandmother reminds me on a roughly quarterly basis that it would be a good idea.
Right, mine too. I'll take the course with you.
Perfect.
Raj, Jeremy, thanks very much.
Thank you, guys.
네, 인류 공통의 관심사이니만큼 아주 재미있었던 세션이었던 것 같습니다. 여러분에게도 많은 도움이 되는 시간이었을 거라고 생각되는데요. 이 다음 세션은 IT의 발전으로 우리의 신체와 건강에 대한 정보를 빨리 얻을 수 있게 되었죠. 건강 정보의 발전을 알아보는 이노베이션 인 헬스케어입니다. 네 번째 세션 함께 해주실 분들은 페이븐 리엄, 카이 후앙, 캐서린 모어, 그리고 수잔 맥도날드입니다.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Innovations in Healthcare panel. My name is Susan Lee MacDonald, and I will be moderating the panel today. I would like to introduce myself first. I am a TV talk show host at Arirang TV. I host a TV talk show called The Interview. It's a 1-hour TV show where I interview very important and fun celebrities. And it is my honor to be able to be a part of this panel to ask great questions of innovations in healthcare for our distinguished guests. And I'd like for our guests to introduce themselves for about 2 minutes each.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Kai Huang. I'm the founder of Red Octane. My brother and I founded the company. My background is in games. We make video games. Guitar Hero is the game that we were most well known for. It was one of the biggest video games in North America and in Europe. Went on to generate about $4 billion in sales in about 3 years. And now, our company was acquired by Activision. I was at Activision for 4 years, and now I'm starting a new company in health. Have always had an interest in it, have always wanted to figure out how can we bring the engagement of games, because games are very engaging, make you want to come back, they're very addicting, and how do we take that and apply it to health in another industry where there's a huge need, and how do we take those mechanics and the different things that we can do to make great games, but apply it in a new area.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, I'm Catherine Moore, and I am the Senior Director of Medical Research at Intuitive Surgical, the company that makes the Da Vinci surgical robot. And I've been working the last few years in the medical device industry, looking at different ways in which we can take new technology and bring it onto a robotic platform to aid in clinical decision making and improving the way in which we can achieve better patient outcomes. And so I'm very excited to be talking about ways in which we can be training and ways in which we can do data and the device industry in and of itself.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Pawan Nigam. First, I just want to thank Spark Labs for hosting this place at the Gangnam district. I told my daughter, my teenage daughter yesterday, she was so thrilled. She said, "Dad, make sure you come back with a picture of a Sai." So if anybody can help me with that, that's great. So currently I live in Silicon Valley, and I run an angel investment group called Inspiration, which does seed and Series A investing in a variety of different areas. My background, I started off doing very techy, nerdy stuff, compilers and 3D graphics. But in '96, got into healthcare, and in a funny way, my friend Jim Clark has started a company called Netscape, which went public, and the whole internet thing, it was like the Wild West suddenly, and eBay and Yahoo and everything was coming along, and Jim and I got together, and we said, okay, which area is healthcare is the internet going to have the biggest impact on? And in our own judgment, we figured it's healthcare, and that's how we started the parent company of WebMD called Healthion. And like most people, we got into healthcare because the numbers are dramatic. You just tell people it was 13% of the GNP, which is, we used to try to scare people with that number. Now it's 18%, so it's like 2.5 trillion. That's a big number to make anything very attractive. And so we got into it, and many things we did phenomenally well, one of them being WebMD itself, which is the most popular website since then, and something which didn't work out. But I do think that now is the perfect time to do healthcare startups, because it's a perfect storm coming, and I'm sure in the discussion we're going to get to it, but we can thank the smartphone for that, which is enabling that. So thank you, iPhone, and thank you, Samsung, for making the whole world a lot more tech literate now.
Thank you all. It's important to be aware of the fact that this is somewhat of a mixed audience. We do have Koreans, we have Americans, and we have so many people from different countries. And healthcare is different in each country. Healthcare regulations and technology, though, is global. What I'd like to be able to ask our panelists is to talk about why there's a sudden surge of excitement in investing in healthcare technology. And if you wouldn't mind commenting on your particular sectors as well.
There's definitely a lot of activity, and people like me who are new to the industry and trying to figure out what's happening. And for me, it's just a great time. I think the technology has moved to a point where really too fast, where it's jumping. The technology is jumping ahead of people being able to think about how we use it. And I think health is one of those categories which has historically been a big problem, and it's continuing to grow. This is the first time in the history of the world where there are more people that are overweight than people that are starving. And trying to figure out how you can solve those types of problems on a mass scale is really interesting. I love creating games, and it's fun to create a popular game and see people enjoy it. But for me, on a personal level, if I can develop a product, and have someone get healthy in the process, that to me is really interesting. And that's part of the reason, for me, I'm getting into the space. And I think for a lot of entrepreneurs, it's trying to figure out how they can make an impact on the world, not with just the product that they're building, but also trying to get people healthier.
In the device world, where I spend most of my time, a lot of the new innovation is coming out of just the dizzying amount of innovation that's coming out of research laboratories and universities around the world. We're seeing new types of lasers, we're seeing new ways of cutting or joining tissue, many new sorts of fluorescence molecules that allow us to tag a cancer or tag nerves and be able to see where those are in the body. And this dizzying amount of new technology that's coming out in a very raw form is just begging in many ways to be turned into small companies that can exploit ways in which these new technologies can help improve patient outcomes. Where it affects me, and one of the things that I'm most interested and excited about in this area, is that we have platform technologies like surgical robotics or like a lot of the imaging systems that are out there that are capable of having many of these little technologies added onto them in order to improve the outcomes. And so we're seeing, in terms of the larger platform technologies, ready-made customers for a lot of these smaller companies that are doing innovative new development. And recently there's been a little bit of a resurgence in money being put into some of these early phase medical devices after a bit of a dry spell. And so I'm very excited about some of the new companies I'm seeing come up.
Fantastic, thanks.
Yeah, I echo with what Kai said. When you do healthcare, it is something which, while you are trying to do a company and make money, there is some element of give back to it. So, in my resume, that's the only company my mother understands. So that certainly helps. At least there's something she gets on that front. I do think that I alluded earlier to this perfect storm, and a bunch of things actually are happening now which make certain things possible which otherwise were not, just even as recently as 5 years ago. And that's why you see this big uptick in investment happening in healthcare. A bunch of them. One, on the technology front, smartphones. Big deal. It's a huge deal. When we tried doing something in the WebMD time, trying to connect patients and doctors didn't like technology. They said, we tried to give them free Palm Pilots. I don't know how many people even remember there used to be something called Palm. So we tried to give these mobile devices to them, and they did not take it because they don't like technology. Well, guess what? Everyone now is using a smartphone. All doctors, they go home, they do iPadding, they do whatever. So at least we can assume a certain baseline level of technology. So just that, having the smartphone around as a mobile device, which is available to people, whether they are patients or doctors, moving around, access to stuff is key. The second thing on technology is this whole notion the cloud services have caught on, and indirectly that's making possible is access to real-time data anytime, anywhere. So you pretty much have all the data anytime, anywhere you want it. And that means you can quickly assemble the data, you can, which takes me to the next technology thing, which is data mining. You can mine the data, you can actually go and make recommendations. And you can do pretty much all of this stuff in real time. So I think just technically, so many things are possible which were just not possible before. I think behaviorally as a society, things have changed also compared to just a few years ago. As consumers, we are used to getting to having all our information available to us all the time, whether it's on the financial side, whether it's on the personal side. One exception to that is healthcare. And people are saying, how come for every other element of our lives, I have access to every detail about it. And in healthcare, when it comes, I don't even know what my last lab results were. So that's a big thing which is happening socially. People are demanding that I need to have that information. I think the other thing which is happening on the behavioral side is how freely people are sharing stuff. And that also, with the advent of social networks, again, people are becoming more used to that. And that helps because I've seen a surge in terms of collaboration startups, where people are collaborating, people who might have similar conditions, who feel very comfortable now sharing information, what's working for them, what's not working for them, asking for ideas. So I think that's on the behavioral side. And then, at least for the United States itself, on the regulatory side, some very key elements are happening where the government is using a carrot and stick approach to force technologies to happen. And healthcare has a history of moving very, very slowly. And sometimes you need somebody as large and powerful as the government to make things happen. And it's showing results. I mean, a couple of simple examples is that the government has imposed that by a certain time, all doctors have to have an electronic medical record system. And if they do it and use it, they actually get $50,000 for that. So that's a carrot. If they don't, then there's a penalty element. So the adoption of electronic healthcare systems has quadrupled in the last 3-4 years. Similarly, if people are going to hospitals and they get readmitted within 30 days, very often it happens for a variety of reasons. Things were not done properly and people go back to the hospital. If that happens, the government is penalizing the hospitals for that. So that means that now the hospitals have to make sure that they do all the right things to minimize people coming back. And that is just opening up so many opportunities for startups to kind of streamline that process too. So just a combination of technology and behavioral and the regulatory stuff is just creating that perfect storm for this is a great time to be doing healthcare startups.
I'd like to ask Pavan this. You helped to create WebMD, and that basically helped to democratize medical information for so many people. And before that, there were no resources for people to get very detailed information about their particular symptoms or diseases and whatnot. And now, after 10, 15 years, patients have become very sophisticated, and it's not just an informal community of people trying to find out about them, their diseases and issues. What do you think has changed from that time till now about how patients desire and want their information?
I remember a time I had gone to a doctor, I think maybe 10 years ago I'm forgetting even what the deal was, but I went to WebMD and researched it. I think it was like an inner ear infection, something minor. But I kind of researched it and went to my doctor in Palo Alto. So again, in a very high-tech area. He did not like it. He did not like the fact that the patient is coming armed with information and asking him questions. Because doctors are used to be this figure that I look at you, I ask you questions, and I tell you what to do. And they did not like the fact that the patient came armed with information. I think now they're getting used to it because pretty much that's what everyone does. I think most people, when they end up going to physicians, they end up researching stuff beforehand. And that's great because, one, they can research their condition, but even more so, they can actually look at at other people who've gone through similar experiences to see what worked for them, what didn't work for them. So I think at the end of the day, it's a great thing, and that's why the website is so popular, and it takes a lot of effort to keep that website going. We have an army of people. I mean, I'm no longer with the company, but there's an army of people who are constantly going and being the editorial board on all the content that gets in. So the content quality is so good, and that's why it just is the first place people end up going for healthcare information.
I'd like to ask Catherine this question. We talked about the perfect storm, about how this is a really great time for people to invest. And you've been involved in surgical devices and robotics in particular. I think that people tend to have a real fantasy about what robots can do. And there's also sometimes some fear about, can robots possibly take over what people will do? Will robots be the only things that operate on me? And that creates a sense of kind of insecurity and a little bit of fear. Would you be able to comment on what's actually happening in the robotics field right now?
Sure. There are actually quite a few different kinds of surgical robots that are out in general use now. Our system is a telemanipulator, And what that means is that the surgeon is sitting at a console and making a motion with their hands, and there are very, very small instruments that are inside the body, placed in there through very small incisions, that follow every motion of what the surgeon's hands are doing. And so there's no autonomous decision making on the part of the robot. It's not deciding what to cut. It is purely an extension or an augmentation of that surgeon. The surgeon's doing the surgery through this telemanipulator. There are a few other types of robots out there, Corexo in particular, a Korean company that makes a surgical robot that does hip implants. And in those cases, the surgeon is pre-planning what's going to happen, and then the robot executes what the surgeon has planned into the robot. But in neither of those cases is the robot actually making any of the decisions. There's still clinical judgment involved, and I really tend to think of these medical robots as really more of an extension of the capabilities of the surgeon rather than a replacement for the surgeon. Now, perhaps Kai or Pavan can comment too. There are a lot of new programs that are coming out that are looking at trying to do intelligent decision making, helping people diagnose and improve that sort of decision making. But I don't think we're going to see that in execution of surgical tasks anytime soon.
With the type of training that would be necessary to train the doctors on how to use robotics or these particular devices, it seems that with gaming, there are so many areas where gaming has helped pilots and so many other professionals in various sectors of industry. And I'm curious if Kai or any of you have some comments as to how to train medical professionals with using gaming.
Well, I have no idea how to train a medical professional. I should never be doing that. No one should ever allow me to do that. But you know, games is one of those categories that you can apply to a lot of different things, and training is a perfect example. Games are about goals and getting you towards your goals, and that's what training is. There's an ultimate objective and there's an ultimate goal. The question is, how do you design a system or a structure such that getting to that goal is interesting or fun or engaging over the long term? And that's what we try to apply. So, you know, there's various techniques and tactics and things around trying to develop a really good system, a real feedback loop. I think one of the core things that we always look at in making great games is the feedback loop. How do you create a really engaging feedback loop? And sometimes, you know, we'll break it down to, we look at it in terms of second to second, minute to minute, day to day, and month to month. And you want to make sure that you're hitting all of those different areas. So second to second, I do something, I get a reaction. I do this, something happens. I get rewarded or I get punished. Those are the second to second feedback loops that are really important to look at, that make games what they are, great games. Then you have to look at the minute to minute. Okay, those were the seconds, and you're collecting things, and sounds are happening, and I'm moving forward. But how do you reward people on a minute to minute basis? And do we have those feedback loops built in? And then you move on to, you know, day to day, right? How do you create a long-term product that really engages people over the long term? And you have to think about, what kind of mechanics do I do that get people to want to come back on a day-to-day basis? I've hooked you in every second to second. I've hooked you in from minute to minute, but how do I hook you in from day to day? And then ultimately, where I think you know, the best products stand out are, how do you then bring people back on a month-to-month basis, and create real long-term engaging value? And I think those principles can be taken and applied to training and education in the health category.
Yeah, just to add a comment on that, one of the things that we have seen happening with a lot of new technologies coming out into healthcare is that in our old model of training surgeons or training healthcare professionals of any sort, we go through medical school and then through residency, and then we turn them loose and we say, now practice medicine the way you just learned it in medical school and residency. But the truth is that new technologies are coming in all the time, and our medical training systems are not prepared to deal with a surgeon who's been out or a physician who's been out for 10 years and now has to learn something new. And so we do make simulators for a lot of these new technologies that we bring out, but to Kai's point, unless they're very engaging, unless there's something that people with a very busy clinical schedule are going to do this, not because they feel they ought to, but because there's additional intrinsic rewards associated with doing it. They actually have some fun learning these new skills, that we will not be able to bring these new technologies out as successfully. And so hand in glove with us doing new technological advancements in medicine are going to be new technological advancements in the way that we train and the way we engage people in continuous learning.
Yeah, I think the target audience for the game system is still going to be the consumers. It's stretching it to think that doctors are going to be playing games. But you have to look at it. So there's a lot of games already on App Store and so on, most of them directed towards fitness. I think you'll see more this reward system come. I don't want to call it a game, the whole reward incentive system come in play, where other people who are incentivized in seeing you healthy do it. I mean, it could be your employer who wants a healthy workforce, who is providing some system of rewards over there. It could be a doctor who, again, suggests your treatment, and he wants you to conform to that. And interestingly, I recently saw a startup which is working on a gamified system for drug companies. I mean, not many people might know, but drug companies every year spend close to $1 billion on just making sure people comply to the prescriptions. Because guess what? If you forget to take the pills or you don't order a refill, who's losing money? It's a drug company who's losing money on that. So there's a nice system. I mean, this person had a very nice application, which was a system for reminding them and incentivizing them and recognizing them and making them a 5-star patient or whatever for doing it. So I do think that technology is going to somehow be there to make a purpose happen, whether it is complying with pills and so on.
It seems that it would be really a challenge to think about how to monetize games, though. And I'm curious, what are some recent trends, or what are some ways to help monetize that?
And the question is around monetizing games and the product?
Yes.
There's been a huge shift in the last 5 years, technology disruption. We've seen a huge transition. Traditionally, games have been PC and console-based, PC and Microsoft Xbox and Sony PlayStation, Nintendo. And the rise of the mobile platform and tablet has really disrupted the market and fundamentally changing the way people monetize games. So traditionally, it's you pay up front and there's a high entry cost, high barrier. And now everything's going to free to play, which is, there is no entry barrier, but now it's a totally different way to monetize, right? Now you have to extract money from people slowly over time, which I think is a good thing. I think that it's a different era and it's a different category, but I think what it really forces developers and creators and entrepreneurs to think about is, how do I monetize over time? And how do I get people to spend money? And ultimately what that forces you to do is to create a great product.
And I agree with that. I do think that there are other interested parties in your health. And like the example, you can make employers or drug companies pay for it. I mean, this example I was saying, that there's drug companies who are paying them money for having a nice system to ensure compliance. So it all depends on the nature of the game, but there are other people besides the target person who care about the health, who actually will pay for that.
That's right. And that was one of the most interesting areas for me, moving from the game category into health and really just understanding the category. You know, we spent a couple of years just exploring and trying to figure out where are the opportunities. You know, employee or employer-funded health programs, right, becoming much more popular. And all of a sudden, now there's an incentive for your employer to actually keep you healthy because they're paying for all the costs themselves. And they never really had to think about that. It was all, you know, insurance company. Now employers, more progressive ones, are self-insuring and trying to figure out, okay, it's not just about treating you when you're sick, it's trying to figure out how can I keep you healthy. And ultimately, over the long term, you know, that's a reduction in cost. And so that's where the incentive programs, that's where, you know, how do you take the example of games and you can apply it. Now, you know, there's an incentive for them to keep you healthy, so they have to figure out what systems do I put in place so that you want to get healthier, so I can keep you as an employee healthy.
What are some of the challenges of keeping people engaged long term in these games, though? You mentioned a little bit about the feedback loops and all the data that you're acquiring and learning behaviors of the consumers who would use the games. What would keep them, I guess that's a key question, right? What would keep them coming back for more and more?
I think, you know, a big part of it that we spend a lot of time looking at is the social aspect of it. That's one of the things that I think great games do, is that they bring people together. There's a lot of games that, you know, it's just me and it's my time and I play by myself. But what we try to look at is how do you take activities and behaviors that people are already doing and then enhance that. So in the health space, you know, one of the activities that we clearly see is people, when they want to get healthier, particularly when it comes to losing weight, the specific area of losing weight, they usually want to do it together with someone else. They want motivation. Or when people are exercising, usually, you know, you get a workout buddy and someone to help push you along and carry you along those goals. So I think one of the, you know, long-term behaviors is that there has to be some social aspect to it. World of Warcraft is, you know, we were talking earlier, one of the most popular games. And I look at it as basically one giant social network. You know, it's a social network with a game wrapped around it. People go and they play World of Warcraft because they're hanging out with their friends and they're having fun. And then there's, okay, a pretty cool game loosely tied to that. And so for us, that's a basic, simple mechanic that we think about. Okay, people are doing these things. The social aspect of it is what draws people in. How do we apply that to what we're doing in health and enhance that behavior? And so I think the social nature for me is a big area that we look at.
In some of the areas that I'm looking at in terms of training, it's a very different kind of set of challenges associated with it. We're looking at continuous medical education and a workforce that's out there and trying to keep up to date with new technologies, at the same time having an incredibly difficult workload in terms of their clinical workload, competing for their time. And so generally it's a little bit optimistic to think that these games are going to be intrinsically fun, that they're going to be as fun as doing World of Warcraft or some of the other sorts of things. But we can learn so much from the long-term engagement lessons that we can learn from these sorts of games to be able to make this continuous learning in healthcare and also in other areas where people are trying to acquire new skills and learn techniques for keeping people continually engaged. And to the point that there's other people who would be willing to pay for this, that you don't need to make the players of the game be the ones that are funding it. There are medical schools, universities, device manufacturers, drug companies, all who are invested in you having these skills or knowledge and may be willing to do the bankroll on a particular game. And if you're an entrepreneur wanting to develop in these spaces, sometimes having a known single customer that you can go to in order to be the pay or the funder of the game is going to be easier than figuring out how to monetize it from lots and lots of consumers.
I mean, you know, games are hard to engage for the long haul. I mean, you know, anyone who's been playing Zynga games and so on, at some point in time, they kind of wear off on you and you move on. So it is a hard problem to kind of crack. Having said that, I think social is one key element to it because people want to play or do stuff with other people. And the second thing is when it comes to healthcare, it has to evolve with you. I mean, your needs, your everything is changing, and so the game has to change along with it. And it's going to be an experiment, so no idea what's going to work. But certainly that is unique about healthcare is that, over time, your healthcare needs and everything change.
Pavan, you've been an investor, an angel investor for a number of years, and I'm curious, what are some of the new business trends in healthcare that you've been seeing? And maybe Kai, you can also kind of comment to this as well. Happen to.
It is remarkable that in the last 1 year or so, I mean, there's this upsurge in healthcare investing and healthcare ideas. And some of them are what I would kind of put into the revolutionary category. And some of them are more evolutionary, good stuff to do, but maybe perhaps might not be the most exciting thing. So let me just comment on both of them. I think on the revolutionary side, I mean, one thing I see is, what used to be called telemedicine in the olden days is this whole idea about making the patient-doctor interaction, streamline that. And even more than streamlining, reduce that. So I've seen companies where now with the smartphone, which has got such a great camera, if I have any skin problem, for instance, or if I have like a red eye, there's really no need for me, in most cases, to end up going to the doctor's office, get an appointment, wait for 2 hours where the doctor looks at that probably routine thing for that person, and in 5 minutes giving me an answer and coming back. Now what one can do is I can go to a smartphone application. I can pick my doctor there, who will guarantee me feedback within the hour. I can the application will ask me some questions and then tell me to take a picture. It'll help me take the right picture, whether it's my skin for the dermatologist or whether it's my eye for the ophthalmologist, and send it. And I think from the doctor's point of view, the doctor is basically going from one office visit to another. And in between that, they can squeeze in, they have all the information they need. They can take a look at the information, and in 2 minutes, just respond back to it. And just for that, they made, let's say, $50. That's way more efficient in terms of dollar per minute they're going to be making than having the patient come and they spend all the time in the niceties and the nurse going and getting the person ready and so on. So that's just an example. I mean, there are other things where you don't need a doctor. Maybe a nursing professional is good enough. So again, there are many websites. So there's a big set of companies, startups, which are trying to go and just deal with the patient-doctor communication. So, and again, that is possible because we have the smart app, the smartphone over here. It's got a great camera. I can connect sensors to it. It can take my pulse, it can take my blood pressure, it can do all kinds of stuff. So there's a big set of companies in that direction. The other one is having this old notion of personal healthcare record. This whole idea that it's my health, I should have all my information in one place, whether it's the visits to the doctors, all my lab results, all the recommendations the doctors made over the years, my MRIs, my DNA stuff from 23andMe, whatever's coming from it. I have things at home, which is my scale and my blood pressure equipment, which is Bluetooth enabled, everything in one place. And it's being mined for stuff. It's going and making recommendations to me based on all the information it's getting about things to do. So those are big category things where there are numerous startups coming up. And then you have the more traditional stuff about if a patient is leaving the hospital, if everyone has an iPad, can they streamline it instead of them taking 24 hours to coordinate between all the doctors and nurses about what my care should be once I go home? They can do it much faster, much more streamlined, and coordinate once I go home. They can still coordinate along with it, monitoring am I complying with that or not. So there are ideas like that. There are companies which are mining gazillions. I mean, this is like huge amounts of data which is available to make consumers smarter. by knowing that you can get a colonoscopy done in a hospital in San Francisco for 2,000, and then the same thing done in some other place for 5,000. Now, is it better? Is the doctor who's doing it, is the track record better? So there's all this information available which can be mined and made available to you. So again, there's a flurry of companies doing that, and then there are people just doing collaboration, which is again enough people who have reason to communicate with each other, whether it's their own diseases, whether they are taking care of the kids, the parents. And so again, there's a lot of collaboration websites which are coming along. So this just a huge spectrum of ideas floating around just now.
I mean, indeed, a lot of the things that you've talked about initially about the possibility to take a photo of my arm or some part of my body that is infected and just send it and get an answer within an hour. It seems like something so far into the future, but the technology is right here, right now, and I'm just curious, how soon can we actually see this happening? I mean, are doctors really willing to take this approach because they see that it's much more effective and they will be able to have more patients and take care of more people?
It's happening now. I mean, there's early tests, right? These are very well-funded companies who are doing it. So the answer is happening now, and the one barrier that used to be there was, are insurance companies going to pay for it or not? That used to be one barrier. And the second one used to be the liability, which is if I'm doing something not in person, is what's the liability involved? And again, the regulations and the new healthcare stuff are kind of minimizing that. And companies are paying for it. It's amazing how many, Kaiser, which is a healthcare plan there, it's amazing how many e-visits which are being conducted over there now. So this is all reality, and I think it's just now it's stuff which is visually can be done, things like skin care and eye. But with the proliferation of sensors for other kinds of vital information which can be aggregated, I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to just expand to more and more and more disciplines.
Yeah, I think just to add to that point, Pavan, that there's clearly, as you said, no shortage of opportunities, right? I mean, in the healthcare space, there's a tremendous amount of opportunity, and the technology is far ahead of what we can think. Sensors really being, I think, the one area that's been particularly of interest to me, but I think is a huge category, right? I think you were talking about it earlier, Pavan, where we spend an incredible amount of time and effort tracking the world around us, but almost none tracking ourselves. Right? There's very, very little data. Pretty much the only data that's on record for your health is maybe every few years you go to a doctor, and the doctor takes a few notes and asks you, how are you feeling? Oh, it kind of hurts today. Have you been eating well? Are you exercising? Do you smoke? You get the same questions, right? And that happens maybe every 3, 4, 5 years. So it's very, very little data. Imagine what could happen if somebody, a professional, medical professional, your doctor, had data to fill in those gaps. What happens the last time that you visit a doctor was 5 years ago, but what happened in between? Nobody knows. But if we could track that, and with the proliferation of the sensors and technology, I think that's a huge, huge opportunity. And there are companies already that are starting, like Fitbit and Jawbone and Nike and Basis, that are starting to try to track us on a daily basis. But really, I think we'll probably look back on this in 10 years and say, wow, that's so barbaric. All we could do is track how many steps I took versus really your vital signs on a daily basis. That's much more interesting. And the holy grail to me is really around, one of the holy grails is a lot of areas, but I think in the area of tracking and data, I think where we spent a lot of time looking at is trying to get 3 pieces of data. First, your biometric data, and that's all the trackers and your life signs, and I think we're really just at the beginning of that revolution. The smartphones and technology and sensors are making that possible, but we'll look back on this and say, how incredibly, crude we were. So first piece is getting your biometric data. The second piece is getting your environmental data, right? So I live here in Seoul, and this is what the weather is like, and this is what the air quality is like, and this is what the water quality is like, all of those things. A lot of that data is actually pretty available today. And so you combine that data. And then the third piece is genetic, All right, so there are companies like 23andMe that are already helping people understand genetically, you know, how was I born? What is the genetic makeup of what I look like? And I think the holy grail to me is when the company that can start to combine all of those. I think it starts with sensors and biometrics, but if I can take your biometric data and understand your genetics and understand where you live and triangulate all of that data, then it becomes hugely powerful. And I think that the beginning of that really will be the sensors and starting with the sensors, but eventually pulling all of that data in.
Well, and I would agree with both of you on these are enormous and very important trends in terms of wellness and moving our healthcare away from the acute care situation into maintenance of health prior to getting into an acute care situation. But the elephant that sits in the living room of all of our healthcare systems is that we spend an enormous amount of money on acute incidents and on surgery and on chronic management of chronic disease and things like this. And a lot of what we need, when you asked about trends, one of the biggest trends that's happening in healthcare systems all over the planet we're looking at where we are spending all of this money and how can we bring in new technologies that are going to displace some of those costs? How are we going to get better outcomes for the same or less cost? And every new technology that's going to come in and try to fight for its place in the healthcare armamentarium that we have in acute care is going to have to be displacing costs or at least being at the same cost. And that's an enormous trend that we're seeing in terms of demands that are being made on any new technology that's being introduced.
It seems like, from my understanding of the past year, there's been over $1 billion of money infusion from VCs into healthcare technology, and that's 10 times more than the previous year. That's quite a lot of money going in 1 year. And I'm curious, do you think that this could be just truly the next wave? Is this a bubble? It seems like there is a lot of opportunity for entrepreneurship, but I would like your opinion on this.
No, I personally, I don't think it's a bubble. There's, again, healthcare has this unique aspect where it's a huge market, the numbers are big, you have people who care about it. So these VCs, guess what? They do care about it because they have their own health. They can relate to the problem. So that certainly helps. And technologies have just got to that point. I mean, you know, I keep emphasizing the smartphone. The smartphone, probably the best thing that's happened in healthcare. It's made everybody very literate. It's a hub. I mean, you know, we just talked about you can collect sensors, you can collect all kinds of information in one place. So I think that lots of smart people are realizing this, entrepreneurs and VCs, and that's why the investments are only going to keep going up.
Yeah, and the synergies between these different technologies are only improving as well. We see new diagnostic technologies coming out so that diseases can be diagnosed earlier, and that lets us intervene earlier in a way that lets the patient just get on with their life, as opposed to having to find things late and do a big salvage surgery. And so I see this information and monitoring and all of these feeding into us heading off acute disease earlier and earlier in the chain. And so rather than in isolation, I think there's an enormous synergy between these new technologies that are coming up.
Yeah, I agree with, you know, what both of you said, and, you know, I definitely don't think it's a bubble. At least in the sense of there are going to be companies that succeed and, of course, some companies that won't succeed. But I do think that this area of health, you know, even from my short time in the space, there's just so much opportunity and there's so much that can be done. And, you know, certain companies and certain products and certain services will work and some won't. But that's the fun part of exploring right now with all these different startups and what they're trying is what is going to work. But it's clear to me that we're really at the beginning of that cycle, that there is so much still left to be done, whether it's in data monitoring or tracking or, you know, medical devices or, you know, looking at certain niche populations, you know, the old, the young. There's a lot of big problems to be tackled. And so I think it's really just the beginning of that.
Our time is almost up, and I'd like to ask you if you have any parting thoughts before we leave regarding innovations in healthcare to share with our audience.
I think we've emphasized enough. This is a great time. It reminds me of, when the whole Healthy on WebMD thing were happening, where the internet came along, and as I mentioned, there was a Wild West, and lots of companies came out of it. And I do think it's very similar. There's just some really exciting technologies which are just maturing. I mean, there's obviously the smartphone and data mining and real-time collaboration. So this is a great, so if anybody is interested in that, you couldn't find a better time to go and do a company.
And I would just add and emphasize that when you're thinking about launching a new company or in developing a new technology, this area has a fairly simple litmus test to it. If you step back and you say, how will what I am doing affect the outcomes for the patients or the people? Let's not call them patients, let's call ourselves people. How will this affect people's quality of life? Will it change outcomes? Will it make them healthier longer? And if the answer to that is yes, then it becomes a much simpler decision-making process. This is an important one to subject any idea to. How will it help the person that's using it? And then after that, it's just selling the idea to a VC.
Yeah, you ask a very simple question, right? Do I want to be healthy? And do I want to live longer? And I think everybody would say yes. But I think we'll look back and say, well, there's really nothing that we're doing today that's helping that. And so it's a great time to kind of be a part of that exploration process.
I'd like to thank Kai Huang, Dr. Catherine Moore, Papa Nigam, and everyone here who has attended for this amazing conference here. And if you have any questions, I'm sure that you might be able to find each of our panelists later on. Thank you again for being a part of Innovations in Healthcare today. Thank you.
네, 새로운 정보 많이 얻으셨죠? 참 들을수록 참 신기한 분야인 것 같습니다. 지금부터는 즐거운 점심시간이 기다리고 있습니다. 1층 위즈잇으로 가셔서 입구에서 네임택 제시하시면 식사 쿠폰을 받으실 수 있습니다. 꼭 네임택 챙기시고요. 식당이 조금 혼잡할 수 있습니다만 1시간 정도 식사 시간 운영하니까요. 꼭 식사 마치고 오시기 바랍니다. 점심시간부터는 또 402호에서 스파크랩의 파트너사들이 간단하게 쇼룸을 운영하니까요. 스타트업 기업에 관심을 가지시고 자유롭게 네트워킹 하시기 바랍니다. 그리고 넥스트 컨퍼런스를 후원하는 원아시아 인베스트먼트 파트너스가 출간한 글로벌 스타트업 매뉴얼인 비욘드 스타트업을 참석자분들께 선착순으로 배부하고 있습니다. 나가실 때 받으시면 되겠고요. 그럼 즐거운 점심 식사하시고 1시간 후에 다시 뵙겠습니다.
Right this time, this panel is about e-commerce, which is obviously a huge sector. And here we have 3 people who are approaching e-commerce from different perspectives. Kar from Tektel in Sweden basically helps facilitates opening storefronts for small independent vendors. Theobald Ville from Glamour Sells Asia. It's flash sells luxury brands in China and Japan. right? And Jonathan Levine from Rakuten, it's one of Japan's largest retailers. So is there anything else that the three of you want to add about your startups? I mean, your companies? Okay, so that covers the basics. Okay, so basically I just want to start off with Mark Andreessen said recently that retail right now as exists in terms of brick and mortar stores is dead, it's stagnated, and that the future of retail is in e-commerce. But at the same time, big box stores, for example, Costco and Walmart are still doing well in the US, they're still expanding globally, and there's also kind of like the gratifications for consumers of going to a store, being able to browse a lot of objects and then take them home immediately. So I was wondering, in terms of e-commerce, do you think it's true to say that brick and mortar retail is dead? Can e-commerce eventually expand and take it over? I know that's a huge question. So.
Well, I guess it's not fair to say that retail is dead. It's obviously performing really well and still growing in most markets. But I'd like to think of the world in a way that everything that can become digital will become digital. Someone much smarter than myself came up with that quote at some point. And I think that holds true for e-commerce as well. So I think that the point where the big shift will happen, where in fact like physical retail will become e-commerce fully, is the time when e-commerce becomes more convenient at all aspects. So right now, as of current date, we have been able to make some parts of it much more convenient than shopping in a physical store. Parts like discovery, where we can much easier search and filter through millions of products to find a perfect match, and that's unbeatable in a physical environment. However, there are still some big hurdles for e-commerce to become truly convenient. Things like easier logistics, easier returns, easier payments, easier to know what sizes you are for fashion. Like, there are so many things around e-commerce that I think needs to come in place for the area to really outgrow or beat physical retail to the ground.
Well, I will speak a little bit about China, where I live and I operate. And I was in the retail before. I used to work for Coach, so I have the experience of the brick and mortar stores as well as the e-commerce. In China nowadays, younger generation are shopping online, and they go once in a month to the mall. So there is really a shift in the younger generation. People are either showrooming in Apple stores, but then they buy online, or they really buy online multiple products and services. And one of the reasons also, of course, for the growth of e-commerce in China is that the wealth has been spreading faster than the retail infrastructure. So for example, on our company, we deliver customers in 1,000 cities, but the luxury brands that are in China usually are distributed in 20, 30 cities. So that's one of the reasons for e-commerce to grow. So in the end, is it going to be the end of physical retail or not? I do believe actually that there is going to be a shift back to the retail, and this shift is driven by the mobile device. What we see nowadays with the smartphone is that it enables actually retailers who have both e-commerce and physical stores to offer new solutions, new experiences, what we call the O2O, the online to offline, or the offline to online, is the new hot subject. So at the end of the day, there is still a lot of room for e-commerce to grow, but I don't think that it's the end and the death of the traditional retail. However, traditional retail needs to change, it needs to evolve, they need to offer more personalized and a customer experience that is more unique, and you are going to see a mix of showrooming and versus traditional retailing.
Yeah, I think where traditional retail is really struggling and will continue to struggle is in big ticket items and also long tail items, right? There's no way for a brick and mortar store to stock every single bottle of wine that you might want, or every single pair of shoes that you might want, but certainly you can find every single bottle of wine that you might want on the internet somewhere. And you know, where I think Costco and Walmart are still doing okay, and they may be growing, but I kind of question how their same-store sales are doing. I think they're growing by adding more stores, but I think each individual store, I'm not sure how much those are growing. But I think where e-commerce still struggles a lot is, oh, I forgot the milk, right? And so you need a store to be there to have the thing that you forgot to buy this morning for dinner tonight. And until we can solve the logistics of that problem, you know, like, I forgot this, please make sure it's at my house in time for when I need it, we're gonna need some retail infrastructure that can support that. And that, you know, I think it's very difficult to have a retail infrastructure that only supports last minute purchases. So you need everything else around it, supermarket, you know, the whole supermarket or the whole drugstore around it.
I guess that sort of comes back to my point. I think that right now still it's more convenient to buy milk from a store because we don't have the infrastructure to support it. But as a sort of true believer to the digital innovations, I'm sure that that infrastructure will exist and that behavior will also transform to online.
Yeah, I mean, in the old days, right? Like you know, so certainly before I was a child even, but my parents and my grandparents would get milk by subscription, right? And so I think that e-commerce could support that too. If you could predict, yeah, I need a liter of milk every day, that e-commerce could certainly support that. The problem is, you know, oh, tonight I have guests, I need some more milk, or I need some cream, or I need, you know, something else I didn't predict, and that certainly we can't support that yet.
That actually leads into another topic I wanted to discuss, which is basically personalizing each shopper's experience, which is basically something that's very important for all e-commerce businesses, no matter, you know, your size, flash sales, or even if you're, you know, one of the largest retailers in the country. It's kind of, you know, if a shopper, like for example, like you were talking about discovering new products, discovering new vendors, or even perhaps, you know, like you're talking about with the milk, like Jonathan was talking about with milk delivery, being able to predict what a customer wants, or maybe need to figure out how to make the shopping process kind of, you know, follow the pattern of what they need, or predict what they need. So can you tell me basically, just from the perspective of each of your companies, what are you doing to make sure that the shopping experience and the checkout experience perhaps is personalized to each individual person who logs onto your site? Okay.
This is actually fairly recent for us because we used to cheat. And basically, we used to show what's popular. And what's popular is almost a perfect proxy for what you want, right? Because that's the reason that things are popular is because people want them. In order to really do good predictive analysis, you need a surprisingly large amount of data. And it's only relatively recently that we've had enough, especially repeat data, about individual users to do a good job of that kind of predictive analysis. But you know, I think over time that's proving to be very important for us. And you know, one of the highest converting pages that we have on our site is what did you buy? Is your purchase history. So very, very often, you know, like the most often thing that people will do is they'll go and like, oh, what did I buy last week? Oh, here it is, and then they click through and buy it. And that the purchase history page has, you know, huge conversion. And so using that kind of that as a model to then suggest to people what to buy next is proving to be very interesting for us.
Well, for us also, we discovered the magic of analytics, customer data, personalization, and we're doing in our communication a mix between traditional EDM, SMS, push notifications, pushes on WeChat or Weibo. So we are really in the process of fine-tuning and experimenting how based on experience, previous navigation, as well as previous purchasing history, how people can get the relevant information. This being said, what we also monitor is really all the feedbacks. We spend a lot of time on what I call the voice of the customer, monitoring on a weekly basis all the feedbacks that we get through our call center, but also through the social networks, trying to also meet with customers. Last week I had two VIP dinners with them. So we try to learn also from their feedbacks to improve, because analytics and data mining is one thing, but we're in the field of retail, we're in the field of luxury. We also have to try to surprise the customer, so we cannot always depend on models of the past, and we're trying to find a balance.
So I guess my company, Ticktail, is the odd bird in this conversation a bit, because we're not in fact a destination site. We are 15,000 destination sites, in the case that each store that is created on Ticktail becomes their own kind of experience. For us, I guess we're targeting the problem from two different angles. One is that we obviously recognize the customers across all 15,000 stores and counting, which we can use to help people in the checkout process and make that whole experience much, much better in terms of storing your credit card and such. But I believe that as an e-commerce platform, we don't have to solve all of these problems ourselves. We can in fact rely on different third-party platforms to create that sort of personalized recommendations. And what I mean by that is that Ticktail integrates with Facebook, with Pinterest. You can publish products to eBay, and we can rely on several different recommendation mechanics, and don't actually have to spend all of that time to invent those wheels ourselves, which is the kind of approach I think you can take to a lot of problems today, that there are in fact a lot of good infrastructure available on the net that you can integrate with and take use from.
Yeah, I was wondering, basically, you're just saying that Ticktail has, was it 50,000
15.
15?
Yeah,
15,000.
1,000. Yeah.
Yeah, right now, and a lot of them you were saying are actually pretty small vendors. So maybe it's a individual, or it's like one person, or
Yeah, sure.
I mean, how
So
many?
I often come back to the case. This first store on our platform was my mother's store.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She sells like porcelain. It's a quirky business. It's like Chinese porcelain with like old school tattoos painted on them. Mm-hmm. It's a good business for her. And I guess she's the kind of benchmark customer for us. Yeah. She's a SME, a small, medium-sized company. She's an entrepreneur. She's more driven about the product and the story and the branding than maybe about just the margins and the distribution. She's not acquainted with words like SEO or SEM, nor should she be. I mean, Ticktail is all about removing the technical barriers and the thresholds from the equation to enable a kind of new generation of people to become entrepreneurs and start selling online. And those are the kind of vendors that we go for, the long tail of online retailers.
There's actually, there's a point that you brought up backstage about logistics, which is that, a lot of the tech companies that have gotten really large over the past few years have been, they're either software or web-oriented, so they're not actually trying to ship a physical product. So logistics, from country to country, it varies in terms of efficiency and price. So, for your vendors, I mean, that's a problem that a lot of them face, because they, like you were saying, DHL, a lot of other shipping companies, they cater to enterprise clients, and so that's something that Ticktail is going to have to grapple with as you try to scale up to meet the needs of clients in other countries, and also just for your companies to Jonathan Theobald, as you expand globally, or just even within China, a huge country, obviously that's an issue. So I was wondering, just in terms of e-commerce and logistics, how your company has dealt with it, or any issues that you've run into.
Yeah, for us in Japan, we were very lucky because the Japanese logistics infrastructure is extremely well developed, and so for the longest time, you can get a package from anywhere in Japan to anywhere else in Japan overnight, and you can get it there frozen if that's what you need. You can also get it there not frozen but cooler than 10 degrees.
if that's what you need. So it supports one of our biggest sellers on Rakuten is a specialty egg merchant, and you can order eggs, and then tomorrow they will arrive unbroken and unfrozen and also not hot. So the challenge in Japan has become, as we got bigger, you'd order 5 things on the same day or 10 things on the same day, and that would result in 10 truck rolls and 10 doorbell rings and 10 boxes, and that starts to become a pain for our end customers. The other thing that was very surprising was when we started to expand outside Japan and into places like Indonesia, where the logistics system is not at all very well developed. And so, in Japan, last year we started building out our own warehouses, and we're doing fulfillment by Rakuten. In Indonesia, we had to do that almost from the beginning.
Well, for us in China, obviously, logistics is a challenge. This being said, we've been working with one of the best in class, which is FedEx, actually. And we are able to deliver in Shanghai in 24 hours, in Beijing in 48 hours, in most of the other cities we are addressing in less than 3 days. What I found more as a challenge, actually, is not so much the outbound logistic, but it's the reverse logistic. Because when you work in e-commerce, you see that the customer experience is completed once you have dealt with the returns. And putting in place the right reverse logistic models, cost efficiency is what has been one of our challenges. The other thing for us in China is that up to recently, 50% of the customers were paying COD, cash on delivery. And one of the challenges was to avoid to have a customer placing an order and just rejecting it upon receiving, because we would have to incur the cost. So for all our new customers, we have developed through our own call center systems by which we have to confirm that they really want to place the order, that the customer exists, and we have been reducing this rejection rate to very, very, very low. So it is a challenge, not so much in terms of the operation, but it has been a challenge for us as a matter of cost, because the cost, especially when you're dealing with such a big country, is important. And customers at the same time, especially in China, they are expecting free deliveries and free this and that. So how to manage their expectation, we have found a system by which we have some promotion with free delivery, we have some threshold with a free delivery, and at the end of the day, we are every month working on how we can optimize this cost.
Well, so from our side, I guess, our business is much more like the return problem you have than the actual sort of for you to send out things. I think that looking at the entire business-to-business space, I think it has come such a long way when it comes to big enterprise clients. And probably in a way you both represent them. But it's still so ripe for disruption when it comes to smaller retailers and smaller brands. And I think that's the spaces where logistics doesn't really work, where you can't make deals based on scale, but you have to make them on a deal-by-deal basis. And I think on a sort of higher level, not just speaking about e-commerce anymore, I think what's exciting about the internet and technology today is that we've reached a point where digital and physical is merging in a way it hasn't before. And we're coming up with all of these smart software solutions to physical problems. And we see this, we were actually in fact discussing this before we came out here, but we see this for hotels with services like Airbnb. We see this for cabs with services like Uber or Halo or Zipcar. And I think, or I hope, we will see this for logistics as well, but I don't think we've quite reached that point yet.
Actually, I wanted to ask Deepal, I know that Alibaba is working on a logistics network that would potentially be able to deliver anything within China in 24 hours. Do you think, what do you think about the effect that's going to have on the e-commerce sector in China, which I know is already huge?
Well, for those who don't know, and I always like to remind people, China is already the largest e-commerce market in the world. And I think there are a lot of people, especially on the other side of the Pacific, who have not yet realized that. And therefore, as everybody knows, Alibaba is one of the main players. They are investing in the logistics, but more generally speaking, big retailers in China are building what I call stories or warehouses, usually 3, 4, 5, 6, depending on the regions and their business. We are too small as a company to have 6 warehouses, so far we are operating from one in Shanghai, but we are looking at the opportunity in the future to have probably another one in Beijing, one in the south, and partnering and outsourcing, because our core business is not warehousing. Our core business is more on the merchandising, on the marketing, on the customer experience, but for the warehousing, there are specialists, and there are a lot of people developing warehousing facilities. Lots of investments have been done, and definitely Alibaba is one, but there are also other people proposing such solutions.
The next question I wanted to ask about was basically how your companies are using smart or interactive content like videos to basically create a story around each product and brand, because obviously it's no longer enough to just, slap up a photo and a product description. People want more. I know, Jonathan, when we talked on the phone earlier, basically you were talking about the egg farmer, the specialty egg farmer, how important videos and other kind of interactive content, smart content is to basically developing a brand story for that.
Yeah, and I think like Tictail, we're we started out basically as a blog with a shopping cart attached to it, and so one of the interesting things about the egg farmer is, it's not about the eggs, right? It's like when you buy a $200 bottle of wine, like $10 of what you're spending is for the wine and $190 is for the story about the wine, right? And same thing with the eggs, right? You get to read about when the chicks came, and you get to read about what they're eating, and you get to read about how the hens are laying today, and all of that adds value to the eggs. And I think video is becoming part of that, and we provide a video platform now to our retailers and the retailers who choose to use it see a lot of great conversion from recording videos about products, and not and not just about the product, but about how they use it, or testimonials and things like that. Similarly, in our travel business, we have the ability for hotels to not just show pictures of the property, but walkthroughs of the property, and these things are really, really successful.
Well, when we created our business 4 years ago, one of the challenges was to get the brands supporting us, and dealing with luxury brands, they care a lot about their image. And we started actually as an advertising agencies. We were doing videos, we were shooting brand stories, we were creating contents, and we were coming to see the brands and telling them we can be a media. And that's how we actually started the business. And now we are half and half between a retailer and a media provider, but big brands still require that we tell us their story, and they're very focused on what we say about their products, and how we actually also integrate with their own communication tool and social medias. And for smaller brands, they are using us just to gain also awareness, because when we send 2 million emails a day for new brands into the Chinese market, it's a great way for them to gain awareness. So apart from this point, we also have moved to more tutorial and informationals, which helps the customer not only to learn about the brand, but also how to use the product. And we have been also developing a lot of interaction, online chat, Q&As, so that people can really interact with us and ask questions about how they can use the products. And the last point, obviously, in China, which is very important, is all the customer reviews and how you are leveraging this to create a buzz. And this is, I think, the next topic about social medias.
Well, I think it's very interesting to hear, and I think what you're touching on is maybe the fact that there's no one solution to fit all. Video is obviously really great and important for most channels, but maybe for some channels, someone's browsing a store on the mobile on their way to work. Maybe video just isn't best, because you want to have just a quick overview or scroll through many products in a quick way. And I think that for us as a platform, where we are not in fact ourselves in control of the content uploaded to our page, much like Rakuten. I think it's just about making it easier for our users to do good content than it is for them to do bad content. And we can achieve this by creating smart tools via the smartphone where it's easier to make a beautiful video of your product or a good photography rather than just sort of slapping it towards a messy background and uploading it. But I think it's all about just making it easy. When you have a service where you have essentially thousands of content editors, it's really just about making it easier to do good content than it is to do bad content. And I think that's the way we have to approach things. And then if I think of us as a company and us as a brand, then we always try to communicate, when we market ourselves, we always try to communicate through our stores and have them do the sort of Ticktail branding and the Ticktail storytelling. And that seems to be working quite well.
And if I could just add one other thing, it's not, I think, not only about video, but about interactive content. And so, we haven't really started doing this yet, but you can see some technology vendors like Cisco are providing, animated walkthroughs of their products, where if you're buying a router or a switch to put in a data center, you might actually never get a chance to touch it yourself because it ships directly to the data center and then the vendor installs it for you. So you have a chance to, use the interactive system to virtually pull out a piece of the product and look at it and see how big it is. And I think there's really applicability in the home for that, right? So, you no longer really have to worry about whether the couch is going to fit through the door. If you can kind of measure the different axes of the couch interactively and rotate the couch around.
There's actually this really cool company, I just have to mention, in Sweden called 13th Lab. Essentially, they have this demo where they do this with IKEA. So they have an IKEA catalog and they place it on the floor, and that catalog becomes the sort of anchor point of the room. And by using their smartphone application, you can augment reality like in your room on a one-to-one scale. So you can place like this IKEA catalog anywhere in your room, and you get a one-to-one size sofa, which you can move around and change colors on, and actually see what it looks like in your room. And it's so amazing when you think about that kind of interactive content as a sort of next generation e-commerce, where we might not only have product photos, but even 3D models of our products, where we can play around with them in the room and such.
Well, there are also in the field of eyewear, for example, we are collaborating with a company called Total Immersion, and you can try on the eyewear and see yourself with the Ray-Bans or the Burberry you're wearing. So there are a lot of tools which are now available on the market. This being said, one interesting anecdote, for every single product we sell on our website, we measure, and we measure up to 6 to 8 different details. So there is still also a very manual work which is done up to the piece we put for sale. And customers really like to have those information as well as fitting advisors. So part is the technology, part is interaction, but part is also the relevant information which is going to be very useful for them to make their decisions.
I think it's basically, a trend, or not even a trend, but something that next generation e-commerce companies have to keep in mind is that in order to be an effective platform, you're not just a store, you're also, a media platform, for instance, kind of aspirational lifestyle magazine in a way, like you were talking about.
Well, I think, so you were talking a little bit about, earlier in the conversation about brick and mortar versus online, and I think you were talking about showrooming. Oh, you were talking about showrooming. Sorry. I think that's one of the things that we have tried to do from the beginning is to replicate the sort of boutique store experience on a national scale and increasingly on an international scale. And one of the things that is very hard to get still is the ability to touch the product, the ability to try the product on, right? And so I think these things are helping carry us further toward making the e-commerce experience feel more like the offline experience.
Yeah, I think one of the challenge for all of us is to get the stickiness and customers coming back. So The variety of products, the price are elements which are important, but it's more than that. It's also the contents, the information we are able to deliver through blogs or through the newsletter. So to your point, we are constantly challenging ourselves on how can we make sure that the customers come back, and the product offer is one thing, but the additional information we can offer is the other one.
Shikara, I remember when we talked earlier, you were telling me basically like TikTok is almost kind of like in a way for a lot of these vendors is a form of social networking in addition to having a storefront, because you said basically, for example, there was a newspaper in Sweden, one of the largest papers, because their print ad sales were falling, they basically started a storefront. Or could you maybe tell the audience a bit more about how they used the storefront?
Yeah, sure. So the story Catherine is referring to is one of the biggest newspapers in Sweden. It's called Nöjesguide, and it's probably every city has one or few of them, the ones that are given away for free around the city. As many other papers, ad revenue is falling, or is at least challenging. And essentially what they did was that they created a TikTok store, and then they went to a few brands that were relevant to their brand or similar to their brand and to their target audience. And they said like, hey, we're going to give you ad space for this much of money, and you're going to get it, and we're going to get, say, 100 of your products for free in exchange. And essentially what they did was they created a platform, and they sold 9 items to begin with as a pilot, which they had obviously 100% margin on, that they had sort of bartered for space in their paper. And then they were able to find a new way to monetize their traffic. So rather than just sort of monetizing their traffic through advertising or through subscriptions, they said like, here's products that you can buy, and here are stories about these brands that you can read in our paper. And so far it's been proven like really valuable for them, and they're in fact having a higher CPA than they would have traditionally. And I think that's cool about TikTok right now, that by making it free to start an online platform, and by making it so simple, people or magazines like Nöjesguide and like private people are in fact changing the format of what an online store could be, and sort of challenging the format in a way to make it about something else. And to go to the fact about what you said about TikTok becoming like a social network for these stores, I think for many companies and for many brands to sell online like isn't just about money. Like from us that come from a sort of e-commerce perspective and that builds big businesses on it, like obviously the business and the money is at core. But for a lot of people, running a company and being an entrepreneur is also about the feeling you get from that, about the sense of sort of self-fulfillment and about making something that means a lot to you. And I think that's what people use TikTok for, and to a huge degree. It's as important for them to have this storefront where they can see their products and it becomes their web page, as it is to in fact drive like significant number of sales through that platform.
So Thibault and Jonathan were talking a little bit earlier basically about how people have used Glamour Sales Asia or Rakuten as basically as a way to, I mean, it does not just sell products, but to create brand awareness, like in China, for example, to launch their brands in China. I was basically wondering, Jonathan, I remember you talked about like a kimono seller. Is he selling Rakuten or?
Well, I think the interesting thing about kimono is the inventory risk issue.
Yeah.
And one of the if you're not familiar with kimono, these are very elaborate, often handmade, traditional Japanese clothing, and kimono can cost US $2,000, and because they're unique, it had been very, very difficult for these shops to really exist, because you keep an inventory and then you don't have access to only a very, very small fraction of the population, and you had to hope that these unique high fashion items that you were stocking were going to be interesting to the relatively small number of people who are walking past your shop. The internet, I think, has really sparked a renewal in interest in Japan in kimono, because it takes away a lot of that inventory risk. So instead of buying lots and lots of $2,000 items that only a few people might want, you now can expose that to 100 million people who might want to buy it. So I think it allows it allows boutiques of all kinds of different long tail products, wine, musical instruments, to really thrive in a way that they would not have been able to do 30 or 40 years ago.
Yeah, and to your point, the key for us is to build credible platforms. When the customer trusts you, he is almost able to spend whatever money. When we started 3 years ago, when we got a $1,000 order, we were super happy. And now we get orders at $15,000, $20,000. So the trust that the customer can have in your platform is very important. And how did we build this trust? We really, in China, built a brand, Glamour Sales, leveraging celebrities. I signed, when I launched the company, Xu Jinglei, famous blogger, #1 blogger at the time, celebrity, actress, and did a massive campaign with her through a press conference, videos online, and it helped to build the platform and the image. And our slogan was that Glamour Sales was the democratization of luxury. Which resonated very well in the Chinese minds, and we have been able to build this trust by basically engaging, focusing on the customer experience, focusing also on the quality of the brand and the products we're selling, and step by step, we know people get sticky, come back, and that's what is beautiful with the flash sales. The flash sales is every morning, 9 o'clock, there is a race, there are a few products, and it's the fastest we can get the product. So yes, building this brand has been very important.
Yeah, I actually wanted to talk about the role of social media and your vendors, and for your companies. You just mentioned blogging, and I know Rakuten made a very big investment in Pinterest. So I was wondering if you could tell me basically what the role of social media now in marketing is for your companies.
Well, so Catherine, as you mentioned, we did invest in Pinterest, and Pinterest has been a really great source of traffic for us. I think they're a great source of traffic for a lot of e-commerce companies, not just us. I think before Pinterest, Facebook was a great source of traffic for us, and before Facebook, affiliate networks were a good source of traffic for us. And Facebook continues to be good, but not as good as Pinterest, and affiliate networks are good, but affiliate networks are a little bit different. And I think, affiliate networks, the original idea was to help encourage people to recommend things to their friends by giving them some way to monetize those recommendations. But in reality, like ick, right? I mean, who really wants to make money from their friends that way? And so while I think affiliate networks do fund some blogging platforms, including ours. In general, affiliate networks tended to gravitate more toward shopping and deal sites. But Pinterest is sort of what the affiliate networks wanted to be, right? It fulfills the ability for people to communicate with their friends what's interesting to them and what they like, and also to network with people who have similar interests without the ick of, I'm doing this because I'm going to make some money off of it.
We see a rising trend. Social media represent now about 25% of our traffic and orders. We have 3 different types of social medias. We have our own ones, so our own Weibo account, our own WeChat account. We're working with some platforms like Moguche, Meihuishuo, and other Pinterest-alike types. And we're also working with about 600 KOLs, key opinion leaders that have their own blogs, their own Twitters, and so on. So it's definitely something very important for us and very cost effective.
About Tectel, I mean, I know your vendors, they're all independent and smaller. Have you noticed any trends in which social media networks they're using or how they use social media to kind of get exposure?
I mean, going back to the question about marketing and videos and such, I think, once again, for Ticktail as a service, it's about just making it easier to be good. And we do actively push our merchants to become active in social media. And it's Facebook, Pinterest, and Twitter who are our three main channels. We measure everything. We're extremely data-driven as a company, as I know you both are as well. And we'd like to just sort of see, like, apart from the three main sort of social channels that we're pushing, to also actively understand what our stores are doing and where they become active, and just sort of take what the top 10% of our stores are doing and help the remaining 90% of those stores, of our stores, to mimic that behavior by sort of adding it or making it more convenient in the interface. So that's our kind of approach to things in general.
See, I think we have time for maybe one more question. So I actually wanted to ask about mobile because obviously that's been a very disruptive factor in e-commerce. As one of you, I think Thibault maybe mentioned earlier, there's people going into stores and showrooming, but you take your mobile device and you complete the sell on the mobile device. And then, of course, it's also a tool for marketing. But then there's the question of course, how do you convert, mobile browsing into an actual sale? So I was just wondering, just recently or kind of in the near-term future, how do you think mobile will kind of influence the way that your companies grow or act? Maybe start with you, Jonathan.
Well, Japan's a little bit maybe more similar to Korea in this sense, and I don't know if people know what I'm talking about when I refer to feature phones, but even 10 years ago, we were doing a substantial amount of sales on old style iMode, Easy Web. We up to like 10% of our revenue was coming from mobile. Now what we see is a very, very sharp shift from feature phone to smartphone, and I think the smartphone apps provide a much better experience, but we're still, it's still the same strategy of trying to provide a common login, common wallet across both platforms to make it easy to buy on the mobile device, and also to make it easy to, bookmark from mobile and transact on the web, or transact on mobile, or bookmark on the web and transact on mobile. I think, in countries where, like Japan and Korea, where people tend to commute through public transportation, right? It's much safer to encourage people to buy on mobile devices. You sort of, in California, you don't really want people buying on their smartphones because they're liable to crash into the person in front of them while they're doing it. But I think that increasingly people are doing multimodal media, right? So you're watching TV with your iPad on your lap, and oh, what's he wearing? What's she wearing? Maybe I want to buy that, right? So that definitely, I think we'll see more and more.
Well, in China, we went from 0 to 20% of our sales in 1 year on mobile. It's going to be 30% by the end of December. Of course, because we have iPhone apps, Android apps, HTML5 responsive websites. But the big trend is, especially for flash sales, that people will buy on mobile. I wouldn't be surprised that we would do 60-70% of our sales by the end of next year on the mobile. So this triggers for us, of course, a lot of technology issues, how to have the synchronization with all the application and the contents and the functionalities that we have with the other platform, and how can we have a single customer view. So this is quite interesting.
and I have 5 seconds to answer this question according to the monitor. Well, I think Jonathan is touching on an extremely interesting point, and it's the fact that when we discuss mobile, it's so easy for the discussion to be just about, is the web page responsive? Do they have a smartphone application? And in fact, the interesting question on mobile, and also another big sort of misunderstanding, is that people think that mobile, like for smartphones and mobile for tablets, is the same thing. And I think on a higher level, what we need to really start thinking about is what kind of behavior do we want or do we think our customers are doing when they visit your site on a mobile or a tablet, and what are they likely to do? So we're very much in the space of, when you visit a ticket store from mobile, we'd rather have you start subscribing to that store than maybe just push you to do a purchase, because we know it's much more likely for you to go ahead and become a valuable customer at the point where you return on a tablet or a web browser. So I think having a mobile strategy today is much bigger than just responsive websites. It's really about, what do you want to shape the user experience to be about? And that isn't necessarily the same as it is on the web.
I agree with you, but I would be careful about limiting yourself, right? Like, so we see a big spike in purchase of fashion items after, during last train time. It's like people are hanging out with their friends, like, oh, that was a cute skirt. I wonder where she got that. And then on the train home, purchasing it, right? We were very surprised even in 2002, 2003 when we ran a promotion and we sold over 1,000 couches on mobile. I think people often interact with the devices in a way that we didn't predict. And I think you're right. You want to provide a customized experience for each form factor, and a really great experience for each form factor. But it's like any other retail business, right? You want to get them into the store as much as you can, because they're only going to transact when they're in the store. And so as long as they're in the store, you got to give them a way to transact.
I just want to add that we have to follow the customer trends. Recently, I was with KPMG, and they were doing surveys in China. They were asking to CFOs in Beijing, how many mobile devices do you have? They were saying 6 in average per person. Same question in Shanghai was 5. Same question in Hong Kong was 3. Same question in Germany was 0.8. So my point is to say that in Asia and in China in particular, people are really shifting to the mobile because of the network, because of the technology, because of it's becoming a habit. And retailer really need to follow what our customers' preferences.
Okay. So I think we're out of time. Okay. But thank you so much for taking the time to answer my questions, and thanks everybody for listening.
Thanks.
Thanks, it's really fun.
Thank you.
네, 역시 관심이 가는 분야여서 그런지 참 흥미롭게 들었던 것 같은데요. 여러분은 어떠셨나요? 이제 다음 6번째 세션은 단 한 분이 세션을 책임지시겠습니다. 디지털 기술이 21세기 우리 사회에 미치는 다양한 영향에 대해서 이야기를 해보겠는데요. 인터넷 원숭이들의 세상의 저자이자 칼럼니스트인 앤드류 킨 소개합니다.
Well, it's nice to be here. So I'll introduce myself, and perhaps, how many people, I don't really get a sense of the audience. How many of you are entrepreneurs? Oh, not many. How many of you are investors? So what are you all, how many of you are students? How many of you don't know what you're doing? How many of you are clueless? That's me. So well, I thought I would give an introduction to myself, tell you a little bit about my first book, Cult of the Amateur, and then talk about digital vertigo. So my background is as an entrepreneur. I founded a company called Audio Cafe in the mid-90s. And I always liked the idea of the internet because for me it was a place that, and again this is not very original, it was a place that enabled the distribution of high quality content. I was very excited. Before I did Audio Cafe, I was a journalist, a music journalist, and I thought it was a great way to actually distribute content. Like many other content people in the 90s, we jumped into the internet. We made, though, a big error. I made the error at Audio Cafe. It was a startup that was backed by Intel and SAP. It wasn't a very interesting one, really, in retrospect, no different from many of the others in the 90s. But we all made a big mistake. We made the error of thinking that the internet business model could be like television, that we'd give the content away for free, and then we could do our revenue, we could build our business model through advertising. Now, at the time in the 90s, that seemed to make sense. When the internet started, when people started going online in the mid-90s, it didn't seem as though we didn't have the nerve, the chutzpah, to actually demand that people pay for their content. So whether it was Audio Cafe or the New York Times or the Guardian or many of the other startups in the 90s, online startups that is, we all thought that the business model would work, that we would give the content away for free, and then we would build business through advertising. Now that was a fatal error. And in 2007, I wrote a book called Cult of the Amateur, which argued that. I suggested that we have become infatuated with free content, that the disintermediation of traditional journalists, the undermining of the traditional authority of journalists, of authors, of many other professionals was a bad thing, and that the internet was being corrupted by what I called the cult of the amateur. I argued that in cultural terms that was a bad thing. In cultural terms it was creating a lot of garbage, and I think it's hard to argue about that. All you've got to do is go onto Facebook or YouTube to see that garbage. But secondly, and perhaps more relevantly, in terms of this audience, because I'm guessing that many of you are entrepreneurs and you want to figure out new business models, or you want to figure out viable business models, I argued in Cult of the Amateur that you couldn't make money from advertising, that the advertising model didn't work. And I was proved to be right, because as Web 2.0 ravaged traditional media, as more and more newspapers shut down, as book publishers are going into crisis, as the music industry was cut in half, partly because of piracy and partly because of the nature of the digital economy, it became harder and harder to sell content online. The free economy, I argued in Cult of the Amateur, and I continue to argue, is a bad thing. So for those, I mean, it's a bad thing in cultural terms because it generates garbage, but it's also a bad thing in business terms because it doesn't enable you to build viable businesses. In 2007, I wrote this book, Cult of the Amateur. It was very controversial. A lot of people deeply objected to the book, which I was thrilled by. I love to upset people. And there was a big argument about whether or not paywalls were essential, whether or not the free content economy was viable. Today, 6, 7 years after the book came out, and it came out with books like The Long Tail, which said the reverse, I think I've been proved to be right. The only viable business models for high quality content are when people charge for that content. We're seeing it, for example, with the New York Times, who are building a viable business around paywalls. We may be seeing it even with YouTube, which I'd trashed back in 2007 because it was a video network for crappy amateur content, but it's actually become bigger, wider, more substantial today. Even YouTube now is considering opening paid-for channels. My argument then, I think, was right then. The fetish in Silicon Valley with giving out one's content for free doesn't work. Now, it may work in a sense with networks like Twitter, which are essentially amateur content, or Facebook. But it doesn't work for real journalism. It doesn't work for the real information economy. So my first piece of advice for anyone who's in career or elsewhere who wants to go into the content business, don't give your stuff away for free. Charge for it. Have a nerve. Go against traditional thinking. Go against the traditional climate of opinion. Because if you don't, and this is true very often throughout the digital economy, most entrepreneurs are like sheep. And venture capitalists aren't like sheep, they are sheep. No one is thinking for themselves. So you get this idea of let's give our content away for free. Let's start a social network. Everyone does it, and then the economy crashes. And that's what's happened with the content industry. Even today, there are very few examples of viable content businesses. Perhaps Huffington Post is one, although that's essentially a marketing platform. TechCrunch, of course, is another. I have a show on TechCrunch. But they've become traditional, their money is made through events rather than their online businesses. So my book in 2007, Cult of the Amateur, I think, was important in the sense that it opened up a debate about how to build viable media businesses on the network. It's a debate that still's going on, and it's a debate that I think, for the most part, has been answered. Put up paywalls. Charge for your content. If you've got anything of any value, video, books, music in particular, you have to charge for it. Now, are there any artists out here, any creative people, writers, filmmakers, musicians? I argued in my book, Cult of the Amateur, that the internet, which was acclaimed by many people as this liberating, democratizing force, was actually a bad thing for creative professionals because it undermined our livelihood. It meant that people stole our stuff. It meant that most of the business models lent themselves to giving our stuff away for free. And it's still true. The music industry has been cut in half. The book industry, which I know very well as a writer, is cutting its advances. So if you are a creative artist, the internet is not really a great thing. It's not necessarily a disaster, but you have to be entrepreneurial. You can't rely on current business models. You can't rely on networks like YouTube or Twitter or Facebook or any of these other essentially marketing platforms to enable you to make money. And there still are great entrepreneurial opportunities for free-thinking individuals able to crack this dilemma, able to crack the dilemma of how to monetize quality, how to monetize talent, because the internet still hasn't, for the most part, figured that out. How does it enable professional creative people to make a living, pay their rent, clothe themselves, feed themselves? Almost all the successful internet startups in the content side haven't even addressed this issue. So that's one area I would suggest if you are an entrepreneur, if you are ambitious, if you want to rock the boat, if you want to reinvent an industry, that's one area I would suggest you look at critically. The answers aren't obvious. If they were, everyone would be doing it. But those are always the most interesting challenges. Now, my last book, Digital Vertigo, My first book, Cult of the Amateur, came out in Korean, in the Korean language, I think in about 2009. Digital Vertigo came out in most of the world last year. It will come out in a Korean version, but the translation isn't finished yet. But for those of you who want to read it, you can find it on Amazon. So obviously in digital form too. My last book, Digital Vertigo, focused on another serious problem. My goal, my business model, if you like, is to really be counterintuitive. To think about what everyone is agreeing on and then saying, actually, that's crap, that's garbage, or as the English would say, that's bollocks, and rethink it. So back in 2007, everyone was idealizing free content, blogging platforms. Everyone idealized this supposed economy of the amateur, the long tail economy, which was garbage. 5 years later, that was Web 2.0. 5 years later, we have something called Web 3.0. This was a term, again, not a very original term. Web 2.0 was invented by Tim O'Reilly. Web 3.0 is, I'm not sure this clock, Web 3.0 was invented by Reid Hoffman, one of the great geniuses, commercial, intellectual genius of Silicon Valley, the founder, of course, of LinkedIn, the guy who introduced Peter Thiel to Mark Zuckerberg, and is the guy actually behind many of the biggest deals in Silicon Valley. He was a part of the original PayPal mafia. Reid Hoffman came up with the term Web 3.0, which, again, wasn't particularly original since it naturally comes after Web 2.0, but he defined it as an age of ubiquitous personal data. What Hoffman was really doing was introducing this idea of big data. The great shift then in Silicon Valley between, say, 2007 and 2012 or today is a shift between the Web 2.0 model, Web 2.0 economy, to the big data economy. Now, big data, of course, is a term. There's a great new book out, actually, by a couple of guys I've had on my TechCrunch show. It's well worth reading. If you get the chance to. It's called Big Data. But the big data economy, of course, whereas in the Web 2.0 age, the central company was Google, the central company of this Web 3.0 age is Facebook. And the idea of personal data is rooted in the notion of networks like Facebook, of course, and many of the other social networks, whether it's driving networks like WAS, whether it's business networks like LinkedIn, whether it's Google+, whether it's many of these other social services, social products, social television, social reading, social eating, social traveling. Over the past 5 years, going from Web 2.0 to Web 3.0, Silicon Valley has become infatuated, obsessed with the idea of the social, with the idea of us sharing all our data. All these Web 3.0 companies are, again, premised on the free economy, premised on us giving us their data. Sorry, that was an error, giving them our data. They're not giving us anything except a free platform. Us giving them our data. They knowing more and more about us, and then serving up business models, advertising models, which essentially mean that the more they know us, the better advertising rates they can give, the more customized our advertising. Collectively, this mania with the social that I warned about in Digital Vertigo lent itself to a new architecture of the web, an architecture of surveillance and voyeurism. We were simultaneously watching each other and being watched. That's why I call my book Digital Vertigo. Some of you may have seen the great movie by Alfred Hitchcock, Vertigo, 1958 movie. Just voted the greatest movie ever made. A film about a private detective who follows a woman. It's a movie about watching. It's a movie about being watched. It's also a movie about illusion, a movie about delusion, a movie about falling in love with something that doesn't really exist. In Vertigo, the thing that didn't really exist was a beautiful blonde woman who was the star of the movie, Kim Novak. She turned out to be a murderess. Not only a murderess, but someone who dyed their hair. They weren't really a blonde, they were brunette. Can you imagine how disappointing that is, falling in love with a blonde and finding out that they're a brunette? Are there any blondes here? There's no such thing as a natural Korean blonde, is there? If there is, see me afterwards. Hitchcock warned us about falling in love with something that doesn't really exist, something too good to be true. The blonde Korean girl, perhaps. Same happened, of course, in Silicon Valley. We were told that the social was wonderful. We were told that it would enable us to meet all sorts of people. We were told that collaboration and conversation was a good thing. We were told, of course, that this would benefit us, that this Web 3.0 age, this age of big data, would make life more convenient. There were even products, one called Highlight, social location networks, which followed us everywhere we go. Our cell phones, of course, helped, because they were watching us. And as it turned out, and I feel good about writing Digital Vertigo, although perhaps it would have been better for me if it had come out this month rather than last year, we really are being watched. Privacy, as I warned in Digital Vertigo, has become an artifact of history. We've all fallen in love with that blonde. We've all wandered into a world on social media through Web 3.0 in this architecture of voyeurism and surveillance where we're losing our privacy, where we get these free services, whether it's Facebook, which is by definition slimy, of course, or so many of these other social products that know what we're listening to, what we're reading, what we're traveling, what we're riding, what we're wearing, what sometimes, of course, what we're not wearing, what we're thinking, what we had thought, what we will think. And it was collecting, and they are collecting all that data. Now, the recent NSA scandal, of course, is a piece of this. The NSA is not a startup, it's not a social startup. But it's clear that the NSA scandal in the US has tapped into social media. It's tapped into this obsession we have with self-revelation on the network, with giving away our data, giving away our preferences, our fashions, our thoughts, our movements. Foursquare, Waz, LinkedIn, Twitter. The list is endless. And I argued two things in Digital Vertigo, both of which I believe are correct, even more correct now than when I wrote the book. The first thing I argued is that we are collectively signing away our privacy. We're increasingly living in public, and that's a bad thing. It's a bad thing because we don't want to really give up our privacy, because that's really who we are as human beings. Once we lose our inner world, once we lose the process, that dark space that nobody else can see, we lose who we are as human beings. That's bad in existential terms, it's bad philosophically, it's bad culturally, and it's also bad in business terms. One of the great illusions in Silicon Valley is that the more you collaborate, the more you share, the more innovative you are. There's nothing more incorrect than that. Last year, I made my Digital Vertigo speech in Brussels at a TEDx conference. And one of the guys speaking before me was a fellow most of you will have heard of. His name is Steve Wozniak. He was, of course, the guy who invented the personal computer. But he didn't invent it by collaborating. He didn't invent it by coming to events like this and having group sessions after. He didn't invent it by going on social networks and revealing all his intimate thoughts. He invented the personal computer by working nights and locking himself away and thinking for himself. Real innovation then happens alone. It's not a collaborative effort. The real geniuses, the people who change history, the people who really invent important things are not doing it in collaborative terms. Meetings are, for the most part, a waste of time. Many of you work for large corporations. You know that better than I do. One of the nice things about my life, I don't have any economic security. I'm an entrepreneur, but I never have to do meetings. I never have to collaborate. I never have to do group calls. After I gave that speech in Brussels, Wozniak came after me and he said he's cried in the speech, not because of my speech, because he knew it was true, because he knew in this environment of collaboration, this environment of radical transparency, when no one is ever left alone. There are even now these networks like Yammer, corporate social networks where people have to be on and share stuff. He knew that he wouldn't have been able to do what he did. So that was the first thing I was right about. Collaboration is against innovation. It's a bad thing. It doesn't benefit companies. So if you work for a large company, and I know there are some very successful and well-run large companies in Korea, don't get seduced by that blonde of collaboration. Don't get seduced into thinking that you should put Yammer in the workplace. Make sure that the people who work for you have time alone. Make sure that they have a dark place, a place that they can escape to, a place where they don't have to be conventional, a place where they can truly think for themselves. Because that's one of the problems with Web 3.0. That's one of the problems with this network that's increasingly dominating our life, that's becoming essentially the platform for 21st century cultural, economic, and political life. It's life itself. The virtual and the real no longer can be distinguished. The second thing I said, and I think this is perhaps particularly relevant today, is that there's going to be a backlash. We always, and I'm not the only person to argue this in a lot of privacy advocates, we all said the same thing. We all said that, like in the environmental movement, there's going to be an Exxon Valdez moment, a terrible spillage of personal data, just as the Exxon Valdez tanker disaster lit up the environmental movement. So a similar kind of data catastrophe would prove to be the foundation, the logistical grounds for a new movement in defense of privacy. And this is what this NSA thing is going to do. It just broke. You've all, I'm sure, been following it, even though it's not taking place in Korea. But what has been revealed is that the government, with the help of tech companies, have been spying on all of us, watching all of us. And I think what we're going to see, and we've already seen a little bit of this in the last year or two, we're going to see a radical reaction in cultural and business terms to Web 3.0, to the age of big data. We're going to see more and more companies focusing on privacy. Examples are DuckDuckGo, for example, in New York, a new search engine which is the anti-Google, which guarantees that we'll never be tracked, that guarantees that it doesn't acquire our data. And as you have more and more of these big data companies and their devices shaping life, whether it's Google Glass, in which Google becomes our eyes, and everything we see somehow ends up in the Google data vaults, whether it's these medical device companies that are able to monitor our heart rates, how much we exercise, whether it's an Apple wristwatch that will know, again, everywhere we go, whether it's Google's self-driving cars, which will sit in and which they will acquire all the data of everywhere we go. There's going to be a dramatic reaction of ordinary people, people swept into this kind of Hitchcockian noir of a world where nobody trusts anyone else, where everyone's looking over their shoulder, a world of voyeurism and surveillance. And that's where I think the next wave of entrepreneurial opportunity exists. Don't think social. You've missed the social bus by about 5 years or 3 years. Social, in my view, is dead, in the same way as Web 2.0 is dead. Today, the real innovation, the real excitement will come with companies confronting this new reality, confronting the idea that, yes, we live in an age of big data. We can't go back. We're not going to go back to some analog cave. We're not going to go back to a pre-computer age. Technology, Moore's law, is inevitably changing everything, for the most part, for the better. But we have to adapt to it. If we leave everything to the market or everything to market-driven companies like Facebook, then we're going to regret it. So we do need probably government to protect data, government to protect privacy. You're already seeing that in the EU. I would hope you would see it in Korea as well. But we're also going to see great opportunities for entrepreneurs, for people with good ideas about products, networks, services, devices that will be helpful to us, but will not result in our data going somewhere else, our data being exploited, our data ending up in the hands of marketers, foreign governments, intelligence services, other organizations that we have no idea of what we're doing. So that's the good news. Is there any bad news? I don't know. I've got 4 minutes left. Does anyone have any questions? They said that you're a quiet audience. You're not as quiet as in Finland, but prove to me you're alive out there. Someone asked me a question. You don't want me going back to California and saying Korea is dead. Question. Brave man or woman, I can't really see. Shout the question. What do you think about every country hacking other countries and downloading all the secret information and force instant transfer of wealth in 1 minute? And if that continues like that, what do you think is the likelihood of longevity of the internet? Well, that's a great question. I mean, I don't think I can answer that in 3 minutes, but I think that the issue of governments hacking and cyber warfare are, again, increasingly going to become dominant. People are more and more fearful about it, and we're seeing the emergence of other networks like Anonymous and WikiLeaks that are also kind of international, almost like data terrorism organizations. I think it's deeply worrying, and I think the real confrontation is between China and the US. It's no coincidence, I think, that Edward Snowden, the guy who, depends how you think of him, and I'm somewhat ambivalent about him. I respect him in some ways, and in some ways I'm very suspicious. But it's no coincidence that having revealed this spectacular amount of intelligence, perhaps the most significant and dramatic official leakage of data by the American government since the Pentagon Papers 50 or 40 years ago, where would he run to? He didn't run to Iceland, didn't run to Albania or Russia, he went to Hong Kong, which is essentially China. So in calling the US and the CIA and the NSA's bluff, I think that that reality is very scary. I think there are also many, many entrepreneurial opportunities in that area. I'm not sure if it's an area I'd want my kids to be involved in. It's a murky, dangerous area, and I think cyber warfare will increasingly become the dominant mode of warfare in the 21st century. Syria is archaic, people actually fighting one another with guns. The real future, I think, is cyber warfare. So it's a great question. And I think it deserves a longer answer, but there's no doubt it's of immense significance. One more quick question, anyone? Web 4.0, well, that's a great one. Well, I think, as I said, I think Web 4.0 is privacy. Web 4.0 is figuring out, as the web, the network becomes indistinguishable from real life. There's a great moment in the movie The Social Network when the fictional Sean Parker said he was trying to, the Sean Parker, the original president of Facebook, he was acted by Justin Timberlake. Some of you may have seen the film. he's getting very excited as a party, and he's always selling Parker. That's why he's such a successful guy. And he's saying, first we lived in villages, then we lived in cities, and now we live on the internet. And I think that's true. We don't live in the internet. You can't crawl into a computer. But we live on the internet. The network is the reality of 21st century life. So I think Web 4.0 and the waves of innovation and challenges and controversies that will come now, from now until, say, next year is the 25th anniversary of Tim Berners-Lee's invention of the World Wide Web. Between next year and another 25 years, what we're going to see are more and more challenges, problems with living on the network. The other thing, which I think is immense, is we're going to go from a network of about 2.5 billion today, a mobile network, of course, to one of about 7 or 8 billion in about 10 years' time. So Web 4.0 or 5.0, we've always talked about the internet as a global force, but it's never really been global. It's always been essentially American, maybe a little bit Korean and Chinese and Western European. But in the next 10 or 15 years, it's going to be truly global. And the cultural ramifications, the cultural consequences, the upheavals in more traditional societies from the network are going to be much more dramatic than everything we've seen today. So I think Web 4.0 and everything after it will actually be more dramatic, more consequential, and more interesting for all of us, which is a good thing for me because it'll enable me to write more books. Thank you very much.
네, 홀로 즐겁고 유익한 시간 만들어주신 애니르 퀸에게 감사드립니다. 오늘 컨퍼런스도 이제 3번의 세션만을 남겨놓고 있습니다. 점심 식사하시고 좀 나른하셨을 텐데요. 커피 브레이크 타임으로 리프레시 하시기 바랍니다. 이번 커피 브레이크는 15분간 진행됩니다. 또 402호 쇼룸이 4시까지 운영된다고 하니까요. 아직 미처 방문하지 못하신 분들은 눌러보시는 것도 좋겠습니다. 그럼 15분 후에 다시 뵙겠습니다.
Hello. Hi, everybody. We're all in our seats. What good kids. Nice to be back. We're going to talk about cities. We've got an amazing, the star power here right now on this subject is remarkable. You've all got your bios in detail in the books, but this is Richard Dobbs from McKinsey Global Institute. Maria Gosh from the New York Investment Fund, and Richard Florida, author, academic, all-around creative guy. And we are going to talk about cities as accelerators of growth. That's the official title. But I think we're going to try to be a little broader than that. The kind of thesis that we wanted to start with was that 20 years ago when the internet first popped into the popular mind, there were some ideas that, wow, in the future we'll all telecommute and we'll work in our pajamas and no one will need to do anything, and grass will grow on the streets, and cities will, if not go away, become less important. And I think we've all seen, and people in Seoul can appreciate this probably more than most, that that hasn't happened, and that cities are in fact more important and becoming more important by the day, month, or year, and so we're going to kick that around. I guess I wanted to start with Richard Florida, who has made a pretty good case for creativity as a driver of growth, and cities in particular as engines of that. So Richard, why don't you just give us a little how you see the role of cities?
Well, I think Jane Jacobs, the sort of foremost urbanist, long ago said, when they asked her what she thought was her most fundamental contribution to economics, she said, I think I figured out something that puzzled lots of other economists. And when pressed, she said, companies are really, really good at doing things better. And I think that's true of Korean companies. We can make steel better, make cars better, make displays better, make telephones better, mobile telephones better. But she said that's really becoming more efficient. She said when you think about really new things, where really new things come from, they tend to come from cities, whether that's a new technology or a new art form or a new kind of music or a new design. They come from people combining and recombining in cities. So I think in terms of what we're talking about here, the future of the global economy, the future of the Korean economy, it seems to me what industrial corporations were to the last century, the century of mass production industry, the mechanism for putting people in jobs together, for vertically integrating, for making very successful products and moving them through big global markets. If they were the social and economic organizing unit of the last century, it seems to me these things we call cities, collections of companies, firms, great institutions, universities, are the social and economic organizing glue for our century. And I would say the cities that do that best will be very competitive. And in fact, the nations that cities do that best will get a competitive advantage.
Richard has just done, and by the way, I would urge everybody here to pick up a copy. It is online, right? A fantastic McKinsey Global Institute report about, what's the title again? It's Beyond Korean Style. Yeah, it's a very, very, very thoroughgoing look at the Korean economy, past, present, and future. And but aside from that, let's just dial back to again the question of how your view is a little more of a traditional economic view of the power of cities. Explain that.
The world is going through the largest economic transformation ever seen. This is orders of magnitude bigger than the First World War, Second World War put together. This is orders of magnitude bigger than the internet. And actually, I think it's probably, in economic terms, orders of magnitude bigger than the introduction of the plow. Though I have to say, I have never managed to get an MGI academic advisor to sign off on my plow analysis.
You had a couple numbers on that.
This transformation is urbanization that's going on in emerging markets. And the urbanization, the move from agriculture to cities is a massive change. 65 million additional people live in cities every year than the previous year. So 65 million people. So that's the equivalent of building 7 new Seuls a year, 7 new Chicagos, 2.5 New Yorks. Every year is what's happening in terms of emerging markets. Now that, when you take someone from agriculture and move them to a city, the British Industrial Revolution, you double GDP per capita. And then the next generation gets on a different curve for all the stuff Richard talked about, and the GDP carries on going up. We're doing the same. And you look at China, you're moving people from villages to cities, and the GDP per capita of those people who go in work in cities goes up by a factor of 3, and we're getting that effect going on. But the difference is the scale and speed. So the British Industrial Revolution, the first Industrial Revolution, which underpinned the British Empire, took 150 years to double GDP per capita and started with 10 million people. What China's doing, what Korea did, what India's doing is happening the same amount, but in between 12 and 15 years. Korea was fastest, but it's doing it at 100 times the scale. So the Chinese Industrial Revolution is the British Industrial Revolution times 1,000. And then the Indian one on top and the other emerging markets. So we're seeing this effect. And this is what's going to drive economic growth. 3/4 of economic growth are going to come from these large cities that are happening in emerging markets. And that's the motor, and that's a huge economic force. It's going to impact everything from commodity prices to the cost of capital to where the consumption is going to be. And we're seeing that exactly what happened in the British Industrial Revolution, what happened in Korea, we're now seeing at a huge different scale across emerging markets.
Let's, Maria, I mean, you're in an interesting, by the way, I should add that Richard Dobbs lives in Seoul, has lived in Seoul for the last 6 years, so you will hear lots of references to Seoul here. Richard Florida is from Toronto, originally from the United States, and Maria obviously lives in New York. So that's our span of cities here. Maria, New York is in a kind of an interesting situation because it's simultaneously an old, traditional, developed city that is also continues to be very much on the cutting edge of it. As a kind of practitioner of someone whose work is involved in steering that ship that's already there, how do you guys view the nature of New York and how you want to steer it going forward?
So New York is actually an interesting test case, I think, for people in Korea, specifically Seoul, to look at, because we, until about 15 years ago, actually did not have a technology sector. We had technology, but it was within the large corporations, and there was not the culture of venture capital and startups and risk-taking. It was really big Wall Street and big media dominated our economy. And so in kind of the role of creativity versus the role of consumption and the growth of large cities, we sort of play on both sides of that. And we look to figure out how to take the fact that we actually do have the big corporates in New York, embrace that fact, and then figure out how to turn that to our advantage to help support and grow a technology sector. So it's really about taking kind of the both sides of the same, of the 2 points that are made, which is you need the creativity, you need the ability to kind of grow new companies, but then leveraging the fact that you've got a big market that you can sell into and that can help you iterate your product faster is something that I think is placed in New York City's strengths. And for a society that has the culture of large corporates and big companies, it's sort of a way to sort of frame the question is it's not just all about startups, it's about bringing the 2 pieces together in a way that's good for both sides.
Another idea that has had a lot of currency, I guess, in the last decade was Tom Friedman's idea about the Earth being flat. The world that we live in a flat planet, that everybody everywhere is competing on more or less equal terms with everybody else. And the implication of that is that every city is kind of in competition with every other, but that also that the playing field is equal. I mean, Richard Florida, is that a realistic view?
Well, in many ways, I bear the burden of this because I think it was the year 2005, I wrote a piece called "The World is Spiky." It actually came out of a visit to Korea where there was a big conversation about should we decentralize, and it goes on, as Richard knows, and many of you do, it goes on all the time, should we decentralize population away from Seoul? Seoul and the giant metro around Seoul, the mega region, has about half the population of the entire country, and the thought was that was draining the country of its innovative energy. And I said to myself, that's silly. If you look at the world economy and where it's being organized, it's not flattening. Now certainly for simple manufacturing products, for basic services like call centers, that stuff can be moved anywhere and it drifts to where the costs are the lowest. But for really advanced things, new designs, new technologies, new innovations, those tend to concentrate. The way we got at this was very simple, folks. We took the light images of the world at night. We used that to estimate the share of world activity that's produced not only in cities, but giant mega regions, like the one that's around Seoul, Greater Tokyo, the Boston, New York, Washington corridor. We can go on and on. We found that 40 of those mega regions define the world economy and are really the economic units. They house less than 1 in 5 in our people. They produce 2/3 of our economic output and 9 in 10 of our innovations. A similar kind of thing that Richard's work at the McKinsey Global Institute. So for very advanced things, the world is very clustered, it's very concentrated and very spiky, but the 2 can go together. Really, the 2 can go together. While innovation and creativity and knowledge development are spiky, for very basic things, they can flatten out.
So I would say that the world is flat is about providing opportunities for everybody, but I think cities are the places where you capitalize on the opportunity, and that's the difference.
I mean, I think the reality is, you go somewhere like Tokyo or you go to a rural village in India, and it's quite evident that the world is not flat in terms of differences in GDP, differences in opportunity. Why are cities such a big engine for growth? It's not just the one-off effect I talked about, where you take someone from a village and put them into a manufacturing plant in a city, and you get a one-off increase in GDP. The next generation there grows up, better educated, higher aspirations, and more ideas. And that comes from the interaction they have with other people in the cities. If you go to a village in India, and you go to the school there, the absentee rate runs at 25%. Now, that's not the absentee rate of the children, it's of the teacher. The teacher just doesn't turn up 25% of the time at the Indian schools. So to say that the world is flat, that the education, the aspiration, all of that you're getting in an Indian village is the same as you're getting in a place like Seoul, where people are going off to night school, et cetera, and interacting, is completely wrong.
Let's do this. We're going to put 2 cities or 4 cities off limits. Seoul, New York, and Toronto. None of these can be used. I'd like each of you to give me an example of an emerging market city that you think is really interesting and doing something worth noting, and then a traditional city that's doing something. And so nobody can use their home team example. Richard, why don't you start?
I mean, the comparison that I like to use is the city, and particularly when I'm in Europe, actually, I use this, is the city of Stockholm in Sweden and the city of Tianjin in China. And I typically ask the audience, if I'm in Europe, who has been to Tianjin? And last week I was in London, 2 people stuck their hand up. Who've been to Stockholm? 80% of the room stuck their hand up. The GDP at the moment of Tianjin is the same as the GDP of Stockholm. So there's the city that most of the room last week in London didn't know where it was. It's the same GDP as Stockholm. If you look by 2025, the GDP of Tianjin will be 2 or 3 times the size of Stockholm. In fact, the GDP of Tianjin will be about the same as Sweden. Now, I'm just picking Tianjin because it's not a city that people necessarily think of as a well-known city. It's a 2nd or 3rd tier city. It's quite an important city in China, but it's a 2nd or... So a city that many people around the world have never heard of is delivering growth that by 2025 it's going to be as big, that city, as the city of, the whole country of Sweden. And I think that's what's remarkable about cities, is it's not necessarily the really big brand names that are doing this. It's the fact that there's a whole middle tier of cities, the ones typically under 10 million people, not the mega cities, in emerging markets, that are going to be, across all of them, across 440 of them, they're going to be delivering 40% of global economic growth. So 440 cities, most of people in the developed world will never have heard of more than 10 of them, are going to deliver 40% of growth.
Maria?
Okay, so you put me at a severe disadvantage because I just think about New York City for my job. But anyway, I'm fascinated by Detroit because I think Detroit sort of did most things wrong. They focused on one industry, they got too concentrated, they got very insular, they didn't worry about innovation, and so they basically fell flat down. And now there are little signs of life. And I think the jury's still out as to whether or not they're going to be able to resurrect themselves. But I think if they do, it's a very interesting test case for kind of the rise, fall, and then rise of cities, because they're going to have to rethink many things about what does it mean to be a city. You know, what is the right density? How do you shrink? You know, because a lot of the talk is about the growth of cities, but there are some areas where, you know, how do you adjust to the growth if you're on the wrong end of that, or you're on the shrinkage end of that? And so I think the fact that the artists have moved to Detroit is very interesting, and what that's doing for the city and the role that sort of plays in the revitalization of an area. New York saw that by neighborhood, right, where neighborhoods were previously manufacturing and are being brought by the artists, and then sort of economic development follows that. So now you have kind of a that microcosm of a neighborhood happening at a city scale. And as I said, the jury's still out, but I'm very fascinated to see what's going to happen there.
Richard?
Well, first of all, I love Detroit. An example of the resilience of a creative economy, hotbed of music and arts that withstood the fall of giant oligarchies, the big three. But I think on developed economies, a city that is not unlike Detroit in some ways, Berlin, was considered an example of a city that was dysfunctional, that was bifurcated and split in half. And my colleague said it was, at best, a trendy, hipster, artsy city that could never generate technology. The most recent analysis we've done is that aside from the ones that are off limits, the New Yorks, the Torontos, we'll add London, San Francisco, Berlin has one of the highest rate of technology startups of any city in the advanced world. And then for the emerging economies, I'll pick two neighboring cities that I've just learned more about. One is Amman, Jordan, a place that has been beset by lots of conflict, in the middle of a very destabilized place, accepting lots of refugees, that my friends at Endeavor, this group that Jim Wolfenson put together when he left the World Bank, my friends at Endeavor tell me have one of the largest levels, highest levels of startup activity in the world. And the other I just visited, Jerusalem, another place that has been beset not only by external destabilization, but a level of internal tension that's unbelievable. And I just met with the mayor. The mayor is a former venture capitalist, a former entrepreneur, realizes that Jerusalem has capabilities in everything from film production to technology with smart people, and has gone about setting that city on a course to generate startups. So, and those are just a couple of examples from a world that's rife with examples of cities becoming accelerators of just what we're talking about, innovation.
We're using this distinction of emerging cities and traditional. Is there something fundamentally different about, and in fact, instead of just saying emerging cities, let's say emerging Asian cities, this neighborhood here, is there something fundamentally different about what's being created here than the processes that created London and Paris and New York? And what's the outcome? What's the end game? You know, we know what the end game of New York and London and Paris is because we can see it. Or at least we can see it so far. What's the end here? Where are these things different, and where are they going? Richard?
I mean, I think that one of the fundamental differences between Asian cities, particularly if you strip out Singapore and Hong Kong, who are sort of basically sort of colonial relics, is the remarkable lack of diversity in Asian cities. You know, if you look in the typical Korean company or Chinese company or Japanese company and compare them to the companies you would see in Silicon Valley or that you'd see in London or you'd see in New York, is they are remarkably less diverse. You know, the typical Korean company, top management team, 90%, 95% Korean men. Maybe a couple of Korean women, couple of foreigners. A very undiverse view. Similarly, you would find the same effect in China. And Japan is the same too. Now, I think there's an interesting question here. Because it would be very easy to say that the right answer is to get more diversity in. Because, you know, it's pretty hard to argue against diversity, you know, in terms of this. But I think actually there may be an answer that the lack of diversity means that people are very aligned. And actually some of the companies and some of the ways these cities work may have a source of advantage. That London, my original home city, actually, because of all the diversity, maybe has more creativity, but the ability to execute may get harder. So I think that for me, one of the striking differences between some of these new Asian cities is actually how undiverse they are, and maybe how that has some advantages that we're only beginning to now understand.
I think that to build on that, there's really two models of innovation, and all of us can see this very clearly. The book I wrote nearly 20 years ago, I said in the West pioneers breakthrough innovations. I actually called it the breakthrough illusion. Western companies and Western cities that are diverse, they have this great tempestuousness. They combine and recombine very quickly. People are highly mobile across US cities. They nest in New York or Silicon Valley. They generate the next new thing, but the shelf life on that is very short, except for a few examples that we all know of. In Asian cities, but also in a few European cities, but Asian cities, which are very big, Seoul's a very big city, The metro is 25 million people, incredibly dense, 17,000 people per square mile. New York's 2,000, London's 5,000, giant cities, very dense. They tend to follow through. They tend to get great at something, whether it's steel making or car making or flat panel display making or whatever making it is, and they tend to refine that into an area of expertise. And I think that also is this level that Richard just mentioned between diversity and more homogeneity. And it's very hard to mix them. We could not find an example of a city or a country. I still can't find an example of a city or a country that does both well. Either they're very good at, there are some that do both terribly, but either a city or a country or an industrial mix does shifting and breakthroughing very well, or it does deepening and efficiency and improvement very well. So I think Richard's caution, the only thing I would qualify by saying is as the economy shifts more away from manufacturing, which again Richard knows more than I do about, it may be hard to sustain that without having this mixture of diversity and creativity that brings new products. That would be my only caution.
So, sitting from the point of view of somebody in New York where it's impossible to get anything done quickly, the one thing that is sort of remarkable about the Asian big cities is the ability to build infrastructure quickly and to put in place, because, and that's a key thing that all cities need in order to function for both the big businesses and small businesses. You need an infrastructure to move people around, to get people in and out of airports within the city, housing, parks, all sort of those quality of life things. And certainly some of the bigger cities, once you get established interest, because of a lot of this individuality, putting in place big infrastructure projects becomes very challenging and can take 20 years. Just on Monday, I was at a groundbreaking for an assisted living facility on Staten Island that took almost 20 years to get done. Now you'd think like putting up something for old people to live in would not be very controversial, but every problem that they had in urban environment they had. So I think that is a competitive weakness that we have in the United States, is that it takes too long to put in infrastructure that could be really helpful. Like New York City is not wired to this point. There's not Wi-Fi, and that from an infrastructure perspective, I think maybe holding back the growth of our tech sector beyond certain areas is the fact that we don't have Wi-Fi ubiquitously across the city. So, I think it's a competitive advantage, leaving aside the lack of diversity and, can you be a breaker or can you sort of go deep? This ability to sort of create a city where people want to live and work is a very positive thing.
But I think this infrastructure point is very interesting because this is where North Asia, Dongbuka, Korea, Japan, China, actually does really well. And if you look at what goes on in Southeast Asia, India makes New York infrastructure look good. I mean, in terms of as a role model, I mean, you want to always have them in your benchmarks, Maria, because they look good. And London is pretty disastrous. I mean, London has been faffing around about what they're going to do about airport capacity, and they've actually just kicked it out another few years because no one politically can make that decision because people have planes flying over their constituency. So they basically delayed any decision until after the next general election. So, and got a third party to make the decision for them as well. So, I mean, it's a sort of pathetic thing that everywhere apart from somehow North Asia and maybe some of the Middle East cities can do. Africa has the same infrastructure problem. Southeast Asia, pretty much so. I mean, Thailand, got their act together a bit, but they haven't dealt with flooding risk, which they all knew about, and then it suddenly happened. So, there is something about North Asia, and I think that's a source of advantage for the North Asian cities. It shouldn't be underestimated because the quality of life. This is why people in the US want to go to second-tier and third-tier cities because they say that the lack of infrastructure in these big cities is just too painful. We'll go to Baltimore. We'll go to some of these other places.
I mean, we had our Mayor Bloomberg, who's done a fabulous job, came out with a 20-year plan. It was sort of unheard of. Like no one in New York had done a 20-year plan since we can remember. And just yesterday came out with a plan for resiliency related to hurricanes. He's leaving, so we'll see if it gets implemented. But it was a fairly bold. But so it is possible, but it's very dependent on the individual leader and having somebody prepared to do political capital And in his case, he was not sort of bound by the traditional politics. He was able to get a lot of stuff done.
So I'd say on this, infrastructure is critical, and particularly airport infrastructure. Our own calculations, we're talking about tech development and innovation. If you look at three things that really make cities go, the level of human capital, knowledgeable people, education, key driver of growth. We talked about level of density, urbanization, technological capability, high tech. But the third one is airport. An international airport that gives you global connectivity adds about as much, all other things equal, as the first two. But at the same time, and I've taught in Abu Dhabi, we've done detailed studies of Abu Dhabi, which has spectacular hard infrastructure. There's this other thing that urbanists talk about, we call it placemaking, which is kind of the human energy of a place. And it's not enough just to have great, but you have to have great infrastructure, but you also have to have animated, high-energy places. And you see that in a place like Abu Dhabi right away, where the infrastructure is absolutely first-rate, but you never see anyone walking around, you never see people in the streets. So this level of getting people onto the street, of having activity on the street, this ability for people to combine and recombine, the ability of people to just have fun and meet and match, and that's where some new ideas come from, this kind of serendipitous interaction that occurs outside of work and what makes a city innovative on the streets or in other kinds of associations and organizations, whether they're sporting activities or nightlife activities or restaurants or clubs. Those are the kind of activities that come from this placemaking or human energy side, which has to complement the infrastructure.
One of the things you mentioned, universities there. I mean, if you look at some of the, famously Silicon Valley is not exactly a city, but it kind of functions as one, and it has Stanford University as part of the core of that. If you look at Boston, MIT, the Route 128 innovations, there have been many, many in the UK, Cambridge, is there, how important are, well, in fact, even closer to here in Beijing, they've built a whole science and technology area right around Tsinghua University. Is that idea worth, I don't know, in Seoul, is there the equivalent of that? And is there anything we can say about the importance of universities as spurs of growth?
I think that the talent and ideas come from the interaction, but there are two sources, additional sources. One, universities, and secondly, companies. So, I think that Silicon Valley started because of Stanford, but actually a lot of Silicon Valley the next generation actually came from HP alumni, people who had started there going out. And you look at, the whole Texas area, there are a lot of alumni from Texas Instruments going out there. So I think that, you can have both. Now, I think the challenge that a city like Seoul has is that for the large employers here, there's still this mindset that people are going to be employed for life. So you don't get as many alumni from LG or Hynix or Samsung out there in the market as you would do, let's say, in the US. You look at the tech startups in the US, many of them are not actually, the teams that are running it. It's not that they're alumni from Stanford or they're academics from Stanford. They are people who came from Google, or they were people who came from Yahoo, or they're people who came from HP. And it's those companies that have provided the seeding as well. So I think that the challenge that some cities like this have is not the universities. And the universities do okay, but it's actually you don't get the alumni coming out from those places.
So there's nothing like a good failure. You can look back, again, New York's tech sector is 15 years old. You can look back at the failure of Prodigy, which was a very early kind of web-based subsidiary of IBM that failed back in the 90s. And what that did is it released into the ecosystem of New York and the economy of New York a whole bunch of people who understood that tool, that applied technology tool of the web and what it could do. And a lot of those people then went on and sort of met up with the graphic design community, and the first thing they did was design websites and set up companies to design websites, and that's kind of, and then now you've got a website, you need to advertise on it. That's sort of how New York's tech sector came. So initially, our technology sector, I would say with respect to universities, did it backwards. We did not start with universities. We actually started with a corporate failure, which then led to a technology sector. And what we're focused on right now is trying to figure out how do we take the intellectual capital that's actually at the universities, which in New York tends to be very heavily in the biomedical area, and which we have exported up to this point, and how do we then retain that and sort of marry the academic side with the entrepreneurial side to create companies? Because I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that just because you're a smart academic means you're going to be a good CEO of a company. So it's the universities are a fabulous source of intellectual capital, but they're not the be-all and end-all of your tech sector. They're an important piece of it, but there have to be some other pieces around it, and there has to be business expertise and entrepreneurial expertise that knows how to commercialize it, move it out, and work with scientists, figure out what the right role of those scientists are, and then, but that's probably not going to be the driving force of your tech sector.
Yeah, cities are idea capitals or creative capitals, and they have a social structure of innovation and creativity that's pretty robust. Great cities have great universities. Those great universities don't just spit out technology. They attract great people from all over that country, and in many cases from all over the world. They have great sources of networks of people to meet and associate. They have spectacular businesses that percolate people and thrust them into the environment. They have venture capitalists who know how to do that. They have serial entrepreneurs who built companies and work on an ongoing basis, and all sorts of support structures. But one of the things that you asked, Spencer, it used to be that these environments could percolate in suburban office parks, like we saw spring up around Stanford University in the so-called Silicon Valley, like we saw in the Route 128 suburbs outside of Boston, like we saw in Princeton, New Jersey, or New Brunswick, New Jersey, the suburbs of Dallas or Austin, Texas, Microsoft's headquarters out of Seattle. That no longer works, and we have the data that shows it at our institute. In fact, most high technology innovation is moving back to real urban areas. Silicon Valley is no longer the #1 source of venture capital finance startups in the United States. It is San Francisco, the city of San Francisco. It's not the suburbs of Boston, it's Cambridge, Massachusetts, and the areas particularly abutting MIT. It's Seattle, Washington, not the suburbs where Microsoft is, and running up the list is Maria's, the area I'm from originally, but Maria's hometown. New York City has seen one of the most remarkable growth spurts of any city in modern history as becoming a center for startup activity and venture capital. So this kind of suburban office complex fake clustering experiment that we had in the 1980s and 1990s is falling down. And the reason is, and I think Maria knows this, is that increasingly people who want to build these companies and be employed in these companies want to live in cities. They don't want to live in fake replica cities. They want to actually live in really thriving, dense cities. So I think that what we saw was a blip. I really believe it was a blip on the curve. Cities have always been the centers of innovation, and cities, real cities, are becoming idea capitals and technology capitals and innovation centers again.
So New York has had 3 pharmaceutical companies move from the suburban areas to New York City in the last 2 years. That's sort of, you know, if the geography of New York is all the pharmaceutical, like 60% of the pharmaceuticals of the world have been in New Jersey for the last probably 50, 60 years. And Roche shut down its facility and moved to New York City. And that's where it's going to operate out of now.
There's a kind of a fashion, permanent, I guess, for top-down, you know, in the UK they've started London Tech City, and Prime Minister Cameron is behind it. And I gather here in Korea the new president is talking about a creative something. There's this kind of endless desire for politicians to either, I mean, if you're cynical, climb on the bandwagon. If you're an idealist, to do something to help their cities. I mean, the success rate for these things is not great unless I'm missing something. Richard, do you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the reality, this is back to the thing we were talking about earlier. You know, Korea did have a very successful top-down economy. Under the current president's father, she ran it very well. She got the chaebol leaders in, told them what they, he got them in, told them what to do, and it happened. And that was, you know, one of the exceptions in terms of this. But, you know, you look at the big innovations that have come out of Korea over the last 10 years. This was, you know, the Galaxy phone was not a top-down push from some president thing sitting down and telling the chairman of Samsung to produce this. That's not how it worked. It's about the creativity bottom up. Governments need to actually do the right thing, which is to ensure that the infrastructure is in place, that the basic barriers are in place, that if people want to bring in employees from around the world, that they can get visas and do all of that stuff. The trouble is it's not very sexy. It's to stand up and say we're going to have an infrastructure project, because most of the infrastructure won't actually be built when that politician's in place. If you're putting in a high-speed rail thing, the type of Mayor Bloomberg's talked about, he's laid out a 20-year vision. Almost none of that's going to be built while he's mayor. So it's much more sexy to talk about the creative thingy, whatever you talked about, the creative economy or whatever. But actually, the reality is that's not what politicians are going to do. Politicians need to be getting the basic infrastructure in place and the visas and the making sure that the city works, and letting the creativity of the private sector go in and deliver.
So I agree with that, but there's an exception that proves the rule, and I'll cite two of them. The first is what Bloomberg did with respect to the Cornell Technion campus. So that is a 20-year play. That is a completely government-directed effort, and it was to address a very specific problem, which was New York's tech sector does not have enough computer scientists and engineers. And that if you polled the tech sector, what are your issues? Cost of housing always comes up, but leaving that aside, the number one issue that always came up was we don't have enough computer science graduates, enough engineers in New York City. And so trying to have more of an organic approach to that, having universities build up their kind of engineering programs would have taken a long time. And the fact that they sort of introduced Stanford as a potential competitor got everybody's feathers ruffled in New York City. It ended up going to a sort of a local hometown thing. But there's a good example of the government stepping in and saying, we're going to make an infrastructure investment that solves a specific problem that's long-term, but will ultimately be helpful. But but I guess back to the point where we agree, not to build the sector, but to sort of fix an inefficiency that's not working very well.
I count education as another infrastructure, so education, visas, all of the stuff, and then you let the private sector do it. So I'm not disagreeing with that.
But the other example is what Israel did. So Israel was sending all sorts of, there's the obligatory military service there, and a lot of the people went through and were very trained in high security issues. And then they left the army, and they went off and did something non-technical. So the Israeli government, I think they appointed a chief scientific officer, chief technology officer. They paid for a series of incubators around the city, around the country, and then they put some money on the table. But the way they structured their money was, it wasn't the government picking and the government funding, it was the government supporting the private sector. So if you showed up with a company and you had raised $1 million, they would match it up to a certain point. So again, kind of enabling things, but government led, that we're trying to fill a gap and trying to catalyze.
So I guess the most important thing I can say on this is it's not an either or. It's a both. And clearly, in a complex, innovative, creative economy, markets have to set the tempo. You can't do it the old-fashioned, top-down, directive way, industrial policy way. It won't work. It can't work. As Brad Feld says in his remarkable book on startup communities, entrepreneurs have to lead. Entrepreneurs have to lead, and government policy and support services have to follow. That said, doing the right kind of public policies make a lot of sense. And the difference between really good leadership, like a Mike Bloomberg, and really bad leadership, screwing with visas, screwing with regulatory policy, making all kinds of mistakes, defunding universities, messing with your educational infrastructure, not investing in transportation can really hurt. So I think the reason there's a lot of play in the game is because very few places do both right. But if you were to do both right, if you were to enable markets and entrepreneurs to lead and couple that with a public policy regime, and just one note on the Creative Economy Initiative, I'm not a Korea specialist, but I can see what the government is aiming for. And what the government is aiming for is to try to steer a relatively traditional information, communication, technology, Chobol-driven, large company-driven economy into something which we all think we want to get to. Something that has more innovation, something that puts more emphasis on small and medium enterprise, something which is much more about cities and just big companies. So sometimes, whether it's Mike Bloomberg's initiative to bring in applied sciences campuses or your own initiative to rethink a vertical economy and make it into a more horizontal creative economy, the policies matter and the signaling matters. But I think the most important thing is that it's both. It's not one versus the other. And when the two go together well, they can really benefit your overall innovation and development.
One of the amazing things about the ability of the North Asian cities that Richard was talking about earlier, that ability to execute on infrastructure implies that you could keep on growing basically forever. There is no necessary end in sight. I would just be curious where you see these things stopping. I mean, are we going to see a city with 50 million people in it in our lifetimes?
I mean, Tokyo at the moment, I suppose, is the largest, 35 million. There's always this definitional issue of how you define cities. I think the problem about Tokyo is it spreads out. Now, if you look at northwest Korea around Seoul, there are multiple cities, and in some ways, when you look from space, it looks like one area. But actually, when you look at commuting patterns, it isn't. Despite the road between Seoul and Suwon always seeming to have an endless traffic jam, actually less than 10% of people commute backwards and forwards between those. So I think what you actually end up finding is that while the cities get bigger and bigger and they merge together, is actually you find that the cities actually, within the cities, you start getting these clusters. So there is a group of people who live around Suwon and work in Suwon. There's a similar group of people who live around Incheon and work there. There's a group of people who live in Seoul, and those are actually becoming different areas. So from space, it looks as if the city's expanded. But actually, when you look at what's going on, it's actually not one city, it's multiple different cities that has some sort of connectivity, but it's not as connected as you might think.
So yeah, we will have complexes of cities, to use Richard's metaphor, complexes of cities and metropolitan areas, which we call mega regions, the Boston, Washington, New York regions, Seoul, Busan, we can go on and on. We will have complexes of them likely in Asia that are bigger than 50 million. And the math goes something like this. Richard knows this very well. We have about 3.5 billion people in cities today. We're going to double that over the course of the next 50 years. So we got to put another 3.5 billion people or so in cities. The peak will come somewhere, city building, around 2050 or 2100. At that point, we'll have between 7 and 7.5 billion people in cities. And an important number, no one knows the exact number, we're going to spend several $100 trillion in this enterprise. The scale of the investment that we will spend in the world on city building. But after around 2050 and 2100, when we get 75 to 80% of the Earth's population in cities, as we urbanize, our fertility rates fall, right? You know what the fertility rate is in Korea? The United States, it's reasonably high because we have a lot of new immigrants who come from the emerging and developing world. But we're going to top off, and then the urban population will start to level off. But according to the best estimates I've seen, out to about 2050 to 2100, people are talking about several city complexes in the 100 million range, mainly in Asia, as these networks of cities grow together, a half dozen or more in the 50 million range, and then a whole bunch in like the 10 to 20 million range. So ours is going to be, and Richard said this, ours is going to be a century of urbanization, the likes of which we've never seen. It's going to be something exponentially bigger than what we've seen. And I think the really interesting thing is how we, you've built fantastic cities in Korea. We've built fantastic cities in our countries. How do we export what we know or what we don't know to actually help this incredible fast process of city building in the rest of the emerging economies? That's something that I think is all of our obligation as this process goes on.
And so I think that presents opportunities for the entrepreneurs in the room, right? Because the numbers are staggering, and from an individual's perspective, I mean, how do you live in a city with 50 million people? It's sort of inconceivable. So in my mind, that kind of raises the question is, well, how then can technology help sort of break down a city of 50 million people and make it manageable to, at a community level, at a block level, whatever sort of the right sort of mix is there in terms of manageability and the ability to maximize what all the things that a city of 50 million people offers without being overwhelmed and kind of on some level, it's sort of a sorting mechanism to make sure you can get the most out of it without being overwhelmed.
We are officially out of time, so we're going to just, I was going to close by asking everybody to kind of play doctor for a minute and make one helpful suggestion to Seoul for what to do. Marie, you just kind of sort of started that. If you have another one, that's fine, but if you don't, you can pass. The other two, Richards, I mean, what if you had any single piece of advice, in your case, Richard's leaving Seoul soon, what's your parting advice? And I mean, what would you do in Seoul's situation? What's the most single piece of advice you'd give?
The biggest piece of advice I could give is to not dilute Seoul by trying to say it's too big and we have to create all these other satellite cities in other parts. If Korea doesn't have a fantastic spike with the great international airports, and look, in the Asian context where you're competing against Shanghai, Beijing, Hong Kong, Singapore, Tokyo, I mean, Korea needs a giant spike. And the other thing I think is I think Seoul has the density, it has the hard infrastructure. We've talked about that. It has great educational institutions. If there's one thing to work on, it's this openness factor. Not that you want to change your whole economy, and I know Korea has done this, and Seoul has done this, but the fact that I think openness to outsiders is, if I look at this, what makes New York great or San Francisco great, it's not that New Yorkers are innovative or Silicon Valley San Franciscans. It's that 50% of those high-tech enterprises were founded by someone who wasn't born in the United States. So I'd say for the future, it's the openness factor that I would think is the biggest and most important next challenge.
I would say don't give up on manufacturing, and don't assume that as you move to an innovation economy that manufacturing is no longer important, because the US, we're doing catch-up and trying to go back to manufacturing, and to pay attention to what's happening in advanced manufacturing, 3D printing, and that's going to be a disruption to manufacturing. But I think in the disruption lies a very interesting opportunity for people that are expert in that area on the traditional side.
I don't think there's any risk the Koreans are going to give up on manufacturing. I think the risk is the other way. I think Korea is going to try and hang on to manufacturing and not focus enough on the service economy. Because I think that the real challenge here is going to be, can Korea do what they've done in manufacturing and services? And there's already some pockets that show really good performance. Incheon Airport, yesterday or the day before, voted #1 airport in the world for the 8th year in a row. So there's a bunch of things that Korea can do that's world-class services, but I think the real challenge of many people in Seoul, both the people who live here, the people who work here, the people who run the city, and the people who run the country in terms of the politics, is there's still this obsession that real people manufacture stuff and export it, and that this service sector, which is where the growth has to come from, the next wave of growth, and it's going to help the middle classes here get their next wave of wealth, and the people coming out of the universities get the next wave of jobs, then unless there's enough focus on the service sector, there's a risk that Seoul as a city is going to stagnate as manufacturing increasingly gets replaced by robots, the 3D printing, or the moving to low-cost locations like Bangladesh or China.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, great panel. Thank you.
Hello guys, how are you doing? My name is Serkan Toto. I actually popped over to Seoul just for this conference from Tokyo, where I've been living since around 2004. So I'm actually not Japanese. So Ura-san, who's sitting next to me here, is, but I'm a German national. I've been living in Japan for about 9 years, and today I was invited by the organizers of this conference to moderate this panel, Trends in Cloud Computing. And I think it's a very interesting topic because there are so many cloud computing related news items have been popping up in the last 3 to 4, maybe even more for years, maybe even for a longer time. So, Apple has just said that there are 300 million iCloud users. The PlayStation 4 from Sony was just introduced with expanded cloud computing features. IBM just bought a company in the US called SoftLayer for $2 billion US. And every day you check the technology blogs, and there's almost on a daily basis, there is a news item related to cloud computing. So I think that there's a reason why this topic is on the agenda today. And today we have 3 esteemed speakers who will hopefully shed a little bit of light on this topic and where cloud computing is today, where it will go in the future, what the challenges are for the industry, and of course, since we're here in an entrepreneur-driven kind of conference, what cloud computing means for startups, but as well as to some extent for larger corporations. So, Ura-san, why don't you start with a brief self-introduction?
Thank you very much. Second. 여러분, 정배스키입니다. 저는 일본 셀스포스.com 대표 우다에이지입니다. Thank you. Still continue. So, 바쁘신 와중에 저의 강연에 참석해 주셔서 감사합니다. So, let me introduce my company. So, we established the company in 1999 in San Francisco. Then, so we will achieve $4 billion in revenue in this fiscal year. So, average compound growth ratio in the past 5 years is around more than 30% growth, very growing rapidly. And so the Japan is the second largest market in Salesforce.com globally. Then, so one reason why I came here, Korea, is to learn and know the market opportunity in Korea for a company. Then, so I believe it's a very good time for us to invest more in Korea. Then, so ecosystem and partnership is very important for our company. Then, so I would like to share with your team. Then, so I'm very happy to share the information how we could be successful in Japan, and then so we want to collaborate with your company, and your team. Thank you very much.
Okay, excellent. Inshik, maybe you next.
So thank you for having me here, and really appreciate the opportunity. I was an entrepreneur twice, and now I'm an investor. I'm a general partner at Rembrandt Ventures, and we invest in early stage startups, primarily for the US market. And my second company was a company called LoudCloud, where we sort of helped pioneer the concept of cloud computing as a business model, and that was in 1999. So I learned a lot of firsthand experience around what it means to try to become a leading service provider, and it was a very tough lesson because my background was a software developer, was a product engineer, and so there has been this very large titanic shift in the industry in terms of how we deliver technology in the last 2 decades. And so primarily it used to be products and services to go along with products. And cloud computing is a manifestation of this ever-growing trend around providing computing and technology as a service. And so it's been really thrilling to see and witness the evolution of the market throughout the last decade plus.
Hi, I'm an actually last-minute substitution. The CTO of Cloudera and co-founder was supposed to be here, but due to unfortunate emergency, he couldn't make it. My name is Hanju Lee. I'm here representing Hostway. I'm CEO of Hostway. Hostway is a cloud hosting provider based out of Chicago. And we have 12 data centers around the world. It's a company that was started in 1998. So, we were able to observe the evolution and sometimes revolutionary changes in the internet industry and how services are delivered over the internet. Now the cloud hosting or cloud computing is the word, but right before that it was SaaS, and right before that it was application hosting. And I think we should have a pretty interesting discussion today about what does it mean to have a cloud computing or cloud hosting, and what it means for different segments of the market, and what are some of the trends. So glad to be here.
Excellent, awesome. So you two guys have started cloud-based companies in the 1990s, and your startup was even named Loud Cloud in 1999.
Yep.
Okay, that's actually pretty interesting. And that was basically in the Stone Age before the dot-com bubble burst, et cetera, right? Wow. Yeah. Okay, I'm impressed. So I think that one of the reasons why I was chosen as the moderator of today's panel was that I'm not an expert in cloud computing. So, and I think that I share this with a lot of the people in this audience. So a lot of the people here, but also out there in the tech industry, when they hear the word cloud computing, right? It's kind of black box for a lot of people. It means so many things to so many people, right? It means there's so many associations that you have just with this term alone. Can you maybe explain what you see, what you would define as cloud computing? What is the industry actually about? What's the structure of the industry? Where are we in the life cycle of this industry? And what's the size of the industry? Who are the biggest players, et cetera, et cetera? Maybe, Inshik, could you share your ideas?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a history debrief, but the term cloud computing, back in sort of the late 90s, there was a sort of a push around utility computing and autonomic computing. So the industry sort of started fairly nascently, like any other big movement. And it was a really hard thing to realize until two fundamental forces actually made the opportunity realizable. One being open source, and the second being virtualization. So the foundations of cloud computing really came to full being once those two trends emerged in the global marketplace. And the service providers today offering cloud services are able to do it utilizing commodity hardware that they can virtualize, and then they can apply a lot of their own secret sauce, but a healthy dose of open source software on top of that to provide a fairly cost-effective and scalable platform. And that's known in the industry now as IaaS, or infrastructure as a service. And there's the traditional SaaS model, sort of that Salesforce helped pioneer, is still there, alive and healthy, but now we're talking about people starting SaaS 2.0 companies, which are companies that are building with the cloud as the foundational start base. When Salesforce started, they didn't have a cloud to start from, so they had to continue to evolve their technology stack and reinvent themselves throughout the years. But now the SaaS market is thriving again, partially thanks to the fundamentals of cloud computing being available as an infrastructure service. And then there's a squishy middle, and I call it squishy because we're not quite sure where this market's headed around the platform as a service industry, which is the PaaS part. And these are frameworks and different types of application API-driven interfaces that are being offered to developers by large vendors to entice them to build more rapidly, more productively their solutions on their cloud infrastructure. So those are the three major sort of constitutes of cloud computing, and the industry is continuing to mature, and the consolidation phase is, as you noted in the IBM software acquisition, starting to sort of come to full being at this point.
Right, exactly. And maybe Hanju, can you explain how your company is fitting into that kind of ecosystem? What do you think you are doing differently than your competitors? I mean, there was so much competition in that space, right? I mean, a lot of these companies just died off, and basically they were just slaughtered. in the last couple of years. So how does Hostway fit into that kind of ecosystem and industry?
So, like Inchik said, there are three categories, right? There's IIS, there's PaaS, and then there's SaaS, where Salesforce.com is at that kind of top-end SaaS. Nobody can figure out yet what PaaS is. Hostway is very much in the IIS, and I'm sure a lot of you know about Amazon Web Services, AWS. I mean, they are the biggest player. In fact, they are the pioneers in that space. Now, LoudCloud was definitely there. I mean, that was Mark Andreessen of the Netscape fame who started it. So he had the vision, but I think it was fully realized by AWS. Now, there are a lot of competitions in the cloud space. For example, Rackspace is one. SoftLayer, which was just bought by IBM. Hostway is another one. Amazon Azure is another effort. And just about every IT company, IBM, HP, they all have some kind of IS service that they're doing. How are all these players differentiating from each other? I think we're still trying to figure that out. But Hostway in particular, what we're really good at is helping companies who don't have a very sophisticated IT adopt cloud technology. In fact, we have our own public cloud, just like the AWS, but we also have an extensive service. In fact, more of our revenue comes from having customers, helping customers build private cloud and maintaining that, as well as what's called a bare metal cloud. Hostway is very good helping these companies who are not that sophisticated in terms of IT adopt cloud technology. AWS, for example, is really good for companies with a lot of developers, very sophisticated technologies, and very sophisticated technology staff. So, and then there's a whole, gradation of, differences. So, who's ultimately going to win? I think that's the question. I mean, just like any other technology trend in the last 50 years, I don't think there's a one solution that's going to win out. Inshige and I were having discussion earlier. He has a different idea, so I think it's a good segue to that.
The challenge here is really one where the premise of cloud computing is a enabler of a commoditization effort, right? So it's really about utility computing services being offered like a utility. And in those types of markets, you see commoditization and pricing and margin pressure continue to sort of dwindle. So in our industry lingo, we call it a race to the bottom, right? And I do think differentiation around services capabilities or specific types of technology are relevant and interesting, and it's really a function of you're defined by who you sell to and how you sell to them, more than what is a technology competency in this economy. And so a lot of it really is going to be around, Hanju has a very distinct go-to-market approach around how he identifies the segment of customers that are important and valuable to his business. And AWS and Amazon is more of an open market platform, and they're saying, well, if you're a developer, you should be using us to start your next company. And we're going to make it very cheap, very efficient. But even they have challenges because as the infrastructure scales, they're actually not very cheap when you start running hundreds of nodes of their compute in the cloud.
Okay, just to stay with a more basic approach, just for one more moment, how do you see cloud computing adopted in the US versus Asian markets? I mean, we just heard from Uda-san that for Salesforce, Japan is the second largest market worldwide. But would you say that Koreans, for example, are more skeptical about or slower about cloud computing adoption? What about China and all of these markets? Do you see a big geographical disparity between Asia and the rest of the world? Maybe Uda-san.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry. First, in Japan, so we could be successful because Japanese government adopted Salesforce.com for the special project. Then so they need to hurry up the economy stimulation. Then and so we won the deal. Then and so we realized the project successfully. Then at that time, after that, the many company respect us. This is one of the big trigger. Then so usually the Japanese government and the Japanese market is also very conservative for the new IT company, also new technologies. But as all guys said that the cloud computing is a service business model in IT industry. Then so there are many similar things in other industries. For example, restaurant, so you don't need to buy the material, meat, vegetable, fish, and you don't need to buy, and you don't need to cook. Just you choose the dishes, and then so you can eat, and then you don't need to wash the dishes. This is a service business model. Then so cloud computing is like something like such a kind of thing in IT industry. So far, all companies have to buy the hardware, software, middleware, and develop and maintenance, and there are many things. Then, but it is very easy things, very simple thing to buy or use. Then, I explained many things many times to the government and the large companies. Then, after all, the Japanese market accepted our business model.
Right. It's interesting that you mentioned the Japanese government in your case, because the Japanese government, I mean, as you said, and again, I lived in Japan for almost a decade now. It's amazingly conservative, and I would, I'm not really sure about Korea, but I would also assume that the Korean government is also not really, a forward-thinking kind of government in that space. So because, I mean, and the reason why I bring this up is that cloud computing is one of the biggest buzzwords that you associate with cloud computing is security, right? And that's what you hear from a lot of people. Oh, is it secure when I store my cloud data on the cloud as a company, as an enterprise, or even as an individual user? And so it's one of the biggest question marks that also always hovers over this whole industry. What is your response as professionals in this
I'll jump into that, right? I mean, I think that the whole security thing is it's a nonsense. Somehow cloud is not secure. I challenge every single IT department that's in any company and say, how much are you actually spending on security? And compare that to how much Salesforce.com is spending on their security. In fact, talking about conservative government of Japan Postal is a big customer of yours, right? Think about that. That's one of the biggest institutions in Japan, a governmental institution. They're using Salesforce.com. So, with that, I'll just, that's my opinion. It's pretty strong, but.
So first of all, our company spends more than $100 million for just only security, privacy. It's just mandatory because of any other company can spend money for such a kind of such a size, for just only for security. Because the reason why we can spend money because if we lose the security or privacy, then we will be bankrupt. Therefore, trust is the first priority for a company. Then this is the mandatory skill. Then probably the world-class top engineer watching every time, 24/7 days. Then to protect every kind of attack. Then this is the essential point. Then when I talk about when I sell to the Japan Post, then after all, they investigate our security class, and then after that, one more important thing is that risk and take balance. Then, I want to say that there are many theoretical risk assessment. Theoretical, for example, and when you go to the restaurant, then someone made poisoning. Or when we save the money in the bank, then some sort of banker will steal my money. It's theoretically so feasible, but it's not logical. Then this is a service model. Then after that, they will evaluate the risk and take. Then take is much higher. After all, they adapted us. This is the background.
Yeah, I would tend to agree and echo the similar sentiment. There's a lot of skepticism among the largest enterprises in the world who can afford the amount of IT infrastructure and staff. For them, going to the cloud, at a public cloud, or using AWS or other providers is something they're still fairly skeptical of, and they would prefer to adopt technology such as OpenStack or other software solutions, enabled solutions, and SDN and other technologies to then build their own private cloud. But even so, if you look at the department levels of some of the biggest enterprises, there are many, many projects that actually start from an outside cloud, and then they determine based on their own their own sense of secureness, I guess, whether they want to then take it and bring it in-house or leave it on the cloud. So there is a fair amount of effort in the VC community around investing in hybrid cloud enablers, so that the enterprises then can make a decision, whether it's early or late binding, to start projects in public and bring it to private, or they actually start projects internally and they use the public cloud in order to have capacity on demand in case they need the extra capacity very quickly.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I make money no matter what. Whether they're on the public cloud or private cloud or bare metal cloud, I'm making money on all three models, right? But once again, really just to emphasize, last year I was at a cloud expo in New York. The CIO, the Chief Information Officer of CIA, okay, Central Intelligence Agency of the USA, was speaking, and he said, by adopting public cloud, we're more secure now than ever. It's nonsense. The security issue on public cloud is nonsense.
But I mean, so it sounds more than this security issue in quotation marks is more of a emotional matter than it is actually an intellectual or logical, as Uda-san said, matter. Yeah, Uda-san, I wanted to ask you one more thing about your business in Japan. So you mentioned Japan Post is one of your that was basically the big win that helped Salesforce win in Japan, because after that you had a lot of trust in the business community in Japan. Who's your biggest customer now? Can you disclose that?
Yeah, of course. So the biggest customers, now the Japan Post was privatized, then but still belong to the public sector.
Right.
Then the Japan Post is the largest customer in the world. Then and also there are many projects in the government area. So for example, small and medium enterprise agency. So we've just won the deal from this agency. Then they are focusing on the small and medium enterprise. How to make a great ecosystem for the small and medium enterprise entrepreneur. Then they started from 10,000 companies, but the goal is right now 1 million companies. How to integrate these companies to be a very big power. Then how to realize the powerful the small medium enterprise.
Right. And how much is your biggest customer spending each year for your company?
So in the worldwide, then more than $50 million per year.
More than $50 million per year.
For Salesforce.com. But here is the global SIR. So for example, Accenture, or the KPMG, or any other consultancy, is now the key player for the cloud computing business. He won the deal. So for example, Accenture's case, he won the deal around $500 million for 5 years.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I mean, changing gears a little bit from more of the industry side and the supply side to the demand side of cloud computing. I just want to talk about entrepreneurs and startups adopting cloud computing or starting businesses in that sector. Maybe Inchik, when I read TechCrunch, maybe not on a daily basis, but on a weekly basis, surely, I mean, there's almost always a news item, about a cloud computing startup that's getting funded, especially in the United States. I mean, there are a lot of startups in this sector getting funded left and right. Do you think that is a correct way to see it, or is it just my imagination that there's a lot of movement in this area? And
Well, you only see the ones that get funded. I see the ones that don't get funded as well. So
I would say there's a lot more going on than we see, right?
I think from an entrepreneur side of the fence, being in the business of cloud computing is actually quite challenging in today's environment, because in order to be a provider, you have to have scale, and in order to have sort of this capability, it's scale that wins over all other aspects of the business. Because when you become a provider in the cloud business, you are almost like an insurance company. People go with you because you're a safe bet, and they're betting a part of their business or entire business in some cases on your infrastructure or your capabilities. However, from a consumption perspective, I have no doubt that almost every software startup, at least that I've seen recently, is using cloud computing as the fundamental basis of how they're building their products and services. And then they're creating their applications or other enabling aspects of the business to offer it, whether it's delivering video online or whether it's making communication programs or productivity suites or whatnot.
Hanju, is there any reason for a startup not to adopt cloud computing at all?
No, in fact, I mean, I think every startup that's doing something on the internet should start on the cloud. I mean, there's no reason not to. I think there is unless you have something very specialized where the current cloud technology doesn't allow you to, achieve that performance, you could do it. But you got to think long and hard about that. I mean, you make sure that you're really being honest with yourself, whether or not you can't do that on the cloud. There are a lot of tools available out there, and it's just a matter of making certain choices, and then making sure that your software is architected in such a way that it should work on the public cloud. Now, having said that, once a startup reaches a certain level, or a company or any enterprise reaches a certain level of size, there does come a time, at least for some of the companies, where it does make sense to get off the public cloud and get into the private cloud or some other setup. Like Zynga is a prime example. Zynga, the Facebook, game maker, so they started with AWS. And then, they're still using AWS, but the significant portion of their, infrastructure is their own. They actually built it, So, in IT, don't ever, my experience is that, there's never one solution that fits all. And then you do have to be careful with the cost. Amazon really is not cheap. I think it gives you a lot of advantages if you're a startup where you don't have to spend a lot of CapEx to get started on the public cloud. And same thing with the host-pay public cloud. So we do a lot of businesses with the startups. But once they reach certain scale where it's like $100,000 per month in billing, I think you should take a look at different options like private cloud or bare metal cloud.
Yeah, I think one analogy I like to use is this. If you're a consumer, you have a family of 4, you're going to go buy sodas by the can. And then maybe as you have parties, you're going to go buy 2-liter bottles. But then if you're operating a restaurant, you're going to buy a soda fountain and just buy the cartridges and syrup. So in cloud computing, you have similar types of analogies now where AWS might be the best place to start because it's very cheap. You swipe your credit card and off you go. You don't need to talk to anybody. Nobody needs to really help you. But at a certain scale, you may realize, wow, I should really kind of bring some of these core competencies either in-house or to a different provider because they're going to give me more robust, maybe networking infrastructure or different type of class of storage that Amazon doesn't really support. And so there's opportunities as companies who grow up on the cloud mature, where they make these step function adjustments, and maybe it is switching from cloud to a different cloud, or they're also then thinking about bringing parts of the stack in-house. But there's no doubt in my mind, at least, that if you're starting a company and building software as a primary skill set, you should be starting from the cloud, because the cost advantage is just, I mean, you can't even hire the type of people anymore to actually do half the stuff that an AWS or Rackspace or Hostbase provides you.
Right. So it sounds like adopting, cloud computing as a startup is a no-brainer kind of deal. But I mean, you just mentioned, Inchik, that you are a little bit skeptical about cloud computing related startups, that start in this business.
I have too many scars on my back.
All right, and as a last segment of this panel, I would like to talk about innovation that's happening in this industry. So, what kind of? I mean, let me ask you a very open question. What kind of innovation do you see in this rather large field of cloud computing at the moment?
The emerging trend now. So cloud computing is still a very big hot topic. What's happening now that's really kind of pervasive in the industry is the concept of this big data revolution. And the confluence of cloud and big data is actually a very interesting opportunity right now in the market. So we're seeing a lot of innovation in cloud-based analytics capabilities, and giving businesses fundamentally a different way to manage their data about their customers, about their partners, about their own internal capabilities, and utilizing the cloud in conjunction with big data solutions. We see a humongous amount of opportunity and traction in that space.
And are you actively looking at startups doing coming to you with pitches to your company?
Every week.
Every week. Oh, that's great. Also from non-American sources, or are these all American startups or America-based startups?
Well, because I'm based in Silicon Valley, most of them are American. But a number of companies have really sort of started in other places, but also have migrated towards Silicon Valley as a nexus especially for sales and marketing. And one of the things that I witnessed here coming to Spark Labs and meeting with some of the companies is innovation could crop anywhere. And we've seen successes of models. A lot of the very famous Israeli companies who've done this very well, where the entrepreneurs take the global view and try to then enter into the market. So, with the cloud, you can be in business anywhere, right? So what I see an opportunity is, while we don't currently have investments of this nature, I mean, there will be a time when Korean entrepreneurs should be able to market themselves into the U.S. market, with a product and service from the get-go, and receive venture financing and grow.
Right. Do you see maybe any Korean startups that are active in this cloud? I mean, I know you both are based in the U.S. and Ura-san is of course based in Japan. But have you heard anything about a Korean startup that's active in that space, and where you see, wow, those guys are?
I mean, the Spark Labs, one of the companies in our first class is NF Labs. It's right in that space that Inchik just talked about, which is big data analytics and the visualization of just lots of data. But, and I just, Salesforce.com Japan actually bought, what was it, like 12 companies in Japan, right?
Not bought, but we invested. So the equity participation into the 12 companies, small, medium enterprise. Then one of them is the Toyota Media Service. This is the very big, parent company. They have a very big parent company, but we invest Toyota jointly. For example.
So you invested in 12 companies last year?
No, so far. I mean, in the past 5 years or so.
Okay, over the last time. And how does Salesforce Japan as this big company by itself? How do you try to innovate inside of your company?
So Salesforce.com itself was a startup company in 2000. Then also the Mark Benioff, the founder and CEO, chairman, is entrepreneur. Then Salesforce.com itself, its market cap is around $25 billion. So 25 trillion won. Then so it's grown very fast. Then in his history, then so the innovation is the most important thing. Then so that he didn't want make the solution, but innovation. This is very important. Then so it be very important for you, because my idea. So I work for IBM for more than 20 years. Then so I work for this company around 10 years. Then so I didn't like the world of solution. Solution is sometimes we will investigate the customer's pain or issue and concern. Then I can provide you the solution. But after all, this company customer could be successful or not. Very pessimistic. Then, but innovation is absolutely different. Means not depend on the customer's requirement, also the issues of concerns, pain, but aim at the new ideas. Then after all, they develop, start from very limited viable product. Then after that, in accordance with the company's growth, many functions are add-on. This is the innovation model. Then I truly think that we could be successful because we could provide the innovation to our customer. This is our key success factor. Then I would like to recommend you that all people have to consider the innovation, how to realize the dream of our customer. It's a very important point.
Actually, just if I could add to the innovation happening in Korea, in fact, the other big trend in cloud computing is what's called a SDN, software-defined network. So as some of you may know, the compute nodes are, it's in the cloud, the storage definitely on the cloud, and it's all virtualized. The next kind of frontier, next active area that also needs to be virtualized is a network. And that's the software-defined network. And probably, that concept has been around, just like even the cloud compute and the storage, but, it really started to take off in 2005. And there's some interesting, works being done in Korea, but that's all in the academic labs within universities. So, we need to go source those and convince them to start a business. And just even on the big data stuff, there's another company called Grutter. They're pretty good as well. And then like I said, like NF Lab. So there are a lot of companies actually doing some interesting work in Korea as well.
Yeah, and in the Valley, the new thing is SDS now, the software-defined storage. So there's a lot of attention being paid to applying SDN to storage.
Software-defined anything. Software-defined X is the next big buzzword.
Right, so we heard from Uda-san, a lot about innovation in cloud computing in general. Then you mentioned big data and software-defined X. Is there anything else that you see in the market? Is that all?
Building on the big data theme and cloud, I mean, it's really the shift is moving away from functionality as being the main core value delivering to your customers, to analytics and insights. So what's really happening now is verticalization of applying insights from data. So companies that are being started now are really interested in hiring data scientists and quants just as much as they crave engineers. And there's actually a very high demand for these skills in the industry at all stages, not just startups, but at the biggest companies in the world. Because in order to manage data at large volume and get these insights, it's really kind of a needle in the haystack problem, right? You're trying to really distill humongous amounts of data to find predictive or machine learned or analyze data. But once you create these insights, then you can build a very fundamentally strong business, whether it's in e-commerce or whether it's in advertising or whether it's in pharmaceutical. So when you apply when you apply the solution, when you apply the technology around big data and cloud, and start kind of building the business value always derives from the analysis of the data. So we're seeing that's an interesting opportunity, because the next generation of computer scientists are going to continue to build a lot of interesting capabilities, but the next crop of data scientists are going to have some huge wins as well.
And how long do you think that will take?
It's happening now. We're seeing companies in the U.S. There's a company called Palantir that's growing very nicely, servicing solutions for governments and other large organizations. And we have other company. We have an investment in a predictive analytics company that helps do application performance management, or in other aspects of e-commerce and advertising. The current trend of utilizing retargeting technologies or recommendation engines. Many of those are utilizing big data and cloud.
Right. Okay. I mean, the reason why I ask is, I would like to know, again, as a non-expert in this field, if there's another chance for, another Salesforce, right, in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Do you see any company that's scaling so quickly in this area? Anywhere in the world that you will think, okay, these guys will maybe end up being as big as Salesforce is right now?
I'll let Inshik go. He's got one company in his portfolio that.
No, I'm not gonna pitch my portfolio company, but I do hear great things about.
You can, please. I mean, if it makes sense, go ahead.
I do hear great things about Workday. Yeah, and they're growing phenomenally.
Okay, that's a US-based company?
Oh, yes.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, one more thing that I would like to talk about is the recent and this was not in the script. This I just out of my own interest, and I think that a lot of people or some people in the audience would also be interested in hearing about, is the role of cloud computing in the recent NSA scandal. So I heard a lot of bad things about, not bad things, but a lot of negativity about the role of cloud computing. You mentioned the CIA before, and in the NSA scandal, that people had to rethink how they use the internet, and now this is the end consumers. It's not startups anymore. It's not large corporations or cloud computing startups. Just about the end consumer. What do you think? Should even cloud computing be part of that discussion, or is it complete nonsense again, or what would you say to that pretty recent development?
Yeah, don't get me wrong about the security concern being a nonsense on the cloud. I mean, what I mean by that is like the breach, like some kind of malicious attack. I mean, you're much better off putting your stuff in the cloud than putting it in your own data center, because the cloud providers are spending so much more money. Now, the NSA scandal is something different. That has nothing to do with cloud, right? That has absolutely nothing to do with cloud. Government was listening on the phone conversation long before the cloud ever, came into place. So it's just simply that instead of just listening on the voice calls, now they're listening on all the data transfers, deep packet inspections, and all that good stuff. Yeah, I mean, as a hosting company operating since '98, trust me, there are a lot of government agencies that come in and then listening on some of the transactions that are happening. And AT&T, all Verizon, and all those communication companies. I mean, why do you think the government gets freaked out when foreign companies try to buy the telcos? Why do you think? Do you think that Korean government is going to ever allow somebody to buy KT? It's just, I don't know why it's a surprise to people.
I think they're in different domains. This NSA policy, I think Ray Ozzie earlier had a fairly thoughtful comment on this, which I tend to agree with, which is it's really about, it's one of transparency. That's the real issue at heart. And I do think that cloud computing, there's security issues, data loss prevention issues, data governance issues, but in general, the security frameworks and concerns and these issues that creep up on privacy and security are policy and sort of governance issues. They're not technology problems in general. Most of the field of technology or the security technology, as a technologist, we worried about encryption and bits and bytes and whatnot. But the policymakers are the ones that truly govern security. And this issue with NSA is really not a technology issue whatsoever.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying this. And so maybe the absolutely last point of this discussion, do you guys have any kind of advice, a piece of advice for the many entrepreneurs that are sitting here, or for the many future entrepreneurs maybe also sitting here in the audience? If there's one thing that that you want to share with the rest of the audience, what would it be? Or maybe Uda-san first.
So for entrepreneur, please focus on your success. And then at that time, so customer is the most important thing for your business and the future. Then at that time, you have to give them your trust to them. This is very important. Then at that time, so cloud computing itself, it doesn't matter for you. Then this is just a tool. I'm not saying that every system will be transferred to the cloud computing, but probably the many systems will be continuously made by L'Oreal on. But on the other hand, there are many functionality and many changes in the social infrastructures. Mobile environment is also growing rapidly. Then at that time, there are many different. Then there are two things. So to keep the tradition, but also to try the new idea, new approach. This combination is the most important for your success. It's my recommendation to you.
Okay, thank you. Inchik, maybe one last word.
I would say ignore the big companies when it comes to trying to attack a market with an innovation. While they can compete with you on many, many dimensions, they typically cannot innovate nearly as fast as you can. And one of the one of the biggest capabilities that the cloud computing is providing us today is the fact that you can iterate 100 times faster on your particular solution or product or service than you were able to do it 10 years ago. So it's that agility that's going to continue to make you relevant and unique, differentiated, and at some point desirable for the big guys. And they are willing to nurture the ecosystem at the startup stage, right? All the big companies are investing seed funds, providing a platform for almost free, and donating their time, effort, and money into this thriving ecosystem for startups. And they want you to succeed to some reasonable scale, but they do want you to succeed. So I would say, don't fear that as being a competitive block. Worry about the 50 other startups that are in your neighborhood.
Excellent. And Hanju, you have been in the game for 15 years. What would you recommend your successors?
Once again, I would echo all the things that were said here. Agility, speed, being able to pivot, and that's, you're gonna hear that a lot from people, from your mentors and advisors. But in order for you to really do that well, your infrastructure has to be able to support it, and that's what cloud allows you to do, right? Not being married to a dedicated infrastructure. I mean, I know as engineers and system guys, you love to own your own servers and just hug them and then love them, but really, then you're married to it, right? Then you're not gonna be able to change. The speed is the most important thing in a startup, right? So you gotta, like Inshik said, you gotta worry about the other startups, not so much the big companies. And you already have the speed advantage over the big companies, but you may not against other startups. So you gotta just keep everything very light. And then infrastructure.
everybody. So I'm not John Russell. As you can see, I'm a lady, not a man. Yeah, so I've come to replace him today. Yeah, and with us today at the Innovations in Mobile panel, one of the very interesting topics in Asia right now because of the mobile revolution and how China is actually picking up mobile very, very quickly. And so let us go into our first question actually. So do you guys think that design is the first priority when it comes to creating a mobile phone? And do you think that's what attracts customers, no matter whether in the consumer side or the business side? Is that the number one priority? Would you like to go first from Samsung?
Yeah, I'm not a design guy, so it's really, you're asking to the wrong person. But I do agree design is very high priority and both consumer and the business side. And I'm particularly focused on the enterprise. And so now with the new trend of bring your own device to work, the consumers are really choosing their devices based on the user experience, better UI, and better screen, and also the industrial design. So when they actually have this kind of mindset when they choose device, and then when they want to use the same device for the work, obviously for enterprise and business side, the design is also really high priority.
Okay, and we all know Xiaomi is very big in China right now, and it has a very, very consumer-based kind of approach because you interact with fans, you seek their feedback and everything. So do you think that design is the number one priority when it comes to creating your phones?
So I'm not a designer either. So and Ivo is probably the person that should take this question. I'm a software engineer. So basically for Xiaomi, other than design is important. But other than design, we put performance and quality also ahead of everything else. To ensure quality, what we do is to work with the top tier suppliers. To suppliers like Samsung, components, and also some of the top tiers that the cloud is very familiar with, Qualcomm CPUs. And also performance. The device that we build, we run all sorts of benchmark, Antutu, all sorts of benchmarks. And we want to make sure that when people had a device that are made by Xiaomi, it can run smoothly with any apps and games on our device. So those are the elements other than design that we are paying a lot of attention to.
Okay, and Ubuntu, which is an operating software, and you are going to phones, and when will that be?
Well, we announced with Ubuntu the version for the phones last January, and I'm very proud that it received a lot of positive feedback, a lot of excitement around the world, both in Europe, in the US, and now also in Asia. And I think one of the main reasons was because of the design. People liked it. It's progressive. It's a different way of interacting with your phone. It's a new way of looking at operating systems across multiple form factors, so desktop, TV, tablets, and phones. And the design is a very important ingredient in that. So I think especially for consumers, but also for our partners, so OEMs and carriers, design plays a very significant role in a very consumer-driven industry like the phone is.
So what does Ubuntu think it can bring to the market in terms of a entire new like operating browser kind of thing? Like, because the market right now has iOS and Android and Windows. So what do you guys think the market is lacking, and what do you think you can bring?
I think the market is lacking excitement. At the moment, there are two key players in the market, of course with Apple and Samsung Android, and the market is very locked. And I think one of the most exciting areas at the moment in mobile is the emergence of new operating systems. We are definitely one of them, and we are driving it. There's a lot of excitement about it. We get a lot of interest from OEMs and operators because they are looking for an alternative to Android. They're looking to an alternative to Apple, and also consumers are looking for an alternative. When people walk into a store, they want new things, right? They want to see how they can work with a phone in a different way because it's their personal gadget. It's the thing that is important to them to show off to their friends, to use every day. So people are looking for the next big thing, and I think the emergence of new operating systems, of which Ubuntu is one, is very important in that. So I think the market needs it.
So besides looking for operating browsers, what do consumers look for in, for example, a business setting in Jong?
Most of enterprise users, they are concerned about the security of the device. And when we talk about security, I mean, there's nothing to see, right? I mean, you cannot really see the security. I mean, that's probably what security is all about, I guess. Most of the times when people consider enterprise phone, it's like a boring device. It's just for work, and you do, email and do company stuff and things like that. But you don't have to be that way. I mean, in the past, people are having one phone for work and one for personal use, and they're carrying multiple phones. And you probably have in this audience, people carrying multiple, phones from a fruit company, and and phones from Samsung, I guess. Right. So and it's carrying this multiple phones, and it's actually kind of it's inconvenience. And so when I look for the solutions for enterprise, I like to design a phone that actually appeal to the fun side, as well as the enterprise requirements, which is like more of a security and management and so forth. So that's what we are trying to achieve. It's like creating a harmony between these two kind of seemingly conflicting requirements, right? So that's what we're trying to do.
But just how innovative can work, like phones for work be? Like, do you foresee any like innovations or new technologies that will dominate the business industry in the next 10 years?
I think it is the trend is going to be, I mean, when it comes to device level security, as well as the providing the, kind of maximizing the productivity around your mobile devices, right? So what would that be, right? So the one thing that we're seeing is that providing enough of the security, there's two trends in there. One is make everything cloud-based, so that you don't have any data living in your phone, right? That's one trend that I'm looking at. It could be, it's actually the enterprises now adopting more of this approach. If you look at Dropbox, or some cloud-based, Box, or the Salesforce.com, there are a lot of these services become a part of cloud. And second trend I see is that although the cloud itself can be, a good way of protecting your data, and you still have the execution running on your device, and the device level security is going to be very, very important. So, but how are you going to provide that device level security? And I'm looking at the best way to provide that is actually providing the hardware supported security. And the question is, how are you going to provide this tool as an easy way for the programmers that can program it and then build the ecosystem out of this? And so the next technology I'm looking at is that building hardware level security and making a sort of easy to programmable the environment where the application service, enterprise application service can grow. And that's what I think that two main areas where the enterprise is going to be.
Just to comment on that, I think one of the things that is also happening, and it also relates to enterprises, is that more and more people have more and more devices, right? So at the moment, an enterprise user, the IT department of an enterprise user needs to make sure that their employees are able to carry around a laptop, a phone, a tablet, maybe two phones, right? So, and managing all these different operating systems, managing all these different devices is a hassle for the company and also for the employee. So I think with more and more devices coming out, like we had obviously the smartphone coming out, with the tablet coming out, now we have the phablet, and it's not unimaginable that there will be more devices. Like last week in the keynote from Apple, we saw how their apps are running in cars, right? So there are more and more areas where operating system and apps are going to be applied. And I think therefore it's really important that you have one solution that can scale across that, and that's exactly what we do. We have Ubuntu is in one operating system that scales across all these form factors, and one of the very cool things that's happening is that therefore you can run, for example, your desktop from your phone. And this is exactly one of the things that gains a lot of interest, is that I don't need to carry my laptop, my tablet, and my phone with me to work all the time. I just carry my phone. When I come at work, I plug in my phone, and it runs the desktop from my phone. And I think those are very interesting trends, and I think that's definitely part of the market, and I think we get a lot of interest from enterprises are very interested in that. So I definitely see that that's the area that is going to be growing a lot.
Okay, that's very interesting because you talk about like software to hardware, etc. So I would like to ask Bin, can you talk about the entire process of creating a mobile phone? Like how does it start? Like what kind of ideas do you come up with first, and then what goes on next? And then how do you decide whether a phone is worth it to be pushed out as a new product? And do you discard any ideas and any products along the way?
We started the startup, and today everybody knows that Xiaomi is building handsets. But matter of fact, we started the startup by building out the software. And that's actually the belief of this startup in the very early days, that myself and the other co-founders, that we believe in the future of the mobile internet really is about services that you can provide through the smartphones and smart device. So when we founded Xiaomi 3 years ago, we started with this project called MIUI. People read that as MIUI. It's all Android-based, fully compatible. What we do is, as people buy the hardware, of course, they care about spec, they care about quality, they care about, their cost, can go through very stable, high quality. But as they use the device every day, it's really the software and the services that runs on the hardware that provides extra values. So, we started with our startup with building out the software, starting with a very simple experience on the dialer experience, the SMS experience, the contact, and then your home launcher. So very simple, very easy, and we start from that. And about 3 to 6 months after we have the software launches, we started the hardware design. So this is the total, probably a very different approach than other hardware company where the R&D started with the hardware.
So how many phones have you all because Xiaomi now has the first phone version and then now the second generation, right? So how many phones have you guys discarded in the process, trying to develop something that is best for consumers? Have you thrown away any ideas in the process?
I'm sorry, how many phones?
Have you thrown away any?
Thrown away, okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it thrown away. We have a very interesting approach to test our hardware like software. So we have this idea of beta testing. During the different phases of our hardware, at some point, we actually handed out beta version of hardware to our users, to our fans online. For the first version, we handed out 600 device. And then for the second version, we did the same thing, 600 device. Beta version, we handed out to users. And then user, as they get a hold of the device, they would use it, they would do beta testing, and then they would tell us what works, what doesn't. It's a very engaging and interactive process. By doing that, we learn a lot from what users really want. And we also make all those informations, including the goods and the bads, fully available online. So people actually can search for the Xiaomi handsets, what part of the handsets are good, the software and the hardware, what parts that are really not up to the standard and the requirement, and what's our plan to improve those. So, the design of the handsets actually, it's live, it's evolving. Even up till today, this handset that we launched, the Me Too was launched in last August. And then during the process of selling Me Too, we keep improving the hardware aspect and the software aspect of the device. The latest upgrade happens about 2 months ago when we upgraded the CPU of the handset from the quad-core 1.5 GHz Qualcomm 8064 chips to the 1.7 version. which beef up the performance by about 25%. And the price remained the same. So we keep doing that. We do the same thing on the camera sensor. It's 8 megapixel sensor being upgraded to 13, and flash memory. So we keep upgrading all the device. And most of the feedbacks are actually from the fans online. So this is sort of the evolving and gradually evolving process of designing and improving the hardware and the software that we adopted. Thanks.
I think it's a very interesting development where feedback from customers are being taken on board so quickly. I think throwing away options and looking at other options is a key part of the design process. We do that all the time. And I think one of the very interesting things with Ubuntu is that Ubuntu is open source. So everything we do is open. Everybody can see what we do, and we publish everything that we do. So we don't wait until the product launch to show our designs. When we have a design for a new app, it goes immediately on the blog from the design team, and we immediately get feedback, even though the app is not finished or the phone is not finished. At the moment, the operating system is not finished yet for the phone. You can already download it, you can already play with it, you can try it, you can contribute to it. So it's a very new way of developing phones. It's a process of getting very early feedback, very early involvement from users, and it makes ultimately the first phone better because we get early user engagement.
And right now, there's actually like kind of a mobile revolution taking place right here in Asia. So there's a lot of people picking up phones, mobiles, and going to the internet via mobile first and abandoning like the desktop experience. So, this mobile revolution in Asia is taking a different direction, due to the lack of subsidization and also due to lower budgets. So do you believe there's more pressure to create like low-cost smartphones? And how do you balance cost with innovation, Bin?
Is that Dr. Lee? Oh, okay. So that's my, okay, thank you. I think there's I'm not sure, but I believe there's probably misperception about low cost. What we see in China are, people really care about price. But what we see even more interestingly is people want quality and performance ahead of pricing. So one thing that we believe that's the reason why the reason that Xiaomi hands is becoming popular is we put performance and quality ahead of everything else. By using the top tier suppliers from Samsung, from LG and Qualcomm and some of the Japanese manufacturers, and by really tuning the software and getting user feedbacks on how we can improve the handsets, even after we start selling. And all these, adds up to the peace of mind when people buy these products online. They know it's a good product, and it's not a low cost by cutting the quality and the performance to achieve low cost. It's really about achieving low cost by a very different business model, a model where you can actually sell direct, which is exactly what Xiaomi did. We sell these handsets online. People go onto the website, they place order, and then we send the handsets to them. Selling direct allows us to cut 20-30% channel costs. And we also believe that Moore's law works beautifully, that every 18 months the silicon performance get doubled and the price get cut by half. So by stretching one product for a long enough life cycle, we are able to price these very aggressively at the very beginning of the sales cycle. So the phenomenon that we see in China is people want to buy very, very good product, high quality products. And by using a very different business model, of course, they want something that is, cost less and hopefully way less.
And Dr. Ree, what do you think about the mobile revolution in Asia, like due to these low-cost smartphones? Like, will it affect like enterprise as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's enterprise doesn't have to be expensive, right? So cost is obviously very important factor in people making decision. When they buy a phone. So with the BYOD trend out there, I think the appealing to the consumers in both price and then also usability, performance in all aspects is very important. So in that, with that trend, I think the even in enterprise, as the price is going to be very important, and IT managers, they typically not only BYOD. I mean, BYOD. When you look at the BYOD, the whole, a lot of motivation behind is cost reduction, because the company do not have to buy the phone for their employees anymore. So it's actually employee buys them and they bring it to the work, and so that actually has a lot of cost factor. So obviously, yeah, absolutely, the cost is a very important issue.
And BYOD, one of the very important things is security, right? So how do you balance like the need for extreme security with like your cost?
So that's the thing, is that when you have the way we actually do it, we recently announced a new platform called Samsung Knox, and what Samsung Knox is that take your device that you buy from the off the shelf. It's actually a regular consumer device, and then you can actually turn device into enterprise grade without hurting your user experience, and that's the message behind the Samsung Knox. So the security and the device management that does not have to be inhibiting as is sound, right? And users can actually still download any application they want from their app store and play, Angry Bird, and I don't know, but you guys play that at your workplace. But but we creating a unique approach there, is that we actually harden the device from the ground up at a security, the device level systems and the frameworks, and putting a lot of security features in there, but it's actually unnoticeable by the user. And then we create a small area in the phone that's actually one space that is designated for enterprise. And there, IT manager can do whatever they want. They can wipe that space, or they can monitor what's going on in that space. In the traditional approach, when you have the IT manager try to manage your device, the IT manager can wipe entire device, and also can see what you're doing with your phone. And actually, every activity can be monitorable. But with this approach that Samsung Knox is taking now, that the ability to manage, ability to monitor is actually restricted to the one specific area that the customer wants. That's, we call it, Knox container. So in that container, there's an application, enterprise applications can actually live in there, and so it's a kind of a unique compromise that the customers make for the convenience of using their own device to the work. And so they're giving up little space, small space on the phone, and also getting extra advantage of having a protection against the malware and bots and things like that actually could potentially fish out the information that you really want to keep safe and confidential. Right? So it's really the balance between these two requirements that we're trying to achieve.
And for Ubuntu, like you guys pride yourselves on being able to run on like low-end like hardware. Like how do you think like balance cost with innovation, and how would Ubuntu play a part in it?
Well, first of all, I completely agree with Ben. I think in a small matter of time, low cost doesn't mean necessarily very low-end hardware specifications. High-end user experiences can go to cheaper phones, yes. I think that often the best solutions come up when budgets are tight, time is tight, or you have certain constraints on yourself. Like we are, like Xiaomi is like a small company, well, a relatively small company, right? Ubuntu is 600 people with a big community. But still very small compared to the big players. And we were still able to come up with a solution that is innovative and people see as new, right? So I think that it is very important that people who buy cheap devices also get a high-end experience. And it's important that we make sure that those high-end experiences are different and new. And I think we all managed to do that. And I think that will also go to low-cost phones. So I think we will see many innovations there as well.
But you know, with the cost of like R&D and stuff like that, like how do you guys manage to like keep the cost low, even like while delivering high-end experiences? Yeah, would Ben like to comment on this?
Well, the R&D cost wasn't even being factored into the price of the phone for Xiaomi. The way we price this is a pure BOM cost. We got bill of material cost. All the components that that we buy from our suppliers adds up to a number, and which is 1999. When we launched this device last year, and even at that price point, we're actually losing money. So the like I said, the key innovation that we believe that we bring to the China market was about this business model innovation, where selling directs, would allows us to cut the price to at least 20-30%, and then price this at BOM cost, and hoping that in 18 months life cycle, when the sales volumes get up to a decent number, that we work with our suppliers to really improve the yield rate of each of the single components in the handsets and lower the cost altogether. So and also our partners, many of them are actually here in Korea and also Japan and Silicon Valley companies. They like that, the model that just one component, one product sell for a long life cycle and big volumes. They can really work on improving the process, manufacture process, the yield rate, and then lower the cost. And ultimately, this is good for consumers too. So those, and also I will edit that another interesting things that we do, which I know this is Spark Lab conference and there are a lot of startup companies here, that as a startup back 3 years ago, we came with these products that we want to sell. And the team say, hey, we want to sell a phone. How can we tell people about this phone? And they need a marketing budget. And we look at each other and say, hey, look, we are a startup. We really don't have a big marketing budget. So let's figure out a different way of doing marketing. And then the team went back and figured out how to do marketing on Weibo, on social networks. And imagine for many of the startups, I'm sure they will be running into the same problem. When they have a product they want to tell users about. Now what we do is we do a lot of social networks, a lot of internet marketing without spending a penny. It's really about word of mouth. And for that, it adds up to the cost advantage of Xiaomi, that this handset doesn't have any marketing cost on top. And this is an approach that works very well for us, and I would encourage some of the local startups, the internet startups especially, to try that.
And I think what Xiaomi is showing, I think that's amazing, because when you look in the mobile industry, there are other players who have much bigger budgets than Xiaomi or Ubuntu. Like for example BlackBerry or Microsoft, and they still struggle, right? They try to catch up with Android and with Apple, but they fail. They have problems, even though they're very big budgets. And I think one of the main reasons is that they try to copy the exact same model. They want to have a high-end smartphone. They want to build an app ecosystem that has the same amount of apps, and it costs a lot of money to start off with. So it's very important, also for a small company, like we are still relatively small, to come up with a direction which is different, and to attract users in a different way, to reach out to users in a different way. And one of the key factors for us was the user experience, which creates a lot of noise and buzz, and people are interested in that. So I think one of the key things is that you take a different approach on attacking the market, even in a very difficult market like the mobile phone industry, and you can be successful. Xiaomi shows it, and we will show it next year.
Looking forward to that. Yeah, and also you mentioned attracting users, right? So this leads into my next question. So analysts have tipped China's smartphone market to top 300 million units this year, which makes up 32.8% of the global share. So do you guys think that, when marketing your phone, for example, Samsung, you market to businesses, right? Do you think that you particularly have to appeal to Chinese businesses?
Really, you're asking to the wrong person. So I'm not a marketing person. I don't think I can comment on that.
Yeah, but when you deliver your B2B message and stuff like that, do you gear it towards any particular audience in general, or do you market it as a product that anybody can use?
Yeah. So we try to consolidate a lot of requirements from different market space, and most of the enterprise use, I mean, they have similar requirement at a security level. So I don't see any the security in China any different from security in Korea and U.S. But the thing is that there's a different governments and from public sector, and like a U.S. government and UK government or Chinese government, they have their own security standard. And what we've been trying to do is that we're trying to meet all those requirements by actually going after, being aggressive, adaptive to these requirements that set forth by the governments. And recently we acquired the U.S. Department of Defense, the security requirement guideline. We passed, got an approval for that. So that's a good example of we're trying to adapt to different markets requirements, and we probably will do the same thing for most of other countries as well.
Okay, and for Xiaomi, right? Because you guys are focused on China mainly, and then you just launched in Taiwan and Hong Kong not long ago. So which do you think is the next big market to watch out for?
China is big. It's really, really big. You are still a very young startup. Ivo mentioned we're only 3 years old. And China is going to sell anywhere between 250 million to 300 million smartphones this year. So I think for us, we want to take things step at a time. Taiwan and Hong Kong is the first experiment for us beyond mainland China. Simply because we want to see if this business model of selling direct and has very high spec phones, pricing at a very affordable price and selling direct, whether this model will work in a market like Taiwan, which is very heavily subsidized. And I would say, friends tell me it's 70% subsidized users going to the operator and get phones. Markets like those is actually very interesting because people are less sensitive to price. When a carrier subsidizes the phone, you'll be seeing very small differences. And whether people are used to buying a non-subsidized phone from the website, that's another question. So going to Taiwan and Hong Kong is sort of a test in the water for us. And that's the reason why we don't have any KPIs. We don't actually care, and we don't actually put too much effort into selling a lot more phones. But what we really cares about is test the business model, and hopefully we want to see how users are accepted to products other than Samsung, other than iPhone and HTC, where they are building great devices. Whether people are acceptive to other devices.
And so we have already seen a lot of innovation right now in mobile devices. For example, Samsung's recent Galaxy S4, you have a lot of new features and things like that. So for you guys, what do you think will be the next innovations that you think would possibly appear in mobile devices? For example, like maybe biometrics or like foldable devices or anything like that. Would you like to mention about that, Dr. Ree?
Right, so, well, these are the questions that was unexpected questions for me. I mean, just coming from my own background. I mean, I've been university professor about 20 years in the U.S. and been studying this area. The revolution that were taking place in the mobile devices. What is the next technology that's coming in our way? I think it is more of the revolution in the user interface. Right now with the mobile device as it is, user interface is very limited, and actually try to balance between the mobility and then the experience. But we are, what we're seeing on this space itself actually requires a lot more work. I mean, we're still limited in terms of typing and doing some interactions. So I think the next revolution is that really revolutionizing on the how we can make users easier to do input and output, and then also so with that, what's really coming, I think, in my opinion, as you know, the kind of person who's been working on this area for a long time, is the more of a machine-to-machine communication, more of a device, connected device, and where you actually have, you know, kind of your device or phones, and kind of reacting to the feedback that's given by the outside world or human body. Okay, so we were talking about wearable devices, or the even, you know, your smartphone is driving a car or something like that. So in this revolution, it could be, I mean, I might be sort of exaggerating or dreaming a little bit at this point, but it looks like in next revolutions, when, you know, Bin was talking about the Moore's law in there. So I think it's, as you know, when we actually improving on this communication speed because of the silicons and, you know, revolution in that, then what we're looking at is really the speed, communication speed, that actually reaching, you know, sub 1 millisecond communication, you know, response time. So when a device react to the extraneous, you know, the actions or event, and that type of response time is required. So I think the future is more of device. It's not going to be just a smartphone. I mean, it's going to be a device that's going to be attached to you, that actually reacting to the sensors and, you know, the other connected device in a very speed manner, and that's what's coming, in my opinion.
And Ivo, what do you think is coming next in like the mobile revolution?
I think there are a couple of things that we have to take into account. Well, the first is definitely the interaction with the device itself. So phones started off complex and became simple with touchscreens. And one of the main reasons I think why it had to be so simple was because there are many technically illiterate people out there. Obviously, more and more people now become technically literate. Teenagers are growing up with technology. Kids of 1-2 years old, they can interact with an iPad, which also means that you can become more advanced in the way you interact with devices. We try to take a next step in that with our experience, where gestures become more of an important tool to interact with your data and with your screen. And because gestures, like your hands, can do a lot of stuff. Like people play music, people play very difficult and complex guitar solos or piano, right? So your hands can do a lot of things. And interaction can benefit from that. You can make things faster, you can make things more efficient by using gestures, by using fingerprint technology, all those kind of things, right? So I think the interaction with the device is a very important area where we're going to advance a lot. And I think we're seeing the next steps happening now. And the other important thing I think as well is how we deal with applications. So I think it was also mentioned this morning, and I fully agree with that, is that at the moment I have 80 applications on my device, on each device almost. I use 10 applications every day, and many applications sit there because I needed them for one occasion, and they still sit there. And I think the nature of application, the nature of features on devices can become much more time-bound, location-bound. And I think platforms can facilitate that. And I think the platform that's going to facilitate that in the first move is going to be a killer platform. So I think those are two important areas for the phone industry.
And Bin, what do you think will be the next trends and innovations in mobile devices? What do you think you will see? Are there any like crazy ideas you already have in mind?
Okay, that's a very big question. We believe that we're still at the very beginning of personal computing. If you look at smartphone today, it's like a PC. It's actually more powerful than a PC. Back 3-5 years ago, quad-core, 1.7, 1.9, 2.0 gigahertz. You imagine when we have a PC that powerful. Now, not only just the CPU computing powers, but we are talking about the different sensors we're adding into the device. Gyroscope, P sensor, NFC, all the sensors. And And just look at one sensor that we use all the time on the phone, the camera. I like the camera on the phone, but compared to DSLR camera, there's still a big gap between what you can take with a DSLR camera and this phone camera. So there are a lot of areas where the camera sensors can improve. Imagine optical zoom. Can you do optical zoom on the phone today? There used to be a phone that does optical zoom, but it's really thick and bulky. And can you get it in a really thin phone? So there's just so many areas where phones today, smartphones today can improve. Now go beyond the phones. I just played the. I'm not sure if you guys have seen the Pirate AR drone helicopter. It's a helicopter. It was shown in the CES Vegas. Oh, I love that helicopter. It's great. I bought that helicopter online, and then I set it up over the weekends. It only took me 5 minutes. I download the apps on my phone. It connects up to the helicopter with Wi-Fi, and then I'm using my smartphones as remote control. That helicopter can fly everywhere. Can flip. I can even program to make it do all sorts of stunts. It's really funny. We also launch a product called Xiaomi Box. It's a set-top box that allows you to watch movies and TV show properties via the internet. And my phone connects up to the set-top box, by Wi-Fi display and Miracast. You can have all your phone content, your photos, your videos projected up to the box. So imagine all these peripherals and games and sensors that they're all connected, and then using the phone as the center of the personal computing. This information is gathering back to your phone. You can trace whatever you do, whatever you speak, whoever you met. It helps you in any way you can imagine. So we're actually very optimistic in the areas of just the personal computing and on smartphone and beyond smartphones.
So after the set box, right? What other plans do you have to use Xiaomi for the phone to control anything else?
We are not ready to talk about anything else other than the phone and the set-top box. And by the way, again, I mentioned that China is a big market, and the set-top box opportunity we believe is another big opportunity. In China, there's 400 million TVs, in just China. If you are able to get that set-top box today, it's selling for 299 kwai, which is about $40 US, one-time charge. For that set-top box, and you can watch any movies and TV show properties on the box. Imagine if you can get it down to $20 US dollars. You're likely that you're going to see, half of the TVs in the country, people will be waiting to buy one of these boxes and put it there right next to their TV sets. So these are the opportunities we believe is going to happen in China, and I'm sure sooner or later, across the globe, across the world.
And Dr. Ree, do you think one day that tablets and mobile phones will outstrip PCs at work, for example? Like in the end, would you possibly only have to bring your mobile phone or a tablet to work?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what's really happening today, even now. So when I go for traveling, like U.S. or any work-related travel, I don't bring my PC. Just smartphone and Bluetooth keyboard. That's all I do, and do all the work-related activity around my phone. And maybe I'm just using email. Then I don't do much work anyway. So, right. So that's probably. I think that's in the future. I mean, it's now. The boundary between mobile devices and desktop and PCs is going to be blurred. I mean, there's no real clear boundary. People can use their tablets and just for desktop as a desktop computer. I mean, there's a lot of these use cases can happen around by merging this mobility with the work and productivity, and that's gonna, that convergence is already taking place. I think it is gonna continue. So it's really the question is how are you gonna make it, make it faster, that adoption? Yeah.
It's going to be very interesting to see how mobile devices actually pan out in the future. So thank you very, very much for all your time, and thank you for sharing your insights with the audience. Thank you very much.
이 시간 수고하셨습니다. 이 자리를 빛내주신 여러분에게 주최사인 스파크랩 임원들의 마무리 인사가 있겠습니다. 아직 퇴장하지 마시고 잠시 자리 지켜주시면 고맙겠습니다. 그럼 오늘 행사를 준비한 관계자분들 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다.
Attending. I mean, all of the attendees from throughout Korea, China, Japan, Indonesia, Hong Kong, Singapore, UK, Paris, and elsewhere. We just appreciate all of you attending throughout this day and basically making the conference what it is. So.
And 더우셨죠? 이렇게 오랜 동안 같이 해주신 여러분께 감사드리고요. 다시 한번 우리 스폰서들한테 감사하다는 말 드리겠습니다. Hostway, SK Planet, Wilson Sonsini, Bank of America Merrill Lynch, One Asia, Frost & Sullivan's. 그리고 저기 우리 그 포트폴리오 회사인데요. 그 스파크랩의 미미 박스하고 헤이브레드 그 아마 나중에 나가실 때 그 거기 가방에 있으니까 관심 있게 봐주시고요. 그 스파크랩에 대해서 잠깐 설명을 드리면은 그 스파크랩은 그 한국에서 스타트업, 그다음에 한국뿐만이 아니라 전 세계에 있는 스타트업인데 한국에 중점을 두고 있는데요. 지난 12월 달에 첫 번째 클래스를 6대 투자를 했고 요번에 또 10군데를 투자를 했고요. 또 가을에 또 그 third class가 있으니까 관심 있게 sparklabs.co.kr에 들어오시면은 저희들 그 뉴스를 업데이트 받으실 수 있고요. 뭐 옆에 그 스타트업을 하시는 분들한테 말씀을 드려서 또 우리 스파크랩에 또 많이 참여해 주시면 감사하겠고요. 그 지금 여기 바로 끝나고 지금 나가셔서 그 코엑스 인터컨티넨탈의 다이몬드 홀에 가면은 그 리셉션 칵테일이 있거든요. 그러니까 만약에 많이 드셨겠지만은 그 같이 가셔서 목이라도 숙이시고 가시면은 뭐 좋은 네트워킹 기회가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다. 예, 감사합니다.
예, 진짜 수고하셨고요. 내년에 또 뵙겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 다시 한번 말씀드리겠습니다. 오늘 컨퍼런스에서 궁금한 부분이나 커뮤니케이션 원하시는 분들은 잠시 후 6시 반부터 인터컨티넨탈 코엑스 호텔 신간 지하 1층 다이아몬드 홀에서 칵테일 립 세션을 개최합니다. 오늘 참석하신 분들 누구나 참석 가능하니까 많이들 참석해서 좋은 네트워킹 이뤄가시고요. 출연자분들께서도 참석하시는 만큼 좋은 만남의 기회 갖길 바랍니다. 그럼 오늘 컨퍼런스 행사 마치겠습니다.